all rules, regulations, and articles, even those found in the Constitution, and couldn't specifically rule out going and being president for a third term.
I will say this: I am right wing. That's partially why I would vote for Trump, not necessarily because I endorse him as a candidate. I don't think he's the best candidate, but I would support him more than I would support left wing candidates. I think Trump is morally corrupt. I don't think he's the best candidate. I think the cult-like following and the radicalization doesn't make him a good candidate. I think a true candidate needs to be bringing both the right and the left together, and I don't think Trump does that. I think he divides more than he unites.
Okay, so what specifically is better on behalf of Trump comparative to Kamala Harris? Because it sounds like Kamala Harris would be more of a candidate that would unite the country comparative to Donald Trump.
I don't think so.
You think that Kamala Harris would divide the country more than Donald Trump?
I think the left divides a lot. I really I have a point.
Can you be specific with how? And thank you everyone for joining in from Dean's stream. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. I appreciate everyone joining in. Thank you so much.
No, I really do want to address something. That was not the angle I wanted to take. You kind of heard it yourself. I didn't necessarily support Trump as a Republican. I supported the fact that he was Republican, but I don't think he was the best candidate. So I've told you that. Can I ask you something? Okay.
Yeah, sure. It sounds like you don't really care to engage in the conversation. Go for it.
I think that rhetoric on both sides. You don't endorse Fuentes, of course. That's obvious. I think Fuentes divides as well. But I do think when you perpetuate the idea that Republicans are unintelligent, or that if you're a Republican, you're a bad person, that doesn't do good for the spirit of debating, and it doesn't actually help. So do you condemn that idea, or do you support that? Do you think that if you're a right wing, you're a bad person? And I'm going to acknowledge that behavior exists on the left as well. So I'm not going to say it doesn't exist on the left. And the right also does it. So it's a problem.
There's a lot of bad people on the right, but I don't think everyone who comes up on the live is a bad person. A lot of people are just ill-informed and misinformed.
So you're telling me right now that being right wing doesn't necessarily mean that you're bad. It means that there's more depth when it comes to analyzing someone's moral.
There's a lot of misinformation that's prevalent because of people like Donald Trump and people who perpetuate that evil ideology. And they utilize hate, right? So oftentimes people will be very hateful. But yeah, there are a lot of people who are misinformed.
So you can acknowledge. I mean, I feel like you contribute to it on the left, but I mean, I'm going to be respectful. You're giving me a platform to speak, so I don't know. I think there is a level of decorum you have when you have to address people. I mean, I've heard from a lot of people that you just. I mean, especially when you look at your thumbnails, it's like owning racist MAGA. It's like, all right, well, how is that really uniting people?
So I just want to let you know. So certain titles about like a certain thing getting destroyed in terms of an argument, that's a description of a video to like get people to click on a video so that people can engage with the content, right? When you engage with the content, right, what happens within the content, right? There's a productive dialogue in a lot of circumstances, and circumstances in which there's not a productive dialogue, right? It is the case that captures the particular extraordinarily extreme beliefs that exist on behalf of the Trump supporters in those contexts. So there is a point of distancing us from, right, like divisive ideology that is incredibly important. And utilizing that type of mechanism of being able to like send out more in the algorithm is a pretty important way of like actually like getting those conversations out there. That's just the nature of the algorithm for like debate style content.
Yeah, well, I honestly, I gained a lot of respect when you said that you condemned that idea, because I didn't think you did. So I mean, I'm glad you did.
Well, Donald Trump is the one that's divisive. That's what I'm saying. I think he's the one that's divisive. I think that ultimately we can become more unified if we let down a lot of the hate. I think hate is what's divisive towards us, and of course we're going to respond to hateful ideology because we don't want people to be hateful. But it doesn't make us divisive to respond to that hateful ideology, right?
So, okay, I noticed yesterday with Kirk, and he had made a joke, and I think about your neck hurting. So,
what?
Do you believe in? Yeah, I remember that. I tuned into the last stream, and I don't remember which viewer, but he brought up Kirk,
no,
and then
someone pivoted. Someone pivoted.
Oh,
like so my neck hurts from someone pivoting. I didn't make a joke about that. I wouldn't joke about that.
I don't know, man. Okay, I'll anyway.
This is crazy. Of course, I didn't intentionally joke about that. That's crazy.
Okay.
I was 30 to 40 feet away when that happened. Why would you bring that up?
Because that's way too on the nose.
What? What are you talking about?
So someone brings up Kirk, and then right as you bring up Kirk, you say, "Oh, my neck hurts. My neck hurts."
I don't think that's specifically the connotation of what happened. I would love for you to find a clip of that. That's ridiculous.
I mean, All right, if you're standing on that, then it's fine.
Yeah, that's that. I don't know why you'd bring that up in that way, especially given what I've been through when it relates to that. So
Okay, well, if that's not what happened, then I'm sorry.
okay, all right. So do you want to tell me why you support Trump?
I support Trump because I'm a Christian, and Christianity aligns more with the right wing. I don't think Trump represents Christian values, but the right definitely supports Christianity more than the left. Do I
So-
think that there have been? Do I think there have been Christians that say, or figures that are political that say that they're Christian? They don't speak for all of us. There's definitely some bad examples. Trump is not Christian. But right wing ideology
So okay,
aligns
so
more.
Why would you support someone who's not a Christian over someone who is Christian? Kamala
Because-
versus Christian.
Because what Kamala supports as a
Kamala.
left candidate does not actually align with Christian ideology.
Like, how does Donald Trump's positions in terms of policy align more with Christianity?
Because because okay, first off, Kamala's
Kamala. You could just say VP Harris.
thank you. VP Harris is positions on the LGBTQ, for example. So once that's also an example of
What specific policy?
she's pro LGBTQ.
Is that bad? What specific policy do you disagree with?
That policy,
What specific policy?
I don't know any.
You don't know any policies, so then what do you disagree with, dude?
I think left wing ideology does not align with Christianity, which is why I voted or I would have voted. for
You
Trump.
you said the LGBTQ plus community. What specifically? Like, dude, that sounds like to me that it's become like a buzzword to you, right? There's no actual like substance in terms of policy that you disagree with us on, right? That you could point to. It's just you specifically disagree with like what, gay people?
Yes,
Why?
because I'm a Christian and it's against the Bible. It's sinful.
What? Okay, so what's sinful specifically? It's not sinful to be gay. Under your perspective, is it sinful to engage in gay intercourse?
Yes.
So it's not sinful to be gay, okay? And also,
It's
then
sinful
your
to be gay.
prescription
It's
from
sinful
your
to have
same
a- it's
from your
sinful
same
to have a
standpoint,
gay-
it's also sinful to engage in sex before marriage, correct?
Yes.
So why do you view specifically people engaging in gay intercourse any differently than you view, like, say, like people engaging in like premarital sex in any context?
Because being gay is a lifestyle. If you lead a lifestyle of premarital
What do you mean a
sex,
lifestyle?
you can live your whole life being gay. I mean,
Is having sex before marriage a lifestyle?
it's more so an action. But if you live a lifestyle of premarital sex,
Okay, wait.
that's also
So why
bad.
is one an action and the other a lifestyle?
Because being gay, you're not in a premarital sex relationship. That's kind of silly to say.
What?
Premarital
Wait.
sex relationship? No, being gay is a relationship.
No, you're engaging in premarital sex in that circumstance. That's what you
Yes.
consider wrong. There's nothing in the Bible that says it's wrong to be in a relationship. Like two gay men in a relationship, right? As long as they, under your view, didn't engage in intercourse, they wouldn't be doing anything wrong, right?
No, it'd still be wrong.
What's wrong with that?
Because it's biblical for a man and female to be equally yoked. It doesn't say man and man.
Wait, but if they're not engaging in intercourse, what's specifically wrong with that, under your view?
Because
There's nothing condemning marriage between two people, correct?
Repeat that?
There's nothing condemning specifically marriage between two men, right? Absolutely nothing. in the
Oh man, I'm
Bible.
getting called gay in comments. That's crazy.
Wait, can you explain to me what aspect of the Bible, right, says that marriage between two men specifically is wrong?
Obviously, the Leviticus one. We all know that one. But that's
that
kind of
doesn't talk about marriage at all. That's nothing to do with marriage. What specifically condemns two men getting married, right?
Well, I'm gonna be honest. It doesn't necessarily say that, but it says man and female equally yoked. It doesn't necessarily have to say it, but it's saying that man and female are yoked. That's by design. So just because it doesn't mention it doesn't mean that it's fine.
Okay, wait. Okay, but there's no reason to say that it's wrong if it doesn't mention it, right? If Jesus
Well,
never
yeah,
talked about it being wrong.
Well, the stuff in the Bible is not suggestions. It's not like it's saying
And
man
also,
and
by the
female.
way, okay, well, also, have you read other verses in Leviticus, like the ones that specifically condone slavery? Like in Leviticus
said,
25,
yeah, no,
44
yeah.
through 46. Like, I don't think you'd ever cite that as like some sort of moral law that you're going to abide by.
Well, yeah, no.
Seemingly, whenever we talk about the LGBTQ plus community, Christians feel the need to revert back to like, oh yes, I'm going to bring up Leviticus.
Well, okay. I said Leviticus was dated. I don't know if you heard me on that. I'm pretty sure being equally yoked is a New Testament ideology. So first off, even if we want to go to Leviticus, I mean, Jesus abolished the Old Testament. I mean, that's a fact.
Okay, then why'd you bring it up?
I said it was dated, so I didn't actually. That's not what I was.
So then what? Okay, so is there anything you could bring up specifically that would justify your obvious hate for the LGBT community?
Because it says in the Bible that man and female are to be equally yoked, and that's a New Testament ideology.
What is that supposed to mean?
Meaning in marriage.
Wait. Okay. Can you give me the verse that you're referencing?
Hold on, I'll pull it up. I don't remember off the top of my head.
Give me
2 Corinthians 6:14.
What is it?
Be not equally yoked together with unbelievers, for what fellowship hath righteousness with unrighteousness, and what communion hath light with darkness?
You said 2 Corinthians what?
6:14.
6:14. Okay. Do not be unequally yoked with unbelievers.
Hold on, that might have been wrong.
That has to do with atheists. That's like, you think that you can't get married to atheists?
Well, unbeliever, if you're gay, you're not following God.
Wait. Yes, wait. I'm sorry. There are lots of gay people that follow Christ. What are you talking about? You think there are no people who are gay that follow Christ? That's ridiculous.
But that's a sin. That's a sin they're working through.
Wait. So you're saying Christians don't sin?
Of course they do.
What? So then, what is your position as to why gay people can't be Christian? If it is the case that
I didn't say that.
Because they're engaging in sin, everyone sins under your view, right?
Yes, but if you're being gay and you're not
why are you saying only gay people can't be Christian just because they sin, when you're saying that you specifically are still a Christian even though you sin?
Being gay, yes, is sinful, and you can be gay and be a Christian. I'm sorry if I misspoke.
It's not sinful to be gay under your worldview. You can only point to, under your view, gay intercourse being sinful. But again, that's I think it's just obviously ridiculous to take that prescription from the Bible. I don't think that you're going to accept that. There's not much talked about in terms of gay intercourse being wrong in the context of the Bible. And if it is the case that you're going to accept that from those particular prescriptions in the context of the Bible, right? I would just say, like, well, then you have to accept every single prescription from the Bible. Otherwise, you're going to have to then hold on to the standard that you can cherry pick some. Then you can just ask specifically why you would pick this one to carry out. And you'd have to give a reason.
I'm gonna be honest. I'm sorry. I haven't done enough research on the gay. Being gay is 100%. Then
why'd you use it as a reason to say that the Democrats are advocating for worse off policies? Like, what is the policy difference? Is there anything different about the parties that you can point to that this would have been relevant for, or is it just like some psyop that you've been fucking brainwashed to believe in?
So being gay was also. I'm gonna be honest. I haven't argued it the best. I'm sorry, but abortion is also something that is against my belief as a Christian.
Okay. Do you believe in separation of? How about we go to this? Do you believe in separation of church and state?
Yes.
Okay. Then why would you say that a religious reason would be a reason why the law should be a certain way? Couldn't you just say it's immoral, but not say that it should be illegal?
It is immoral.
Well, yeah, you say that it's immoral, but again, just because something's immoral doesn't mean it should be illegal, right? You engage in sins. Should you be put in prison for your sins?
Yeah.
Yeah? You should be put in prison? So we should all put you in prison.
No.
Dude, you were like one of the first people on the live stream to almost advocate for your own imprisonment. That's crazy, bro.
I misspoke.
Really? You misspoke? That was your position for a second. I feel like you actively had to change your mind there.
Yeah. I'm gonna be honest. Yeah.
Okay.
Wait, I want to know your stance on abortion. So you're obviously for abortion, right?
Well, I'm pro-choice, yeah. I don't think that it's a person prior to the point of the fact that it would be considered sentient. Like, think of it this way. Do you think that it's murder to pull the plug on an individual in your family that's brain dead?
Do they have, like, an order that, like, before?
There's no particular order that they've made. Should the family... do you think it's murder for the family to pull the plug on an individual in their family that becomes brain dead?
Not necessarily.
You don't think that's murder? Okay. So then
No.
if you say that it's not murder because medical death happens when there's no sentient life, even though there's cellular life, well, then why wouldn't you care about life as soon as medical life begins? Right? At the point of sentient life beginning, not cellular life beginning at conception. Because, like, again, I don't think that that's the basis for value that you would have.
So you don't believe life begins at conception?
No, I do believe cellular life begins at conception. I just don't think that we value cellular life. I think that we value sentient and medical life.
Well, I guess we disagree on that.
Well, I think you do too. I proved that. You don't care about just cellular life. If you just cared about cellular life, well, then you wouldn't say that someone, well, then you would say that specifically someone who has pulled the plug on an individual in their family that's brain dead is a murderer.
Well, the thing is that's a false equivalency. You can't compare the two.
I mean, why not? Because I'm talking about, all I'm really saying is that it's the end of medical life, and you just don't care about it at that specific point to the same degree as like a person, in order to say that there'd be like a right to life to maintain, right? Because it is the case that, right, that's the point of death, right, for that we consider. So if that's the point of death in terms of the life that we value, well, then wouldn't the life that we value begin at the point in which sentience begins as well?
Sorry, can you repeat that?
Well, if the value for the life, specifically to the same degree in which we consider in personhood, ends at the point of sentient life, well, then wouldn't that also begin at the beginning of sentient life? Like, we wouldn't, like, you obviously show that you don't care about specifically just cellular life. You care about sentient life, right?
Well, I think that cellular life is going to become sentient life. So it's not the same as pulling the plug.
Okay, well, you're saying it will become, but if you have an abortion, it will never.
Yeah, and I disagree with that.
What do you mean you disagree with that? If you have an abortion, there will never be sentient life.
Yes, and that should not happen.
What's wrong with that?
Because if it's going to become sentient life, because the thing, you're comparing two things that are not the same. People who are brain dead, or people who are going to get the plug pulled on them, there's no way that they're ever going to become sentient life. And the thing is,
yeah, if you have an abortion, there is no way there will ever be sentient life. So why is it valuable?
Because there's actually a potential for that thing to become. There's no potential for something that's brain dead.
So, but it's just potential alone. I don't think we value just potential alone. You're going to value potential or future so long as there's a past or a present established. But why would you just value potential alone, right? Specifically over someone's bodily autonomy. I think someone's bodily autonomy and human rights, sentient humans' rights to bodily autonomy is significantly more valuable, right, than, right, like just cellular life, right?
Well, all right.
That has yet to ever be sentient. And if you have an abortion, will never be sentient.
The thing is that there's so many contraceptives available to where if you're getting pregnant, I feel like that's just a failure on your part. Excluding rape and excluding incest, if you're getting pregnant, with all the contraceptives that are available, you messed up. Do you agree with that?
I'm sorry, that's just not true, right? You understand that people specifically utilize contraceptives in the way that they are supposed to, and yet it still fails in certain circumstances. Contraception fails in some circumstances.
If you had to give me,
over 50% of abortions come from failed contraceptives. Did you know that?
If you had to give me a percentage of how many times contraceptives failed so they work, what would they be?
Over 50% of abortions come from failed contraceptives, according to the Guttmacher Institute.
Yeah, but that's when they're pregnant. That's not how contraceptives work.
What are you talking about? I'm confused. I said
I'm saying 50%.
51% of abortions are a result of failed contraceptives.
Yes, but you're not accounting for all pregnancies. I'm saying it.
What do you mean I'm not accounting for all pregnancies? What are you talking about? That this is an estimate on all pregnancies, specifically from the Guttmacher Institute.
I don't think you're understanding what I'm saying. You're accounting for all the abortions. I'm accounting for a percentage of people who get pregnant. How many people get pregnant from failed birth control? You're accounting all the abortions. You're not accounting percentage of people getting pregnant, because that's the number I want to know. How many pregnant? My bad.
What is the percent of like contraceptives not working?
Right.
What is the effectiveness? Well, it's effective. I mean, it depends on the specific form of contraceptive that you're using. And it depends on the type of birth control, but typically it's like high 90%, right?
90% fail rate.
But you understand that like when there are so many people in our society that utilize it, if it happens to say like 1% of people That's still millions of people, right? In our country. Did you know that?
Yeah,
Like, what's 1% of our country?
over a
It's over, it's,
million,
it's
if
over
not
3
more.
million people, right? If it's over 3 million people, right? Just 1% of the country. That's a lot of people, right? So
Yeah.
that's pretty similar. Okay, so I mean that's pretty similar to like the point that we're talking to in terms of like abortions in this country, right? Because we're not talking about like everyone. It's not everyone getting an abortion, right? It's not happens every day, right?
Well, I think the problem with giving just free agency over abortions is that it doesn't help our country grow. And I think if you regulate abortion, you're going to make our country a lot more sexualized, a lot more perverted, and then you're also going to drive down the birth
Wait,
rate.
you think we'll become more perverted because of legal abortion access?
Of course,
How?
because if you're allowing freedom of like this sexual depravity, you're
Dude,
allowing
you
this.
just don't
There's
like
no
you just don't like to fuck, bro?
I mean, I'm a Christian. I don't believe in premarital.
Oh, okay. So you've just never done it premarital?
No.
Okay. Well, so then like why is that wrong for other people? Like I mean, I'm not Christian, right? You have your views, but like why do you have to enforce them upon me? If I want to have sex, what's wrong with me doing that before marriage? Who gives a, You don't even consider my marriage as valid because I'm not doing it under God anyway.
But because if you're allowing for abortion, then you're literally driving down the birth rate. So it's not my view. It's also just bad as a country.
Okay, if you're in terms of driving, so you want to force people to go through pregnancies to drive up the birth rate?
That, I think it's also morally unacceptable.
No, that's
but
what you just said. That's what you just
reason.
said. You wanted to force people to go through pregnancies to drive up the birth rate.
Among other things, yes, it's a combination of reasons.
Wait, okay. Oh, I'm confused. I'm confused. You understand that you can incentivize people to have more kids, maybe by like making the system better so that people can afford to have more kids, rather than specifically like forcing people to go through pregnancies? Isn't that like incredibly dystopian and authoritarian for you to say that you want to force people against their will to do that? I mean, I have a question. Do you think that people should have been forced against their will to take the vaccine to save human lives?
No.
Okay. So freedom to not take the vaccine if you don't want to, but you should be forced to go through the context of pregnancy to save human life. So you're forced against your will to do one thing for human life, but not in the other circumstance.
Well, I mean, again, vaccines and abortions are not the same thing.
Yeah, you're restricting bodily autonomy to save human life, right?
Yes.
Okay. So if you restrict bodily autonomy to save human life in one scenario, you're saying that's justified to do so. Why are you saying it's unjustified to do it in the other scenario?
Well, the vaccine was not like actually good. I don't agree with
The
2020.
vaccine wasn't good. What do you mean? There's a bibliography in my bio, a works cited page that has 30 plus pages of peer reviewed systematic reviews that indicate the effectiveness and safety of the COVID vaccines in particular, just the COVID vaccines. Okay, so the idea that it wasn't like good is actually absurd at this point. Like it's so absurd at this point.
All right.
You know how many vaccine doses we've given out around the world? You know how much data we have?
Let's hear it.
We've given out billions of doses around the world. Billions of doses. We have so much evidence. It's unbelievable. And you're just denying it. You know, if we're giving out billions of doses and it had like if the vaccine was extremely, extremely harmful, we would see a lot more cases of this being true than we do. Right? Like if there was like a 40% of people who took the vaccine were negatively impacted this way, that would be a huge portion of the American public. Did you know that? That'd be tens of millions of hundreds of millions of people. Right? Tens to 100 million people like in the United States alone. Billions of people around the world. We would see this. Come on.
Parker, I'm going to acknowledge this. I'm out of my element. I think I've been up here for too long. I appreciate you giving me the time.
All right. Appreciate you coming up.
Yeah, I gained a lot of respect for you. Can I say my goodbyes? Am I allowed to?
Sure.
I appreciate you
Alrighty, everyone. Give it a second for people to join in. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Whitney, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you.
Yo, Parker,
Yo,
you
what's
should
up, how old are
low-key
you?
debate Nick Fuentes. Like, not even gonna
Dude,
lie, you should
leave
do
me
it.
alone, you fucking weirdo. He's literally a white supremacist. Dude, stop watching his fucking content. Jesus Christ, dude. Yo, what's up,
Hey,
how old are
I'm
you?
sorry, I didn't mean to join.
You're good, you're good. Let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
Why you sound so gay?
Let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
I'm 19.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yes.
What's your birth year?
2006.
Okay, what month?
February 21st.
Okay, if you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
Donald Trump.
Okay. What's up with your name?
What's my name again? I forgot. I just created this.
I don't think you can forget that.
I'm trying to look.
Your
right
name
now.
is MAGA Truth Straight Pride. Is that like supposed to be like rage bait or something? Or what do you mean?
It's just being ridiculous.
What's the
But I
point
do
of doing
support
that?
Trump.
Do you like think that's funny or something? Okay. They just left. Let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. That was embarrassing, chat. That was really embarrassing for that guy. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
53.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yes, sir.
Okay, if you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
I would vote for Trump again.
Are you driving?
No, I'm not.
It kind of does sound like you're driving.
Is that a reason for us not to have a discussion? Because I'm not actually.
Because it's TikTok TOS. Alrighty, let me say thank you to a few people. Give it a second for people to join in, everyone. Jade, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much, Jade. Valerie as well with the $5. Thank you so much. Good to W's for them in the comment section. Kelly with the $5. Thank you. Thank you so much. Sarah, thank you so much for the $20 on PayPal. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. As well as Judy, thank you for the $35 on PayPal. Thank you so much, Judy. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Get some W's for Judy in the comment section right now. As well as Ida Luis with the fucking... Oh my god, bro. This is actually nuts. This was from like 21 minutes ago. I didn't even see this before my internet cut out, so I hope that they are still here. Ida Luis, thank you so much. I really appreciate the fucking...
Hello, Parker.
How old are you?
I'm 22. I talked to you earlier. Remember you removed me on accident?
Oh, okay. Well, I just removed you again on accident. I'm sorry, Ida Louise. Thank you so much for the $150 on PayPal. Thank you so much, Ida Louise. Give me some fucking W's for Ida Louise in the comment section right now. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Thank you. That is unbelievable. W's for Ida Louise in the comment section right now. Thank you so much, as well as Kathy with the $50 on PayPal. Thank you so much, Kathy. I really appreciate it. Thank you. W's for Kathy in the comment section right now. Thank you so much. As well as Ida Louise. Thank you. Seriously, that's so fucking kind of y'all. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Let's go on the next person here real quick, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. We have to build up the stream again, everyone. I'm very unfortunate. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 17.
You got to be 18 plus to join the live TikTok rules. How
All
old are
right,
you?
don't remove me.
Yeah,
Don't remove me.
I realized I saw your name.
I'm 22.
What's your birth year?
02. I turn 23 next month.
Okay, if you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
I'd vote for Trump.
Okay, why so?
I don't like the support of Islam from the left.
What? What's wrong with Islam? One, and then two.
Islam's very evil, and
Okay.
the countries that
what makes you think that?
I mean, there's 5 different verses in the Quran that tells you to beat your wife. Their main prophet was a pedophile who married.
So wait, what you're doing is you're taking certain interpretations of text that actually I would say most Muslims, specifically in the United States, do not take. And then secondly, as it relates to this, there are plenty of Christian verses specifically in the Bible that I could point to that justify horrible and atrocious things such as slavery, genocide, and plenty
In the
of
Old
different types
Testament.
which is also the context of your God, right? So,
But the Old Testament was rewritten
still
by
your God?
Jesus.
okay, if God
Yes,
commanded
but
you
it was
to,
rewritten.
if in 1 Samuel 15:3 God commanded you, and you are one of Saul's men, or if God commanded you and Saul specifically to slaughter the men, women, children, and infants of Amalek, would you do it?
If God commanded me to do anything, I would do it.
You would murder infants and children
I would kill
because
anything.
God commanded you.
If he
And
told me
by
to
the way,
kill
you're
anything, I'd kill
we're
anything.
supposed to believe that Muslims are evil, yet you would specifically murder people at a command that are children and infants.
Their main prophet Muhammad married a 6-year-old and consummated the marriage by impregnating her at 9 years old.
Which again,
That's their main prophet.
Wait, again, as you relate to that, which again, I specifically do believe, because I think that there's pretty decent evidence to that. The same thing could be said specifically for Christianity, historically speaking, in terms of Mary, right? Mary was a minor as well. So if you want to point to specifically things like this to demonize Islam, well, then you have to point to specific things like that to also demonize Christianity. Okay.
Mary was a virgin,
Which I would say
and there's
most
nothing in the
Christians
Bible that
and wait, I would say
specifies
most
the age
Christians
of-
and Muslims do not take those particular interpretations, and if they do, that should be condemned in those circumstances, of course.
What,
But
what about
you cannot
Sharia
specifically
law?
say that this is just Islam. You have to also.
What about Sharia law?
Right, that's also an interpretation that's not applicable to like Muslims in the United States.
How? There's multiple Islamic
Wait,
countries
this
where these
is
immigrants
like
come
you saying
from.
you take all of the literal laws from Old Testament, and because there are some Christians that believe in that here in the context of the United States, that you're going to brand all Christians to be like that.
No,
There-
because
wait,
Je-
you understand that the KKK considers themselves Christians. Do you think that you could brand the entirety of Christianity as the KKK?
No, because you shouldn't judge Christianity off Christians. You should judge Christianity off Christ. You should judge it off the word, just like you should judge the Quran off the word.
Wait, I literally have brought up the word, how it specifically says the commanding of slaughtering children and infants, where it specifically literally says that you can own people as slaves and pass them down to your children as inherited property for life.
And further, in the same book, it also says that the Old Testament
address
was
what I just
rewritten.
said.
Yeah, yes, but I'm telling you that the covenant was rewritten. That's what it says in the New Testament.
So again, in terms of that prescription, it's still your God making these particular prescriptions at some point in history. So you're saying that at least
Yes,
at
this
some
was
point in
early
history,
civilization.
those moral prescriptions are true, which is obviously ridiculous.
This is early
So you're saying-
civilization.
So you're saying slavery was justified at some points in history, under your view?
No, it wasn't justified.
Okay, so if you agree slavery was never justified, well, then you disagree with your God, right? You think your God's evil.
No, it doesn't say that you should enslave people. It says if you're a slave, you should
literally
obey.
says that you could own people as slaves, and that shouldn't be punished if you beat them after like specifically in Exodus 21, 23, 21. If you beat people insofar as that they don't recover after a day or two, it is the case that because they are quote unquote your property, right, you shouldn't be punished. That's literally what Exodus says, right? That's
Yes, but that's
literally
Old
from
Testament
God.
that's been rewritten.
But okay, so at some points in history, you think that's applicable?
I can't say what's applicable in early days civilization. Those are
No,
tested
yes,
things.
you have to say that it's good because God is all good, or under your view, right?
No, no. Well, yeah, God is all good, but God is also all knowing. He knew
So
what we should have done in the early civilization. I don't.
So you think that that's what should have been done?
Whatever he thinks should have been done should have been done.
Okay, so that's exactly what we mean. So you can't specifically say that religious extremism is only specifically an issue within Islam, but not say it's an issue within Christianity.
Yeah, because in their book it says that they should terrorize other religions until they convert.
Wait, these are all. Wait, can you tell me the verse?
I don't have the Quran on me,
Okay,
but
so
I have
you're-
studied the
these
Quran.
are these are
pretty
things that you can't even
extensively.
point to in terms of the verse. These are just claims that you're making.
These are
Again,
facts.
these are
You can
specific.
look
No,
these
these
up.
are specific interpretations, right? That are not applicable to most Muslims in the United States. You're trying to brand Muslims as extreme in the United States, but you're not willing to do the same thing with
No,
Christianity.
I'm not saying all Muslims are extremists. I'm saying that the religion is evil in its own.
Well,
There's nothing
the same
in the
can
New,
be said
there's
about
nothing in the
Christianity.
New Testament.
Wait,
that
do you want us to
point
bring up the
as
Crusades? Do you
evil.
want us to bring up the Spanish Inquisition? Do you want us to bring up plenty of the crimes of Christianity throughout the context of history? Because if you're only going to look at the crimes of specifically one religion and brand the entire religion as specifically based on those particular crimes or those particular interpretations, well, then you have to do the same thing for Christianity. You can have
Because,
these particular wild interpretations in Christianity, and you're going to accept them to be true, right? Specifically in this context, and you're not going to acknowledge that that's extreme or bad, but you're only willing to acknowledge it's extreme or bad on behalf of Islam.
And because the only bad things you can point to are in the Old Testament that said it was rewritten
I
over
can point
2,000
to bad
years
things
ago.
in the New Testament. There's divorce law in the
Huh?
New Testament that's atrocious.
There's what in the New Testament?
There's
that's
divorce
atrocious?
law in the New Testament that's atrocious that I can point to.
Yeah,
Do you want me to point to that?
sure.
Yeah, so specifically divorce law within the context of the gospel specifically doesn't indicate that you can get a divorce in situations of abuse. Right?
What version of the Bible is that?
What do you mean? What version of any?
What
particular
version of the Bible? What does it say? Like, what's the exact verse?
The exact. We're talking about the different ones in the gospel. So it's there's different depictions of the stories in Matthew, Mark, and Luke, and John. So there's different depictions of the story. But in all of them, there's not specifically any condemnation from Jesus specifically of there is a specific condemnation of divorce in all circumstances except specifically like infidelity.
You said
one-
except for infidelity?
Yeah, that's in one of them.
Yeah, it says, what's the exact quote? That you should divorce your wife if she commits adultery?
No, it's not specifically divorce in the context of that. It's saying that it would be justified in that context. So I can provide them. There's different ones for Mark, Matthew, and Luke. Which
So
one
the
would you
only
like?
so the only thing you can argue about in the New Testament is divorce.
That's one of the things I just brought up. Do you not think this is an issue?
I just don't think divorce is a major issue.
You don't think people being able to get out of abusive situations is like a issue?
People are going to do that regardless. I mean, we're in a modernized world where it's easy to escape.
Okay, so wait. Okay, so but it's wrong under your view. You think it's wrong? You think it's morally wrong for someone to leave a marriage where they're being abused?
I don't think you should marry somebody that would abuse you.
Okay, well, say you didn't know that they were going to abuse you.
I mean, no one
And
knows
also,
that they're going to.
even so, why are you blaming the victim? That's crazy.
Do you think victims get no blame in any parts of crimes?
Oh, okay. You're just trying to say that you're going to blame the victims. No, I don't think that they deserve the blame.
You don't think
Why would
any
you?
victims?
Why would you
deserve-
blame the victim? Are you okay?
Yeah, I'm okay.
No, you're not. You just said that it was okay to blame victims.
I'm saying you say victims have no blame.
Yes, I don't think that they should be blamed in this context.
Do,
Like, what,
do
they
you,
didn't
do you
anything
think
wrong
all?
there.
Do you think all people that are abused do nothing wrong? Do you think abusive relationships are
no,
usually
I'm
two-way
saying
streets?
that they are not a perpetrator of the situation that they were victimized in.
Yeah, but what percentage of abusive relationships are two-way streets?
Whoa, dude, are you really trying to argue specifically that it's justified that people are abused because you think that they abuse other people? Is that your
No,
argument? You have to give that percentage. And what the fuck, dude? Are you okay? I think this is an abusive mentality, genuinely.
How?
Because
Wait.
right, you're trying to just specifically blame victims by saying that there would be a justification for them being victimized because you think that it is the case that they are victimizing other people, which there's no reason to believe that in this context. We're talking about people who have been victimized, and in the circumstances where they were victimized, you were blaming them for being victimized.
Well, what I'm saying is, like, abuse is usually a two-way street. You don't see someone get hit in the face.
Wait, I have a question. Do victims deserve any blame for being victimized?
What I'm trying to say is...
No, answer that question. Do victims deserve any blame for being victimized?
Hold on. I don't even think you'll want to ask
You
that
can't even
question
answer
after
this
I finish.
question. This is a question you won't be able to answer. Do victims deserve any blame for being victimized?
What I was saying was
He
was
can't answer this question.
was that you never see like someone getting abused. Like let's say like
no, answer my question. Do
like a
victims
girl- like some-
deserve
a girl
any
or a guy
blame for
punched
being
in the face
victimized? I'm gonna
in
keep
their
saying it if you don't
relationship.
answer it. Do victims deserve any blame for being victimized? Answer the question.
There can be.
You
there
know
can be.
what? No, that's
Yeah.
ridiculous.
Well,
Why
let
would
me-
you?
let me
Why
fin-
would you say that a victim would deserve blame for being victimized? That's something that they didn't cause. Something that they're specifically going to be harmed for.
Just listen to what I'm saying. Let me finish a thought because I haven't been able to get a full sentence out. What I'm saying is, when someone's getting abused, it's not always just a one-way street where someone's just getting pounded on. If someone gets
Wait,
hit,
no.
you just never see someone
Jesus
just take
Christ,
it.
dude.
You're gonna
Dude,
see someone.
You're
defend
literally just straight
themselves.
defending abuse right now, right? You're
No,
not
I'm
actually
not.
address okay. Let's provide like a circumstance. Someone getting sexually
okay,
abused.
it is-
in
it
a
is
circumstance
wrong
where
to
someone
sexually
is
abuse people.
in a circumstance
It
where
is-
someone gets sexually assaulted, do you think that they were at fault for getting sexually assaulted?
No, there's no excuse for that.
Okay, so obviously it would make no sense to blame the
I'm
victim.
saying physical abuse.
It would
I'm
make
saying
no
physical
sense.
abuse.
Are you justifying physical abuse? If a man hits a woman,
No,
Right,
I'm
would
saying physical abuse is rarely just a one-way street. It's usually they hit each other.
dude, you're actually fucking gross, dude. Like genuinely, you're trying to like make a justification. I'm not gonna laugh at this anymore. You're trying to like make a justification for it, and that's really fucking weird. That's like really really weird. What a fucking weirdo, man. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yo, how old are you?
18.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yes.
Okay, if you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
Donald Trump. What the fuck?
Okay, what's your birth year?
01. Why? What's yours?
You said you're how old?
18.
And you were born in 01? Wow, that's really solid math. That's really solid. You know, I actually like genuinely I wish I had that degree of math skills, man. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
Hey, what's good, bro? Hey, look, I just want to tell you, bro.
Do you support Donald Trump?
No. Tell me, look, I just want to say
I appreciate you so much. Thank you. I am just looking for some debates right now. Only do send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. Let me say thank you to a few people in the meantime as well. Allie, thank you so much for the $15. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I know there's been so many recently. It's been crazy. Christian, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $50. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Say hi to Cole for me, please. He will get a kick out of it. Absolutely. What's up, Cole? How you doing? Jade, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much, Jade. I really appreciate it. Give me some W's for Christiane in the comment section, though. Thank you so much, Christiane. Allie, thank you so much for the $10. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I'm so sorry to hear that. It's absolutely crazy. Absolutely crazy. Like, that mentality is so fucking unhinged. Genuinely. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
49.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yeah.
If you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Okay. Why do you support Trump?
You're not gonna like this answer. Or you will. First of all, I just want to say, I'm not a debater. You would kick my ass in a debate any day. I recognize that, but I will tell you my side. I don't think Democrats are knowledgeable enough in politics. I think that their morals are good. I think that their policies are reasonable for their beliefs. But I don't think that they know enough about the American people to actually make it as a party. It's not about morals. It's not about policies. It's about... And
Can I ask, what do they not know?
they don't know that in order to succeed in politics, you need to appeal to the people. You can't, no matter what it is that you think, you can't use words like socialism, even if the idea is good. That word scares
I don't think
America.
most Democrats use the word socialism to describe themselves.
Or abortion, or gun control.
I mean, abortion is abortion rights are popular. And then
I
gun
agree.
control is popular as well. I mean, all these are. So you said that they shouldn't specifically believe in things that are popular, but then they also will succeed based upon appealing to people. Doesn't that appeal to people if it's popular?
It doesn't appeal to the majority of people. Americans love.
Yes, it does. Pro-choice legislation is appealing to the majority of people in America.
Listen, you can take the moral high ground, and I don't fault you for that. And if that's a good
that's a
enough
descriptive claim.
consolation prize when you lose to Trump,
Sir, that was
then-
a descriptive claim. That was a descriptive claim. You made a descriptive claim that a majority of people are against abortion. And I said, specifically, a majority of people are in favor of pro-choice legislation.
I don't have anything against abortions. I don't have anything against immigration. I don't have anything against trans,
Trans people. Okay. So then why do you support Trump?
because he knows how to play the game. And
Okay. Like what?
well, for example, what helps him get elected the most is Democrats. Every time you call a Republican or MAGA stupid or try to put them down, or even if you, even when Trump lies and you call him on his lies, all you're doing is pissing the other side off and reinforcing their
Okay. So
their
like every
resolve.
single time that Trump calls us stupid and dumb and calls us fascist, communist, Marxists, right? Or calls Kamala Harris the R slur, right? Does that make him look worse? Or like has a nickname for every single person that he's running up against? Does that make him look worse to MAGA? Or is MAGA,
MAGA? No, it
completely
doesn't.
okay with doing it to other people, but they're not okay with it happening to themselves?
That's right. You're absolutely right.
Okay, so you're
I'm
just
not
saying that
disagreeing with you.
you're all you just said that you're hypocritical. That's it.
Sure, you can say that MAGA are hypocritical.
No, that's not
But
what I'm
that-
just saying. That's what the conclusion of your argument was.
If that helps you sleep at night, then that's fine. But you're
It's not
still
about what
losing
helps
the
me
elections.
sleep at night. It's the conclusion of your argument.
The conclusion to my argument is that he plays a game, and he plays it in a way that he wins the game.
He didn't win in 2020.
He won in 2024. And
But
if
he
he
didn't
runs
win
in
in 2020.
2028, he still holds a good
Wait,
holds a good shot.
You think he has the ability to run in 2028?
No, I don't think he should.
Okay.
I don't believe that he should, but I
doesn't- no,
think
he doesn't have the ability to. It's unconstitutional. Why did you just say that it's possible for him to do that when it's unconstitutional?
a lot of things are impossible to do, and he's doing it. Don't you agree?
So you think that he's going to violate the 22nd Amendment and he's going to run for a third term?
I wouldn't doubt it.
Oh, and you support that?
No, I don't support that.
Oh, okay. So then if you don't doubt that he's going to do that, why do you support him? Wait, by the way, if you don't support that, why do you support him?
He's making me rich.
Oh, he's making you rich. So because it makes you rich, you're willing to like harm other Americans?
Oh no, I wouldn't want anyone to get harmed.
Well,
But
people are
they're
getting harmed
going to
right
get
now.
harmed.
42 million
Yes, they are.
Americans are at risk of not being able to eat because literally SNAP is getting cut completely because the federal government, right, is not providing the funds for it when USDA can, because literally in September of this year, they had a specific determination within the context of their own rules that said that they, in the context of a government shutdown, could utilize certain funds, emergency funds, specifically for SNAP benefits. But they're deciding based upon a certain interpretation of the law, they're deciding not to provide those so that they can utilize people starving and not having access to food to try to get Democrats specifically to not support the ACA and Medicaid subsidies. That's what they're doing. They're trying to literally force Democrats into specifically right, accepting worse off conditions for spending, just because right they're going to utilize this mechanism of literally starving people. right? They don't give a shit about people starving. They don't give a shit about people on food stamps. They're literally
That's what I'm telling you.
risking people getting fucking harmed in terms of starvation to the degree of tens of millions of people in this country because they specifically don't give a shit about Americans and they care more about cutting their health care than they actually care about providing food for them.
You're right. I'm not denying that. You're absolutely right. They're corrupt. And they're winning.
So why do you support them just because they're winning? Hitler won in the context of his own system. Does that mean that it is the case that you would support him?
No.
No. Just because they win doesn't mean you support them, right?
I don't support them for winning. I'm just saying that they are winning.
Okay, so you don't support Trump.
They're playing the game.
If you could
in
go back in
order
time, you
to-
could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
I'd vote for my paycheck,
Which is?
which is who pays me my paycheck.
Who is that?
At this point, I get paid because of Trump.
Okay. So you'll support if it was Harris in the position of office, would you support Harris?
I don't support his actions. I support his winning.
I'm
I-
not quite sure how to help you with that.
Okay. Are you gonna like answer any of my questions, or are you just gonna try to act super vague?
What
Wait,
I don't.
if you do you work for the federal government?
No, I don't.
Then how is he paying your bills?
He's not. I work in sales, and him being in office makes me money.
No, it doesn't. The economy is in a worse off situation because of sales. I mean, because of the tariffs being implemented, which will negatively impact your sales.
You're right. In my situation, I make money from it.
Okay. How are you making money from it?
I work in sales, and I sell merchandise that has to do with Trump.
So you sell
As long
Trump
as you-
merchandise. So how about you don't run a fucking business on only Trump merchandise?
I could, but this sells really well.
So because you're making money off of it, you don't give a shit. So like, dude, this guy, you would sell like literal Nazi merch if it made you money, man.
I don't sell Nazi merch, and I know what you're saying, and I understand how it looks. I
No,
understand the
I'm
optics.
I'm not saying you do. I'm saying you would. Right? Because you don't
No,
give a
I
shit
wouldn't.
about the morals. You don't give a shit about anything as it relates to that at all. You'll literally like sell merch of a rapist who incited a violent insurrection at the Capitol just because it makes you money.
I sell fuck Trump flags and hats.
You also sell fuck Trump flags and hats, so that makes it okay.
No, I didn't say it makes it okay. I said from the very beginning that it's not about morals. I don't think it's okay one bit. I think it's deplorable.
Okay, so then you do. So if you could go back in time, you wouldn't vote for Donald Trump.
It's not about how I would vote. It's
Yes,
about.
it is. I'm just gonna
how-
kick you because you're, dude. What are you, Shakespeare? Jesus Christ, dude. Miss Parpy, thank you so much. Really appreciate the. BS Parpy, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $5. Thank you. Actually, crazy. Let's go on to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Let's go on to the next individual. Alrighty. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
25.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yeah.
If you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for? Kate, think of the galaxy. Thank you.
Hi. Yeah, I think I'd rather support Trump or vote for Trump. Yeah.
Okay. And why so?
So.
Oh, wait, what's your birthday, by the way?
It was 2001.
And you said you're how old?
Hey, by the way, 25.
And what month were you born?
January.
So you would be
can I
born
answer,
in 2000 then. Yodza, how old are you?
30 years old.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yeah, Pinhead.
Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yodza, how old are you? Okay. Alrighty, let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you? Okay, let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. You either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
Trump all day.
Okay, why so?
I mean, he's the best. He's securing our border, getting rid of the illegals, building back the economy. I mean, should I keep going, or do you want to talk about those?
Okay. How's he? So you think it's securing the border to deport people in the country who have not committed violent crimes and bad crimes?
Correct. They came into the country illegally. That would be the crime.
But they haven't committed like a violent crime or bad crime. Like Donald Trump's committed crimes. You don't give a shit about that.
He's been found guilty, but I don't. They're civil, but that's different.
No, he was found guilty of in a criminal court as well.
So do you believe that anybody should just be able to come to America who wants to?
I mean, I think that if you haven't committed a violent crime or bad crime, you should be able to come to our country. Yeah.
So if you live in Mexico and you're not violent and haven't committed a crime, you can just walk across. So we could have 5 million immigrants this year.
That'd be fine. I'm okay with 5
Yeah, that
million
would
people
destroy
coming to
the
our
U.S.
country.
economy.
No, it wouldn't. That would actually be beneficial for the U.S. economy.
This is why people can't afford
that's
homes.
A little bit less than, it's a little bit less than 2% population growth. I mean, that's totally fine.
About 500,000 a year would be about the perfect number. But this is what happened under Joe Biden.
That'd be cutting immigration in over half, by over half. So it's like, I mean, I don't think that immigration is incredibly positive for our economy. Actually, by 2050, we're going to have a reducing population, according to the Congressional Budget Office, a bipartisan committee from the federal government, and their estimates, particularly on population, because of the fact that we've been below fertility rates since around like the 70s. I mean, at some points we've been at like a little bit above it or around it, but I mean, mostly been under it, which is leading to us going to have a reducing population. So less young people specifically working, more old people specifically on like different social services for longer periods of time because of increasing life expectancy. So if we want the ability to be able to pay for all these programs and keep all the same benefits to the same degree, well, then obviously we want more people coming into our country.
Well, the reason the births have gone down is because people can't afford to have kids. Daycare is $1,200 a month per kid. You almost have to have, one of the stay at home.
Okay.
And this is what happens when you let all the immigrants in. It waters down the workforce.
That has nothing to do with immigration. Now, if you want to talk about not being able to afford childcare, what is Donald Trump's policies to help people afford childcare?
Well, you need better paying jobs. And Democrats want nothing but socialism and everything for free, and taxes go through the roof. That's the problem.
Can you define socialism?
I believe in smaller government. Socialism would be bigger government, more government assistance, subsidies, things of that nature.
Okay. So if socialism equals more government, would you say that like securing the border more because it's more government would equal socialism?
No.
Okay, so then obviously
is that like saying
you don't think
military
government
is
does
socialism?
So under your view it would be. So obviously government does stuff does not equal socialism. So what is socialism?
Okay, what's the definition of socialism? Go ahead. You can show how smart you are.
Workers control the means of production. I'm not a socialist, but I mean I don't think that Democrats en masse are advocating for the workers to control the means of production, right?
But you look at New York, Mondani is going to get elected, and it's literally none of his things are going to work.
That's an example of like one of the people specifically that would be a socialist. That's a democratic socialist. So I'm confused. That's not the overwhelming aspect of the Democratic Party yet.
Yeah, but I disagree
this idea
with
that you're talking about is ridiculous. He's not even in the position of power yet.
Oh, he's going to get elected. You don't think he'll win? You think?
No, I just said that he's not even in the position of power yet. Yet you're making this idea that like everyone in the Democrats is already socialist, right? The Democrats don't already want socialism. He's not even in a position of power, right? Specifically in terms of the New York mayor yet.
Okay, I just believe in smaller government. I believe in less handouts, lowering taxes, and that's why Trump got elected.
Okay, so Donald Trump is doing handouts for the rich, right? His big beautiful bill gave massive tax breaks to millionaires and billionaires. So the handouts that you're against are literally just providing food for people in need, right? The
billionaires and millionaires.
The big beautiful bill cuts 420,000 children off of free school lunch and breakfast on average every single month, right? 2.5 million people on average every single month off their food stamps, and over 10 million people off their access to health insurance, while adding 3.4 trillion dollars to the debt. So Donald Trump signed off on more debt-related spending, according to the Committee for Responsible Federal Budget, comparative to the Biden-Harris administration, and he specifically is giving that money to massive tax breaks to millionaires and billionaires. So not only is he doing more handouts, but he's giving the handouts to rich people at the expense of working-class Americans.
The people who make more money, the millionaires and the billionaires, already pay way more tax, a way higher percentage than everybody else.
No, they don't.
If you look at the if you look at the federal percentage,
the top billionaires specifically are paying a lower effective tax rate than the working class in this country. So yes, people paying the highest levels of income tax are paying higher percentages in taxes, but for people who specifically have the highest levels of wealth, they're not paying the highest percentage in taxes.
So somebody who makes $1 million in California is going to pay a little over half of their money into taxes.
If it's income tax, then yes, you will. Living in California, yes, you will. But living specifically in other areas and specifically paying things like capital gains, you'll pay significantly less on your taxes. Significantly less. You will not.
And everybody has the same opportunity to do that.
And that's why we're saying there's a lower effective tax rate for the top billionaires than there is for working class Americans. So yes, if you live in California, you will, and you make that much in terms of income, you will pay that much in taxes.
So yeah, the income tax.
That's kind of what we're saying.
The more you make, the higher percentage you pay. The rich already pay their fair share.
No,
the problem is all the people who are a drain on society who don't pay taxes but take all the subsidies and on welfare for
you mean
20,
by a drain
30
on
years.
society, do you mean people relying on Medicaid and food stamps and Medicare and Social Security?
Well, we can take them one by one.
No, I guess do you want to get rid of all of those programs?
I would get you have to go one by one, but like welfare, when it comes to SNAPs, you should only be able to be on it for 18 months or 2 years. But you have people literally on it for 20, 30 years.
No, there's no.
Popping out kids.
It caps out after like 3 years, dude. What are you talking about?
Food stamps?
Yeah, where do you see
You're telling me people aren't
30 years?
There's people that have been on food stamps for literally decades.
Where?
You're saying that stops after 2 years?
Where?
What are you talking about?
Yeah, what are you talking about?
You can be on food stamps as long as you have kids. Say if a single woman has two kids, you can be on food stamps for years.
20, 30 years. Can you give me a single person that's been on for 20 to 30 years?
I don't have their name, but Google it. If you have kids, say you pop out a couple kids, then 10 years later you pop out a couple more. As long as they're under 18 and you don't have a job, you can collect food stamps and get housing and even get a car stipend.
Yeah, so I would love to see.
You're telling me a single mom with two kids, 14 and 16, she's been kicked off food stamps after 2 or 3 years?
You're saying that you would cut people off specifically in terms of these circumstances after the age of 7, right? If they don't meet the work requirements, right?
No, I said like you can only be on food stamps for a year and a half, 2 years is where they should cut some of this stuff off. Social Security should be optional, but it's a Ponzi scheme, so it'll all collapse because you don't have enough money to pay out everybody that's collecting, let alone the people who are currently paying in.
What is a Ponzi scheme?
Well, look at Bernie Madoff. The reason he went to prison is because he kept paying out. He never invested the money.
No,
and you look at Social Security, you can't pay out.
I'm going to go crazy. Answer my question.
A Ponzi scheme is taking one person's money to pay out another investor and actually not investing the money.
Okay, so not actually investing. So you understand that Social Security does invest the money into Social Security.
Yeah, but you do understand if somebody put that money in the S&P 500 at 6% return,
wait, no,
you can't pay out.
So you're saying that there's a better and more effective revenue mechanism that we could have for Social Security. I actually agree with you on that. If we were to take the funding specifically and give it to every single American at the point of birth and put it into the S&P 500 or a certain type of index fund, it would have a significant amount of growth by the time they're 65
I agree with
years
you.
old. It would be more, and it would be a less of a revenue mechanism to get there. But that's 65 years out, where we'd have to subvert the funding in the long run. So it doesn't mean it's a Ponzi scheme right now just because it doesn't have the most effective revenue mechanism right now. That's an absurd
The reason I call it a Ponzi scheme is you can't if you ended social.
I have a question. Do you defend the subsidies to Argentina?
I don't even know anything about them, to be honest.
Yeah, like the $40 billion that we're giving to Argentina.
I heard that last week to take them out of bankruptcy.
Yeah, do you support that?
I would say no without enough information on it. No, I would say no. I would say the money to Ukraine, no, as well. That's what Biden did, but
That's
I don't
what
agree with
Trump-
everything Trump does.
So I mean, we can point to plenty of these things. In terms of all these things, you support none of the funding specifically for people getting access to food, but you support massive tax breaks for millionaires and billionaires.
Well, that's false when it comes to income. You're talking about capital gains tax and stuff like that. I mean, if you want to change it, go ahead. It don't bother me.
Yeah, that's what.
But if you want to talk about
we
Social
wanted to
Security,
Kamala Harris.
If I could
is gonna
finish
do
on
that to
Social Security.
28% for income over 1 million in terms of capital gains.
I didn't hear your first part. 28% on capital gains.
28% on capital gains over 1 million
That's what it is, or that's what you wanted?
in a year. That's what it was specifically under Kamala Harris's plan.
Okay, what was it before Trump changed it?
It's 20%.
What was it before Trump changed it?
I'm just saying the capital gains has been like this for a while. Donald Trump has done the income tax. I don't know if he. I don't think he affected capital gains.
That was your argument. You said now the rich have to pay less when it comes to capital gains.
No, I was saying that this is already the case.
Okay. But anyway, when it comes to Social Security, the reason I call it a Ponzi scheme is because you can't pay everybody out that has paid into it. They don't have enough money. So say if you dissolved it today, you couldn't pay the people
We
that
won't
are...
have enough money because of the fact that the Republicans have set it up in a manner in which there won't be enough money, right, through the Big Beautiful Bill to an earlier extent. By 2032, it's expected not to have enough money, and it's expected to go insolvent according to the Congressional Budget Office because of the Big Beautiful Bill.
I don't know how you come to that, but both sides have taken money out of
I
it.
cited the source.
So what has Trump done with Social Security in his 9 months in office that has drastically taken it down?
Yeah, so I gave you a source that specifically cited it. He even claimed it himself, the deduction for Social Security, right? That would be an example, right?
So because of the deduction he just put in 9 months ago, Social Security is going to be bankrupt in 32. Not to do with all the other stuff that presidents have done, borrowing money from it.
Wait, I'm just saying it's going to happen to an earlier extent because of Trump. That's what I was saying. And by the way, Democrats have brought up plans
Lower
specifically
tax
to fund it and bring up tax revenue to a greater extent in terms of Social Security that would be able to reduce the likelihood of it being an insolvent as early.
Well, it's already doomed from the start, like I said, because if you cancel it right now, you couldn't pay everybody out. Not even counting the interest, let alone what they've actually paid in over the years.
Yes, we will be able to pay out, specifically if we increase the revenue for Social Security.
Yes, you want to keep...
One way to do that would be to get rid of the cap for Social Security that specifically caps it out at a certain level of income in terms of being able to get new revenue from Social Security tax.
Yeah, so you just want to tax the rich more because Social Security stops at, 150,000 or something? But yeah, the same thing goes, when they go to collect, they only get what they paid into it. So if they made $1 million every year, they didn't have to pay the extra $850.
So again, we're talking about society, like specifically, I'd rather tax the rich rather than tax working class people. And if we compare the different administrations, both administrations are advocating for some tax, but Trump is advocating for more taxes on working class people, and Kamala Harris is advocating for less taxes on working class people. More taxes on rich people, whereas Donald Trump's advocating for less taxes on rich people.
Yeah,
it's where you want the tax to be placed, and if you want it to be taxed, or
you can have it equal on everybody.
Well, it's not going to be equal on everybody.
Yeah, you can. Same income percentage.
The idea that a flat tax rate would be equal upon everyone is ridiculous because it doesn't take into account cost of living. Right, cost of living is a greater proportion of your income if you're lower income, comparative to being higher income, in terms of what's necessary for your living.
Yeah, like the way it works now, the first 10 or 12,000 you make, zero taxes. Then it's like 10%. Then it goes up to 22, 23%.
Like, you aren't taking into account a standard deduction within your policy. You're advocating for a flat tax system.
Yeah, a flat tax. Like a bunch of these government programs should be taken away. Stop wasting tax dollars, and you should have honestly, ideally, it should be about a 10% flat tax.
Security. He wants to cut Medicaid. He wants to cut Medicare. He wants to cut all of these different programs that people rely upon, lead people into the dust, so that they literally don't have access to their health insurance and food and child care and basic things that they need in order to give massive tax breaks to millionaires and billionaires, because that's who currently is paying the tax system.
No, like that's the problem with Social Security. There's not it's a doomed system, and if you take it away now, it affects people. In long term, it's not going to work either. So, I mean, what's your solution with Social Security?
I already told you the revenue mechanism just subverted over 65 years.
So you want to give people who are born right now $1,000
More than
to
that.
put in?
That's
I
already
think
been happening, by the way.
Yeah, I think you want to
I'm
do
telling
7
him
to
that.
10,000. Yeah, you want to do 7 to
Donald
10,000.
Trump
at
put that
least.
in practice.
And where's that 10,000 going to come from?
Yeah, that's
For every newborn.
Yes, that's going to have to come through the context of our tax system. I would take that specifically from the context of our military budget. I think that we could easily fund that from a portion of our military budget. Because that's from around 7,000, it's around like 30 billion, right? To do 7,000 for each American that's born during a year.
I mean, it's not a bad idea, but I just think taxes need to come down for everybody and less wasteful spending
Well,
of giving people
inevitably
free
speaking,
stuff.
Harris was advocating for tax breaks for people under $400,000 a year, and Donald Trump was advocating for tax increases because of tariffs. What you're not taking into account is that Donald Trump has imposed massive tariffs that cause an increase in the price of the consumer products.
I agree
for
with that.
Americans overall. And if you
Yeah,
just
the
want a 10%
tariffs-
tax, by the way, that's not going to be enough to be able to fund all of our governmental programs.
That's the problem. You don't need all that extra stuff that gives people
Yes,
stuff,
we do.
handouts for free.
It's not handouts for free. It's ensuring that people have a basic standard of living. So, do you think that free public university is handouts for free?
At a college level, yes.
Do you think that free public school, like K through 12, is a handouts for free?
No.
No. Okay. Why is that not handouts for free, but university
Well,
is?
you have to educate the youth up until I'm fine with the K through 12 system. Most of it's paid
So
through property tax.
Wait. But that's you just advocated for taxes, though.
Yeah, but where are you
fund
gonna
other
draw the
people's
line?
education?
Yeah, but where do you draw the line?
Isn't
Because
that
if
a
you want free
handout?
college,
aren't you giving a handout to everyone of education?
well, you're required to go to school.
So you agree with handouts? You just
I
want to
wouldn't
give free
classify that
handouts
as
to
a
everyone.
I wouldn't
free handouts to
classify-
everyone of education.
I wouldn't classify K through 12 as a handout.
Oh, okay. So then, if K through 12 isn't a handout because it's a base necessity for people to get access to, well, then why wouldn't you say the same thing for like access to health insurance or food or housing affordability? Like, you understand all of those things are going to be important.
Yeah, but you just brought up college. You think college should be free? That everybody's debt should be wiped out? This is the problem with the Democrats. They just want everything for free. Take my debt away.
No, by the way-
free public university is not saying that specifically every college should be free. It's saying that there should be free public alternatives.
Yeah. And by the way, the Republicans do the exact same thing. They give bailouts. They give subsidies to farmers. They give subsidies to oil companies, right? When they don't want them to fail, they don't want them to have to suffer the consequences of what they decided to get into. So they bail them out. But yet when we ask that hardworking Americans who were put in debt by college because our parents told us to go to college and all of society says you have to do this to be successful, when we want it, all of a sudden it's like socialism.
So I'm against subsidies when it comes to farmers. They should take all that stuff away. And if you're going to wipe out people's student loan debt, the people who didn't go to college, are you going to give them a $100,000 check?
No, because in government, things are inherently unfair because right now I'm seeing, I don't have any children. Right now, people with children are actually getting subsidies I cannot get. Right? That is unfair to me. But guess what? I'm okay with that because I know children in our society being well educated and having a good family that has money means that I live in a society that does better. So I'm okay with that, even though I am not benefiting.
It's
So
called
what
the Amer-
subsidies
it's called
for
the
children are you
American.
talking
It's
about?
called the American dream that you want it to be better for your children and then for the people that come after us than it was for us. So if we want society to progress, technically it was unfair to the society that came before us. Like the people who specifically didn't have access to free education in terms of K through 12 education prior to it being free could have said the same thing. Are they going to get money specifically for that because of all the money that they had to put into their education, right? Because other people are now getting it for free? No, you wouldn't.
You're
say
talking
that.
back in
That'd be
the
obviously
1800s.
absurd. The early 1900s. Yes, I am. And that was obviously a legit point that you should respond to, but you just decided not to respond to and just decided to say that it was 100 years ago.
It was back in the 1800s. I mean, I had like great grandparents who went to school in 1918. It was a smaller school. They'd have multiple grades together. I'm all for K through 12.
Do you understand what I'm saying? So the people who came prior to that point that never got free public
Yeah, but where do you
education-
draw the line of all this free stuff that the Democrats want to hand out? This is why
Okay, that's the point that we would talk about, is specifically within our means. right? And it is the case that it's within our means. If it's within our means to specifically give massive tax breaks to millionaires and billionaires, it's within our means to specifically provide access to health insurance for everyone in the context of this country who needs it. It's specifically enough for us to be able to provide childcare for people who need it, enough to provide housing affordability, to provide people access to basic needs, right? Like, you understand that we can provide people access to food and still have governmental money left over. It's a small portion of our budget.
Yeah, but you're rewarding bad behavior. Like if somebody doesn't want to get a job and get insurance.
Who asked that question in terms of 2008, the massive bailouts for corporations? Like, no, like seriously,
I agree with you.
Like what Matt said earlier, it's always an issue to bail out the American people that need it, that are working, but it's never an issue to bail out billionaires. It's never an issue
Also,
to bail
by-
out people like Donald Trump when he has fucking 6 different bankruptcies, when he specifically literally bankrupt 2 different casinos, right? When it is the case that he specifically, right, we can point to all, he literally agreed with the bailouts of different companies. He has done it himself. He wants to bail out.
So why didn't
farmers
Biden
even,
change any of these laws?
because of his
They
policies.
talked about this in the 2016 election.
Biden advocated for it. Biden can't change everything because he has to get things done through Congress. There's compromise that happens in the context of Congress, and Biden did a lot to try to do that. Biden did some of the most policy passed of any candidate ever in U.S. history. The Bipartisan Infrastructure Bill, the CHIPS and Science Act, the PACT Act, the Inflation Reduction Act. The main issue that Biden had was not being able to take credit for any of it. Because he wasn't like Donald Trump taking credit for every fucking little thing, even if it doesn't apply to him.
It's the same thing Trump said to Hillary Clinton in the 2016 election. If you want to change it, but they don't, because that's what the billionaires, Democratic donors want as well. So you're almost against your own party then.
Says the side who specifically literally constantly votes against us being able to change it, where the Democrats are specifically advocating to change it. What do you
There's
mean?
130
You
billionaires.
act like Democrats are the only ones in Congress.
130 billionaires gave money. 80 of those gave money to Harris in support of the Democrats. I would argue the Democrats have way
the
more billionaire
The
donors.
Republicans are in power right now. If they wanted to specifically do what they wanted to do, they would do it, right?
Well, they can't reopen the government because Chuck Schumer and all them want to shut it down because that's the only bargaining chip
but
they
they're
have.
in power. But they're in power, right?
You still have to get 60,
isn't it the
60 in
president's
House?
fault, like Donald Trump said in 2014, that it was the president's fault specifically for not getting the country to come together to actually make a deal?
So why
to
is the
keep
government shut
afloat?
down right now? Because the
Because of Donald
Democrats
Trump.
won't vote yes.
No,
They need,
because
what, 6 or
Republicans
7 of them?
Republicans are making up lies saying that we're advocating for healthcare for undocumented immigrants while they're specifically trying to give massive tax breaks to millionaires and billionaires to a greater extent because they want to get rid of the cuts specifically, or they want to cut Medicaid and the ACA.
I would disagree with that because they do want to give health insurance to illegal
No, they don't.
illegals.
Wait,
and it's the
not-
only.
Wait, what health insurance are we giving to undocumented immigrants from a federal perspective?
If an undocumented immigrant walks into a ER or a hospital, they have to be seen.
That's not health insurance.
That's not
And
insurance.
Are you saying that
Well,
doctors?
who pays it?
Wait, are you saying that
The
doctors,
hospital doesn't send them a
are you
bill, but they
saying-
increase
that's
the bills
it's
on
not
the
health
payers.
insurance, but I'm asking this question: do you think that doctors, if someone is dying on the operating table, do you think they should clarify if they're in the country legally before they save their life?
Under your hypothetical,
No, I'm asking
no.
you.
But they
You
shouldn't.
don't-
They shouldn't.
What? Wait. Okay, wait. Sorry,
It shouldn't matter if they.
Wait. I
Shouldn't matter if they have insurance or not in that
Stop. Sorry, I misinterpreted what you said. You said that they shouldn't specifically, they shouldn't determine whether or not they are legally in the country, right? Or they should.
I feel like I'm answering it wrong. If somebody walks in the ER and has a medical problem, they should be seen whether they have insurance, don't have insurance, immigrant, whatever.
Yes.
But they shouldn't be in our country to begin with.
They shouldn't check immigration status before they save their life. Okay, so then you agree with that.
I agree.
So you agree with healthcare for undocumented immigrants.
Under that scenario, the way you phrase it, yeah. But
That's
what Trump's doing
specifically
by
what you
rounding
were
them up,
bringing up.
kicking them out.
That's what you were bringing up as an issue that Democrats support.
They want insurance, health insurance
That's
for the
not health
illegals.
insurance.
It's absolutely in the bill.
That's
That's
not
not
true.
health insurance.
You can actually read the proposal that the Democrats actually submitted in it. The word illegal, the word undocumented, is never in there. It's not even in the. It's in the document, right? They say legal migrants, people here on green cards, people here who are on visas, people who are meant to be here and are in the process. They want to give them health insurance. Why? Because they're paying taxes.
They're not all paying taxes. Most of them are getting the money under the table.
If they're legal and they have a visa and they have a green card, they don't need.
Well, that's
to go
completely
that
different
route.
than illegal.
Which is what I just said, right? You can read the actual policy that the Democrats drafted. It's free. It's open. You can go read it. It says visa, green card, things like that. It doesn't say undocumented.
Well, I'm sorry I didn't read the 1,000-page bill.
Well, then
I
don't
just
make
hear-
claims then. Like, why the fuck are
You
are
haven't read the
lying?
1,000-page bill either.
I read the section of it which states who they're giving health insurance to. You clearly didn't, and you're on here lying about the Democrats wanting to give undocumented migrants free health care.
Well, I don't back down. They want to give free health care to them. They want as many of them in the country as they can because they want to get them citizenship because statistically they're going to vote Democrat.
No, we want undocumented immigrants in the country because we don't want them to be inhumanely deported when they haven't committed a violent crime or bad crime or have no criminal history outside of coming to the country undocumented. You care so much.
Did you
about the
see what
crime
happened when
specifically
Biden just-
You care so much about the misdemeanor of people coming to the country undocumented. You care so much about that,
Yes.
but you don't care about the felonies that Donald Trump has committed. The incitement of a violent insurrection at the Capitol where he pardoned violent rioters who beat police officers and then he called them patriots. You don't
That's
give a
the
shit
biggest
about
joke
violations of the law in any of those circumstances.
He did-
But if an undocumented immigrant violates the law, they should be held accountable to the highest extent of the law under your view.
That's the biggest joke ever. Trump did nothing wrong on January 6th. He held a protest. The people
He did nothing
responsible for their
wrong.
own actions.
He pardoned violent
100%.
rioters that beat police officers, and he called them patriots. What do you mean he did nothing wrong? What are you talking about? He told people to go to the Capitol to fight like hell and to take back the country from those that stole it from them.
Yeah, transpose what Donald Trump said and did on January 6th and replace it with Joe Biden or Obama. And if Obama did the exact same thing or said the exact same thing that Trump did, would people on the right be saying that like he tried to lead like a coup or like an insurrection? I guarantee you they would.
Wait, also, by the way, he just left. Is he saying that he would support like undocumented immigrants coming to the country to a greater extent if they voted Republican?
Maybe, I don't know. But we'll never know because he left.
Maybe. Raiden, thank you so much. I really appreciate the galaxy. Thank you. Kristen, thank you so much for the $100 on Venmo. Can we get some W's for Kristen in the comment section right now? Thank you so much, Kristen. I really appreciate the $100 on Venmo. Thank you so much. W's for Kristen in the comment section right now. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. W's for Kristen. Thank you. Thank you. Let me make sure I'm caught up completely. Jay, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Madeline, thank you so much for the $1. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Lauren, thank you for the $10. Olivia, thank you so much for the $2. Don't worry. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Can we get some W's for them in the comment section right now? Let's go on to the next individual, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Alrighty, do give it a second. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 20.
Do you support Donald Trump?
I do.
What's your birth year?
August 5th, 2005.
Okay. You said you're how old? Sorry?
I'm 20.
What's your birth year? August 5th?
August
sorry.
5th,
I
2005,
apologize.
yeah. No, you're good.
Apologize.
Can you hear me?
Yeah,
I have my,
yes, I do.
AirPods.
If you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
I would still vote for Donald Trump.
And why is that?
It's going to sound sexist, but I believe that a man is better off leading the country than a woman.
Oh, okay. So if Kamala Harris and Donald Trump swapped bodies, like Kamala Harris and Donald Trump's body and Donald Trump and Kamala Harris's body, who would you rather vote for?
That's a good question. If they swap bodies, I don't know, because I still don't support the fact that Kamala Harris supports abortion.
So who would you support? Would you support Donald Trump and Kamala Harris's body, or Kamala Harris and Donald Trump's body?
If their minds and everything switched as well.
Yeah, like their consciousness switched. Like, have you ever watched Freaky Friday?
No, I've never seen that. But
Jumanji?
yeah,
you watched the movie Jumanji?
Yeah, I watched Jumanji.
Okay, you go into a character in the game, and you play a character that is of a different gender, right? You're still you, right, in the brain. So you're still. Sorry, what's your name? Let me look. You're still Ricky.
It's Ricky.
Right,
Yeah.
but in the game, you're playing as a different character, right? So in this context, think of it that way, right? There, you put Kamala Harris's consciousness into the body of Donald Trump, and you put Donald Trump's consciousness into the body of Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for? Donald Trump in Kamala Harris's body, or Kamala Harris in Donald Trump's body?
I'd probably vote for Donald Trump and Kamala Harris's body.
Kamala Harris's body. Okay, so you would vote for a woman then?
Not necessarily.
Wait,
Because
yes, you would, because Kamala. Wait,
the
so-
conscissness,
wait,
they
wait.
switched.
So is gender?
A man and a woman.
Wait, hold up. Maybe there's one way you could possibly get out of this.
Okay.
Right? Is
Guys.
gender social or biological?
Biological.
Okay, so if it's biological, doesn't that necessitate that in this context that Donald Trump would be a woman?
You're right, but it is biological. But
So then
what
you would
makes a
vote.
woman?
So then you would vote for a woman over a man, given that
No, I
woman was
wouldn't.
Donald Trump.
No, I wouldn't.
No, you wouldn't. So you would vote for Kamala Harris in Donald Trump's body?
No, I wouldn't.
No, you wouldn't. So you wouldn't vote?
At that point, probably not. If someone can step up, as a man,
If they
same as
just
Donald Trump.
swapped bodies, nothing changes about their ideology, their personality, anything about them. If they just swapped bodies, he would change his vote, dude.
If someone,
He would change his vote. That's crazy, dude. That's crazy. You would change your vote
probably-
just
honestly-
because they swapped bodies, dude. They're still the
Yes.
same person, the exact same person, just in a different body, and you're like, oh, I'm not gonna vote for them. It has nothing to do with their characteristics, with their policies, their ideology, anything with that. It's just because of their biology.
Because I get what you mean. Honestly, if someone else came in, like, honestly, don't really support everything that Donald Trump does. I'm not even into politics like that. The whole Republican, Democrat, I'm not even really into that. Doesn't really matter to me. I just
No,
rather have
seriously.
it's
So
more.
then
like-
wh- so then
go
why
ahead.
would you? You said this is gonna sound misogynistic. I think it's because you already
Yeah,
knew
yeah.
it was, right?
Yeah.
I have a question,
Would-
right? Who would you rather be
Yeah.
president? Your mom or Joe Biden?
Joe Biden.
Nikki Haley or Joe Biden?
Joe Biden.
Dude, okay, yeah, he's taking Joe Biden all the way. Okay, so is just any man? Okay, I have a question: Kamala Harris or Hitler? He's cooked.
Why are you pausing?
Why are you pausing? What is this pause, dude?
Why is this taking so long?
Why is this taking so long?
This should have been an instantaneous thing.
I guess we're going Hitler all the way. You feel me?
Nah, you're trolling.
He's
Get off my
trolling.
stream.
I'm sorry.
Get off my stream. I'm sorry.
unless you're
Like, there's
a
no way.
schnazi,
Like he's either really stupid or he's just trolling. Like there's no way.
He has to be trolling. I'm going to assume he's trolling because I don't want to believe that. Like
I
he's
don't
a
want to
schnazi.
believe that someone could possibly be that stupid. Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you, Kelly, for the $5 on Venmo. Thanks so much, Kelly.
Yo.
Back to you. Thank you.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
23.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yes, sir.
What's your birth year?
June 12th, 2002.
Okay. If you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
Shit, Trump.
Okay. Why so?
Because he better. What the fuck? That bitch is stupid as fuck.
Wait, don't refer to her that way. Why do you think she's stupid?
Oh, I'm sorry. That hoe stupid as hell.
No, don't
I'm
refer to
lying.
her that way either. Why do you think she's stupid?
Oh, that cunt is stupid as hell.
Don't. Okay. What is the point of doing this?
Man, shut your bitch ass
Is
up.
it
Who you
like
talking
fun
to
for you
like
to do
that,
that?
Yeah, it's fun for me, nigga. I'll smack you in your mouth, nigga. Stop talking to me like that.
Okay, we're just gonna go into the next person, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yeah, I'm 18.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yes, I do.
What's your birth year?
September 22nd, 2007.
Okay, if you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
Donald Trump.
Okay, why so?
Actually, mind if I ask you a question?
Go ahead.
Why are you so feminine? Just a genuine question. I got a question for you. I see you all the time. Why are you so feminine?
What makes you think that I'm feminine?
The way you speak, paint your nails, you do all this like fruity ass shit. Like, come on. Oh, you can wash it off. Come on.
Okay, well, I mean, I have painted my nails. What's wrong with painting your nails?
That's
Just
feminine.
just like JD Vance.
I don't give a fuck about politics, nigga.
What the fuck, dude? What is wrong with all of these people sending guest requests right now? What's going on?
The youth of America.
What is going on? We're just getting like slurs and like trolls, and I don't know what's going on. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Nigger, 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 nigger.
Dude, what the fuck, dude? This is actually so disgusting. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 38. Sorry, Parker. I didn't mean to join. I appreciate you, though.
You're good. You're good. Appreciate you. Appreciate you. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen.
Nigger!
Dude, this
Sometimes
is so
I wish the
horrible.
internet was not like anonymous, so that these people would be known and like suffer the consequences of what they're saying. Like they wouldn't be doing this
horrible.
if they were suffer consequences.
It's horrible. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
28.
Do you support Donald Trump?
No.
Okay. Let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. I have a few people to thank here in the meantime. Billy Jane, thank you so much for the $20 on PayPal. Thank you so much. Good W's for Billy Jane in the comment section right now. Thank you so much. W's for Billy Jane in the comment section right now. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Kristen with the $100 on Venmo. Holy shit, can we have some W's for Kristen in the comment section right now? Thank you so much for the $100 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Kristen. And Kelly with the $50. Thank you so much, Kelly. Can we get some W's for Kelly in the comment section right now? Thank you so much. That is so kind of you, Kelly. That is so kind of you. Can we get some W's for Kelly in the comment section right now as well? Thank you so much. W's for Kelly. I really appreciate it. Xavier, thank you so much for the $2. Thank you. That's true. He is. Suzanne, thank you for the $5. Mark with the $3. Thank you so much. And Dr. Sonia, thank you so much for the $75 on Cash App. Can we get some W's for Dr. Sonia in the comment section right now? Thank you so much. That is so kind of you. W's for them in the comment section right now. Thank you so much. Seriously, that is so fucking kind. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you?
I'm not American, no. I'm 19. 19, 1 not.
Oh. Their microphone was very bad. It was hard to hear them. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo, hello.
How old are you?
19.
Do you support Donald Trump?
No.
Okay. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you? Okay.
Hello, Gail.
Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Keep up the good work.
How old are you? Okay. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you? Okay. Let's go to the next individual. Mojo, thank you so much for the €5. Thank you. Literally, though. Literally, that's actually like such a funny joke. That's actually so funny. They said, how would MAGA survive a zombie apocalypse? Because they've got no brains. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Yo, what's up? How old are you? Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen, everybody. Okay. For some reason, people aren't getting accepted. Let's go on to the next individual. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Okay, all right. Well, looks like it's taking a second to get people up here. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Okay, all right. Well, it seems like we're not really having some good luck getting some debates up here, so do give it a second for people to join. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. Scott, thank you so much for $10. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Good W's for Scott in the comment section. Thank you. Kiri, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $5. Thank you. Thank you so much for the $4 as well. Thank you. Doug, thank you for the $20. Give it some W's for Doug in the comment section right now. Thank you so much. Morgan with the $2. Thank you so much. Democracy Dies in Darkness, thank you for the $10. Thank you. And Maddie, again, thank you for the $20. Thank you so much, Maddie. I really appreciate it. Thank you. As well as Zeno, thank you for the $5. Thank you. Alrighty, everybody, let's go on to the next individual real quick. Do give it a second for people to join up. Yeah, what's up? How old are you?
27.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Absolutely.
What's your birth year?
98.
Okay, if you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
Trump all the way.
Okay, why so?
Because I'm a first responder, so and he backs up first responders.
Wait, say that again?
He's a first responder.
He supports first responders.
Really? How
Not
so?
like Kamala.
Kamala.
Yeah, Kamala didn't support.
Kamala. Hello? Okay, they just left. All right. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. All right, do give it a second, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
32.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Of course.
Okay, if you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
Trump all the way.
Okay, why so?
Because I work at a government facility fixing fuel pumps that go on military aircraft, and we get funded by the military.
Okay, wouldn't you get deals under both administrations?
Under Biden, we didn't have overtime.
What? You got overtime under Biden as well, probably, because that's not determined by the federal government.
During Trump's first year, we were on overtime 10 hours a day the whole year.
Wouldn't that be
During
determined
Biden, it
by your?
wasn't.
Wouldn't that be determined by your private company that you work for?
No, it's military contracts.
Yeah, you get contracts with the federal government, but I doubt they put anything in the contracts that say that like you can't get overtime or something.
Well, the more work you have, the more military contracts you have, the more work you have.
Okay, all right. So,
So
you have more military. Are you saying that you have more
summer-
military contracts under Trump?
Absolutely.
Okay, so you would say that we should go to war because that would give you more military contracts?
No, I'm saying we should have a strong military so we don't have to go through war peace by strength.
Okay, you understand that we would have
Peace
a
through
strong
strength.
military under the Biden-Harris administration as well, right?
No, absolutely not. Remember, she said we didn't have any active military members in war zones. Remember that during the debate?
Yeah.
She didn't even know what was going on in the world. She's supposed to be the border czar. We got millions of people flooding through the
She was not
border.
a border czar. So the idea that she was a border czar was a Republican propagandistic talking point that was not true at all. The only authority that she was granted specifically by Biden at the border was to raise private funds for Central American countries to reduce the likelihood of people coming here due to economic insecurity, which she raised over $5 billion in private funds for Central American countries to reduce the likelihood of people coming here due to economic insecurity. So the idea that she was like the quote unquote border czar across the border and is responsible for people coming across the border is one, ridiculous. Two, right? People coming across the border specifically to a greater extent is actually not a bad thing. The immigration surge that happened under the Biden-Harris administration is going to lead to an $8.9 trillion increase in the GDP by 2034, according to the Congressional Budget Office. Did you know that?
So when she sat down with Lester Holt and he called her the border czar, that wasn't a real interview?
Wait, which one?
The Lester Holt interview.
And did she say
where he
that she
goes,
was-
"Have you been to the border?" And she goes, "Well, I haven't been
That's
to
not
Europe."
saying borders are. Yeah, in that circumstance, she
she
went
was
to
the
the border.
self-proclaimed border czar. She said she was.
No, she never said she was the border czar. That's a lie.
Sure, she did.
What? No, she didn't. Can you give me? Do you want to bet on that?
So did Joe Biden call her the border czar?
No, I don't think Joe Biden called her the border czar, like originally, like maybe like
So
as
where
like
did
a,
that
then,
term
like
come from?
that from the Republicans.
I'll have to look it up.
Yeah. Lester Holt never uses the border czar title.
Well, she was supposed to be.
No,
No, that doesn't exist.
So
Well, she claimed
this
she
is-
was trying to
this
get
is
to the
like a
root
made-up
problems
thing.
of immigration, and she didn't solve anything. Just got worse.
Wait, so she actually did try to address those, right, specifically, right, which she did. So the idea that it got worse, it didn't get worse within the respect that she had access to. Right, it got better because of her.
No, it didn't get better.
It did. We just gave you reasons to say that it got better. Do you have any response to that?
Yeah, there's like 0 people coming through the border since Trump got in the second term.
So
So
no
it's gotten
people
better
coming
through
across
force,
into the country is
not
not a good thing.
politics. People coming in legally is a good thing. People jumping across the border, not knowing who's in here, like one of the people who participated in the October 7th massacre, the Hamas member, they just found in Louisiana, sending emails to his friends over in Palestine and wherever, saying, "Yeah, come here. The border's wide open." You know, they found a Hamas member in Louisiana who came
Under
through the
Trump
border.
administration?
No, under the Biden administration.
Okay, I would like to see specifically any of that information. It sounds like you got that directly from Fox News, Newsmax, or maybe even Alex Jones.
No, that's true. Go look it up.
From where? What's your source?
Type it in on Google. I'm sure it'll come up on CNN. It'll come out a bunch.
So, I mean, I'd love to see that because genuinely, in general, what policy did the Biden-Harris administration pass to increase the likelihood of people who have committed violent offenses coming to the country? Because did you know that undocumented immigrants commit multiple times lower rates of violent crime, drug crime, property crime comparative to natural-born U.S. citizens?
What policy? There was no policy.
Okay, if there was no policy difference, then can you specifically address the fact that the Biden-Harris administration wouldn't have caused that then?
The lack of a border policy is what led to the surge. The lack of doing nothing.
Wait, so then how did they change the policy then? What policies did they get rid of?
Trump put the military down there like you're supposed to shut it down.
So you're saying
That's all
that,
it takes. This isn't rocket science.
So
You
you're
don't
saying-
need policies. You need
Did you know at
force.
the end of Trump's first
Because-
administration that there was a higher level of border crossings on a daily average comparative to the end of Biden's administration in 2024?
I don't believe those statistics.
So you don't believe them? Well, it's true.
Yeah. So where do those statistics come from? What's your source?
Yeah, I can show you a political article that obviously goes over the fact that there were less border crossings on a daily average at that particular point. It reports upon the particular numbers from the federal government.
Yeah. And what news source is that?
I just told you.
No, you didn't. You said you could show me a political article. You didn't say where it came from.
Politico.
Oh, Politico.
Which is right leaning, by the way.
Whatever. If you guys don't want to believe that there was an insane amount of people who came over the border during the Biden administration, you guys are in denial.
Wait, okay.
Would
but
you
there was-
agree that
on a,
it's shut down
on a
right
daily
now?
average at the
There's-
end of the
there's-
Biden administration, it was less than the daily average at the end of the Trump first administration?
Would you agree that basically it's at a record low?
Well, it's low, but I don't think that's good. I think that's actually worse for our
Record
country.
low.
I think our country should be able to have a faster and quicker legal immigration process. And I think that Donald Trump has violated multiple of our constitutionally protected rights, right? And has specifically put people literally in prison and detain them without due process for over 100 days, specifically in cases specifically for just saying free Palestine, right? For free speech. Right. Obviously, we can point to specifically Donald Trump passing an executive order to put people in prison for a year for burning the American flag, which has been determined by the Supreme Court to be a violation of the First Amendment. We can talk about how ICE agents have not been identifying themselves, have been going into, not been following through with that, along with the fact that we can point to explicit examples where Donald Trump has literally violated Supreme Court orders on how to deport people.
Well, that's what happens when you let in tons of gang members and
Undocumented immigrants commit
happens.
multiple times lower rates of violent crime, drug crime, property crime in the United States comparative to natural-born U.S. citizens.
So you think we should just let in some more to basically bump up those statistics? We have enough problems here.
No, they're less likely to commit these types of.
Let in more
If you
problems.
care about violent crimes,
Don't throw shit on top of shit.
I'm sorry. If you don't want to release,
We got
violent
our
crim-
own problems here.
If you don't want to
wanna
release,
just add to the problems.
yeah, our problems are MAGA. You understand that Donald Trump incited a violent insurrection at the Capitol and pardoned violent rioters who beat police officers, and he called them patriots. So if you don't want violent rioters to be literally like put into the country, violent offenders to be sent into our country, then why did you vote for a guy that pardoned violent rioters and released them into our country?
Well, a lot of those people were put away unjustly. A lot of those people didn't get
the people
due
who assaulted
process.
police officers. They did. They got due process. They were convicted of literally assaulting police officers. What do you mean they didn't get due process? They got due process and were convicted
A lot
of
of
assaulting
those
police
people
officers.
did not get fair trials.
Wait,
No.
Wait, we're
Parker,
talking
did you
about
see
the
how-
violent offenders.
Wait, Parker, do you see how now he's concerned about due process?
Yes,
and
now he is.
he's concerned about yeah, now he's concerned about it. Before he didn't give a shit about it.
Literally.
No, I don't care about due process for somebody like the MS-13 gang member.
Well, so then you don't care about due
deserve
process
it.
for violent rioters, right?
Yes. People who come into this
Wait,
country
do you care
illegally
about- wait, hold
shouldn't
up.
get due process.
Do you care about due process for violent rioters who beat police officers while inciting a violent insurrection at the Capitol?
A lot of those people have been hardworking Americans their whole lives. And they've seen what was
You
happening.
will never
to this
say that about the
country.
undocumented immigrants. That's specifically where Donald Trump is sending in ICE specifically to go into areas where people are working that have lived there for decades, that have families that are there, that have entire lives that have been built here, and he's sending people in mass without identification to literally strip them and kidnap them out of their communities and deport them.
Yeah, so if you've been here for decades, why haven't you got a citizenship yet? Don't you think that's enough?
Because our current legal immigration process takes too long.
It takes too long, really. Well, I've known people, family members who came here, and they've went through the correct process. So why do other people have the right to jump in front of them?
Well, no, that doesn't.
You think that's fair?
It doesn't necessarily jump in front of someone because they never went in the line.
Well, you're
in the first
advocating
place.
for these people.
I'm advocating that
There's
they
a
should be
way to
provided
clean this country.
I'm advocating that undocumented immigrants who are in the country who have not committed a violent crime or bad crime should be given a pathway to citizenship, where if they have not committed a violent crime or bad crime, again, because it would be able to get them to go through a vetting process and actually incentivize them to specifically identify themselves to authorities. That's the important process, and then we provide a quicker process for people to come in through the legal process. But Donald Trump is actively
so let's reward bad behavior.
undermined advocation specifically for a faster and quicker immigration process in the legal context.
You come into illegally, you break the law, and then you get rewarded with citizenship.
You rewarded Donald Trump with the position of president after he broke laws. He was convicted and sentenced to literally 34 felonies, and you specifically didn't want him to get sentenced to any prison time, so you decided specifically to vote for him so that he specifically was not held accountable for the crimes that he committed. That's just one of the things I can point to.
Or, by the way, by pardoning people that did an actual riot and actually beat police officers, that's actually saying that we're okay with that behavior too.
Yep.
Right?
Yeah,
People who admitted it, people who then, after they were pardoned, went on to do more felonies, and people who claimed that they want to unalive politicians, right? Yeah, these are good people, right?
Yeah, let's go firebomb Tesla dealerships, 2 assassination attempts on the president.
Name a Democratic candidate that advocated for pardoning anyone who committed that violence.
Well, basically, Democrats. Tim Walz let his city burn down during the BLM riots.
Name a single
Now those people
Democrat.
didn't get
Name a
prosecuted.
single Democrat in Congress that specifically advocated to pardon anyone who's committed violence.
At the Democratic elections, they say they basically advocated for health care for all illegals. These people.
Why are you pivoting? Why are you pivoting? Answer my question. Name one single Democrat that specifically
Pretty much the
advocated
whole
for
Democrat
pardoning
Party.
people who committed violence.
Wait.
Pretty
if
much
it's the whole Democratic Party,
at
name
this
one
point.
Democratic member then. If it's the whole party, name one.
Joe Biden, Nancy Pelosi, Hakeem Jeffries.
Joe Biden. Who did Joe Biden?
Who's the guy?
No. Stop. Who did
What's
Joe
his
Biden?
name?
Who did Joe Biden advocate to pardon? He could have pardoned anyone. Tell me, who did he advocate to pardon that committed a violent offense?
His crackhead son who
okay.
threw a gun
By the
in a dumpster.
way, I have to kick you now because you can't say that on live. But there was no violent offense that Hunter was convicted of. What is this guy talking about, bro? You can't say that on the live, though. Let's go on to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat. Kelly, thank you for the $15. Thank you so much, Kelly, on Cash App. Thank you. Noah, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. Tracy with the $100. Can we get some W's for Tracy in the comment section right now for the $100? Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Can we get some W's for Tracy? That is so kind of you. Thank you so much. W's for Tracy in the comment section right now. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Tesla, for $5. Thank you so much.
How are you
Thank
doing
also
today,
to Kelly
Parker?
for the
Good. Do you support
15.
Donald Trump?
Thank you, Kelly.
Yeah, I support Donald Trump. I also hate niggers, Jews, cocks, and spick.
What a fucking horrible person.
Thank you to
Let's go to
Kelly
the
and
next
Tesla. Thank
individual.
you.
Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Let's go on to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
34.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yes, I do.
If you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
Donald Trump.
Okay, for sure. Can I say thank you to a few people and then we can go on with our conversation?
Yeah.
For sure, for sure. I have a few people to thank real quick, everyone. A few people to thank. Let me catch up here on YouTube real quick. Let me hit a refresh real quick. Give me 1 second, everyone. Jay, thank you so much for the $10. Viper with the $10. Thank you so much, Viper. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Rachel with the $10. Thank you. Maria with the $10 as well. Thank you so much. Maddie with the $20. Thank you so much, Maddie. I really appreciate it. Thank you. And for Rachel, they said, to those in places that ICE is hunting, please consider buying bulk whistles and handling them out in areas and spaces affected. Google whistles. They work. Great. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Maddie, they said, I asked this earlier in Dean's Lab, but did you see the AP article this morning about the Trump administration rolling back medical debt guidelines Biden enacted? Just one more example, they're harming us. I actually did not see that quite yet. That's fucking crazy. That's absolutely unhinged. That's absolutely unhinged. That is literally just them going after people getting access to healthcare. Stanza, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Give me some W's for Stanza in the comment section right now. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, it definitely does have an impact on the rest of the world to some degree. Garrett, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. Zeno, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $5. Scott, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Alrighty, everyone. I think I'm fully caught up. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat. Actually, I do have Emily. Thank you for the $5. Thank you. I was thinking about it. And then Michi, thank you so much for the $2. Thank you. All right. So, why do you support Donald Trump?
Thank you to Sarah for the $5. Sorry, I
go for it.
Get this in real quick. Thank you to Sarah for the $5, and thank you to Chanel. I think I got that right. Thank you for the 30. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. It means a lot to me. And thank you to Ashley for the $5 too. Thank you all both so much. Big loves. Okay, El Rouge, you may go.
Yeah, I was just going to say the reason why I support Donald Trump is because I agree with most of the policy positions of the Republican platform, and I would never think that we would need to be a socialist nation or lean towards those benefit programs when I grew up my entire life watching them be abused by not only my mother but my sister, by other family members, where you live in a toxic culture like these people that jump on here and shoot vulgarities at you on a live on TikTok, and then they're the same people that are, you know, sitting at home playing video games and getting resources from the rest of us.
Okay, so what can you define socialism?
I think it's, to me, socialism would be like taking from like people who work and are successful to give to those without.
So no, that's not what socialism is.
As a means of equality.
Socialism is when the workers democratically control the means of production. If you want to reference socialism, that's what it is. But what you're referencing are just social programs providing things for people in need by taxing those that specifically have made money, right? Which I'm totally okay with, and I pay taxes, and I'm totally okay with doing that for the benefit of society. Are you saying that like people shouldn't receive any benefits in terms of like say free public school? Firefighters shouldn't get rid of the fire on their house. The cops shouldn't protect them. They shouldn't get access to free public roads.
No, those are more of a local level. I'm talking about federal government programs with, like, in regards to like SNAP benefits and things like that. I think there should be a greater restriction on them. I don't
Why?
think that we need to eliminate them completely because they are abused. I know firsthand. Like,
Wait, what do you mean by they're abused? Like people get access to money for foods that they can feed their families?
you know, like whenever your boyfriend is a dealer of sorts, the father of your children, like my sister, and you have a barbecue every weekend, spending the entirety of your kids' things only because your brother will send you money to buy Easter
you're
eggs
saying
for your
so
children.
you're saying some parents could spend food stamps like in not the best way, and that means that people
Yeah.
can get access to food stamps in general.
Well, I'm saying there should be greater restrictions because of abuses like that. You need.
Okay, so
to
what
be-
restrictions
it
are you
should be,
advocating
It should
for?
be something along the lines of like probation, where you have regular urine analysis and job application.
They already
stuff,
have that for
like-
some programs.
Yeah, but I'm saying it should be greater because it's only some
So,
programs.
like in what areas? Like what specifically would you like to change specifically?
I can't think of one exactly, but
Okay,
that's
so-
in
so then,
regards
like-
to that. That's what I'm saying.
So it sounds like you're not even advocating for a policy. You're just saying that you don't want people to abuse the system. Well, I would argue that, you know, this is a very small portion of the budget. If you actually want to like talk about abuses on the system, why don't we talk about the massive tax breaks to millionaires and billionaires that Donald Trump is doing specifically while increasing taxes on working class Americans through tariffs? Right? Like I think that's like going to be harmful to working class Americans to a significantly greater extent than if you would reference specifically people getting access to food. Like, come on.
Yeah, I don't think the tariffs are going to be that drastic, honestly. Like, to tariff something isn't necessarily going to like raise the price through the roof. I mean, you're talking about a few dollars here and there.
We can actually compare prior to the tariffs and after the tariffs, the prices now. We have good analyses on these, and basic household goods have skyrocketed 10, 20, 30%, right? Basic household amenities have gone up. No one now is really debating that like prices have gone up because about half the time the big chains have like tried to absorb the cost, but now they're starting to pass that on. And so that's what we're seeing. Beef at all-time high, coffee, chocolate, all these basic amenities, right? People are warning people that when they go out to shop for like Halloween treats, that the price is going to be through the roof. Why? Because we're tariffing all those things.
You don't think it's more of a result of inflation over the past 20 years?
No.
Wait, inflation over the past 20 years is made worse by tariffs. Tariffs put upward pressure on prices.
No, I'm saying that the pricing is increased. Like, it's the same reason why whenever I was a kid, you could buy a candy for
prices
like 15
increased
cents.
to a greater extent because of tariffs being implemented.
Yeah, we can chart the graph. Like we can match up the price, and then as soon as the tariff hit, and then you can see as soon as the tariff hit, boom, it like shoots up. Like, again, no one really is doubting this anymore because we have good evidence for it.
But won't it eventually? The plan is for it to level out, right? Like it's
No, because certain things we can't make here. We can't grow coffee here. We can't grow chocolate here, right? We can't grow certain foods here, and so
yeah,
like,
that's
by
why you
putting a tariff-
introduce a more equal trade.
Wait, so if we're tariffing countries that have those particular goods, then it's going to make those goods more expensive because we can't produce them here.
Yeah, but then you export the things that they don't have.
What? You mean you trade with them? You reduce the level
Yeah.
of trade when you impose tariffs. Which
Equal
causes
trade is what we had
price to go
before.
up because there's a reduce in the supply. A reduction in the supply.
Yeah, I guess maybe I'm just not informed enough on it.
Sure. Well, I have a degree in economics. I'm just telling you based upon like what I've learned in school, right? This is how tariffs operate, and they cause an increase in the price of consumer products because it's passed on to the American business importing the product, and it's passed on to the consumer. And they can only eat the cost insofar as like, you know,
for so long,
for so
which
long.
is why they waited like maybe 4 or 5 months because Trump was always like one off, one on, one off, one on. But now they're starting to pass it on because it's starting to bite heavily into their like margins, and so now it's going to pass it on. So right around Halloween, and then as soon as you get into Thanksgiving, and then definitely as you get into Christmas, prices will be higher.
Okay. Yeah. Well, besides the tariffs and stuff, I agree with him on the immigration policies and things of that nature as well. So it's another reason why I support him.
What about it?
I think that they need to deport more people and
Do you
make
support
it.
the way they're going about it? They like rounding up of people. They're like using tear gas. The fact that they're using race as a qualifier at like Home Depots and places where we had a report out that ICE detained illegally 170 citizens solely because they were judging them because they were Latino.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that. I think that we all know that most of the immigrants come from the Central American countries.
Wait, you
and the
don't
last
agree? So
debater-
wait, so hold on. No, I don't get this straight. You're okay with American citizens being illegally detained in violation of their Fourth Amendment rights because it happened to be that some like undocumented migrants happen to be of that ethnicity. You're saying that you're okay with violating American citizens' Fourth Amendment rights
I mean,
because of race.
I think that we all agree to certain terms whenever you live in a society.
What?
No, I do not agree to anybody's Fourth Amendment rights being violated in any way whatsoever. I'm an absolutist on that.
Okay. Well, my father immigrated here.
Yes,
illegally.
and
It
well,
took 20 years to get his citizenship.
yeah, and guess what?
It
He
shouldn't have taken
never
that
have his
long,
Fourth.
and he should never have lost his Fourth Amendment right. Right? No one in this country should lose their Fourth Amendment right. Do you agree with us there? Like that's an incredibly important right.
And that racial profiling is bad.
Yeah, can you agree with us that racial profiling is bad?
No, I can't agree that racial profiling is bad because
You
I live
can't?
in the
You
real
can't
world.
agree?
Wait,
No.
do you know what that is? I want
Yes,
to
I know
clarify.
what racial
Okay,
profiling is.
what is it? Please describe it for me.
It's judging someone based on the color of their or the complexion of their skin.
To do what?
Oh, you're cutting out.
You're breaking
Can't
up.
hear you.
Judging them based on based on their race in order to do what?
Are
Fucking
you going to say
Magamogul now.
persecute them?
Well, I mean that's one way that you can look at it, yeah. But basically, you're using government force in the way of like policing, and you're stopping people based on their race. You're okay with that? That's like definitionally like racism, like state-sponsored racism, like
I
Jim
don't know.
Crow.
How
level
would
shit.
you recommend going about? How would you recommend going about it then?
We would not use racial profiling.
Like the
Yeah, it's not my job to
Like
decide
what?
for them.
Like
So
I'm
telling them what
sorry.
they
I'm sorry.
can't do.
I'm sorry. Here, great idea. Maybe you've never heard this before, but we shouldn't racially profile.
Yeah, it's a bad thing.
Crazy,
Like,
right?
I just want you to understand what you just said because you're an American citizen, right?
Yeah.
Okay, you're like Latino, right, or like Hispanic?
Yes.
Okay, are you okay with the United States government looking at you, seeing that you're Hispanic, and then saying, because you're Hispanic, I'm going to assume that you're undocumented, and I'm going to detain you illegally in violation of your Fourth Amendment until you have to prove to me, the government, that you're an American citizen? You're okay with that because that's what you're saying. That if that happened to you, you're like, yeah, it's not a big of a deal.
Any other trips that I've ever, any time that I've been detained for search, like coming back from Juarez to El Paso.
No, that's not the same thing. No, we're talking about you're walking on the side of the street.
How is it not?
No, because I'm describing it. You're walking on the side of the street. ICE sees you.
So what's the
and
difference of the border and doing it down in the middle?
I'm explaining
New
to you.
York,
I'm
or-
explaining it. I'm explaining it. You're walking on the side of the street. You're already in, like, the country. You're in the country already, right? You're walking on the side of the street. ICE vehicle passes you. They see you, and they see you're Hispanic. They pull over. They ask you for your citizenship. Why? Because they see that you're Hispanic, and you say, which is your right to say, I don't have to show you a goddamn thing, and they instead then they cuff you and they detain you, and they make you prove that you're an United States citizen, and they hold you for days and days.
So what do we need? Do we need more border checkpoints throughout like the United States? Is that what you're saying? Just like
No,
hubs?
I'm saying that we shouldn't let ICE racially
They have-
profile people and detain
They
American
have
citizens.
border patrol, like what, 90 miles from the actual crossing, 100 miles. There's checkpoints. So what's the difference between what ICE is doing and border patrol checkpoints?
The border is
again,
different
they
than
shouldn't
when you're
racially
inside the United
profile
States.
it in either circumstance. Do you agree that they shouldn't racially
don't. They
profile
just
you
ask
in
if-
either circumstance?
They ask you if you're an American citizen.
Based on what?
They ask you. That's it.
Based on what? They don't say that to me. They don't say that to Parker.
How about this? Do you think
Oh,
that
they've asked
because
me a million times.
do you think that because in TSA you have to show your ID or passport that you should have to do that everywhere you walk? Like if you're walking on the street, should you have to have your license or your passport on you when you're just going to the grocery store?
No, but they have different rules for immigration.
Okay. Wait. No, so like again, the point that I would make is again,
So if you're in another country, do you have to carry those things with you?
well, because you're traveling between areas. So again, when you go into the point that you're talking about, we're traveling between areas, identifying yourself is radically different than just specifically walking within inside of the country and being within inside of the country. You're traveling to a different country in that circumstance.
Yes. And as an American citizen, you should not have to carry documents to prove that you are a citizen.
Yeah, like
I
if
should not have to carry a passport.
And a really quick question, L or whatever. Are you Latino?
Yeah,
Are you white?
mixed. Yes.
No, like phenotypically speaking, what do you present as?
Hispanic.
No, are you white passing? Are you darker? Are you lighter? What your
Yeah, I'm
your
like
skin tone?
I'm light complected, like Spaniards.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you're phenotypically speaking, you're a white man. You're white passing, and so like the actual premise of what you're advocating for is harmful to Latino people that are not. Like there's Black Latino people, and the premise that you're sitting here saying that racial profiling is okay. I mean, when you take a look at the way this country has completed racial profiling, and I mean, like you can take a look at Black and brown people and the exoneration rates specifically for Black people. They're over policed, and not only over policed but targeted and shown to be not, or they're shown to be innocent versus the clip that they're actually arrested. Question for you: can you tell like what am I Cuban? Am I Dominican? Am I Puerto Rican? What do you think? If you look at my profile picture, you think I'm Dominican?
No, I'm not looking at your profile. Yeah, just from the way you speak, like I can kind of hear like
Okay.
Dominican accent.
That's wild. Can you look at my profile picture really quick and just tell me what you think?
I can't really see it.
Okay, that's fine. Yeah, I'm just Black. I'm not Hispanic at all. But see, that's the problem with racial profiling. So by your premise, people or ICE agents should be able to stop me because even for you, you said I sound Dominican. But like you're saying that they should be able to stop me, an American citizen, just a normal Black man from South Carolina, because of the way that I look.
Yeah.
You don't understand how harmful that is?
Yeah, I mean, you guys are bringing a lot of light to it. It's just the fact that I don't know what exactly needs to be done when it comes to like the deportation efforts. And that's where I'm trying to understand. Like I understand that from what I heard, there hasn't been any American citizens that have been detained. Well,
There's been over 170.
Not detained, but that have actually been like harmfully deported or anything like.
No.
anything like that.
Simply, I want to point this out because this is very important. Simply being detained is harmful because it's a violation of your Fourth Amendment right. Anytime that your rights are violated, you are causing harm to the citizen. Point blank, period, right? We apply that to like anything. Anytime your due process or Fourth Amendment, Fifth Amendment, Sixth, it doesn't matter. Anytime that is violated, even in the slightest bit, you are causing harm.
Yeah.
Also, I'll just call this one thing out, and I'll drop two quick things. One, you should really look into stop and frisk, right? Because like that's literally a similar type of policy as far as like just profiling people. It's super harmful, and it had not only massive impacts on Black people as far as incarceration rates, but literally long-lasting mental impacts on Black people. But also, you say you don't know what to do. Donald Trump doesn't know what to do either, because like he's spending more money, he's allocating more resources across like all federal law enforcement, but yet he's still deporting at a lower clip than Joe Biden or Barack Obama, when literally they gave him the blueprint as far as if he wanted to do mass deportation, like target criminals. Donald Trump is doing that. Target.
So you think it's more of a
No, I'm just saying target. They targeted criminals. They targeted
situation then.
Well, they targeted people that was close to the border. They didn't necessarily. Neither one of them sent like ICE raids throughout, cities and harassed like not just undocumented immigrants, but American citizens. I mean, like you literally have American citizens getting harmed by these ICE agents. So I don't know. You can think about it. Parker, I appreciate you. I'm gonna go ahead and drop it. I just wanted to make that point. Like racial profiling, that's absolutely the wrong way to go.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, man. Of course.
Yeah, appreciate you guys. Hey, Matt.
Hey, what's up?
I can agree.
Bye-bye. Take care of
I
yourself.
can agree with that.
Okay.
Yeah, and by the way, I do want to
I'm gonna jump
emphasize.
off of here too, guys. Thank you.
Well, I do want to emphasize this really quick. Also, I mentioned how harm can be simply from the rights violation, but in these cases too, they have been actually like harmed physically, right? They have been beaten, they have been bruised, right? We had one person say that if they didn't produce documents, they would have the dogs sicked on them, right? I mean, vile shit. Right, that is out of some fucking like movie, that we watched, like learn about how this stuff like should never happen again. So you should look into it, because there are like good verified like studies and
appreciate you coming up. Okay. Alrighty. Okay. All right. Let's go to the next person, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Let's go on the next person here real quick. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
18.
What's your birth year?
June 1st, 2007.
And if you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
Honestly, I wouldn't vote. I was a big Vivek fan.
All right, let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Ari, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much, Ari. I really appreciate it. Cecilia, thank you for the $3. Christopher, thank you for the $5. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. Michelle, thank you so much for the $2. Kara, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $15. Thank you so much, Kara. I really appreciate it. Thank you. That is crazy. That's crazy. They said they saw a 17-year-old getting pinned down by ICE trying to go to school. That's fucking horrible.
Yeah, that was in Chicago.
That's horrible. Karen, thank you for the $5 as well. Thank you. Jesus, that's terrible.
Yeah, we're gonna have a compilation by the time this 4 years is up.
That's terrible. That's so horrible. Yo,
Hey
what's
Matt,
up,
can you
audio?
try to speak a sentence without saying the word like?
Shut the fuck up, dude. Let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request.
I don't
if you
even
meet that
say
set of
like that
criteria
much.
listed on the TikTok screen. I literally say it so much. Like, why didn't you say that to me? I say like all the time, bro.
I say more than I say like.
Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you?
26.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yes.
Yeah. What's your birth year?
17th of February 2003.
Okay. What state do you live in?
California.
What time is it?
Time is it right now? No clue, bro.
You have no clue? Well, I just want to let you know I live in LA. It's currently 6:15. Ari, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you. Thank you so much, of course. Thank you so much, Ari. As well as Eric with the $40. Thank you so much, Eric. I will. I'll ask them if we lived in the Star Wars universe, who would be who the Republicans would be, the Rebel Alliance or the Empire. Yeah, Donald Trump would definitely be Emperor Palpatine. If he was orange. Yo, what's up, how old are you? Yo, what's up, how old are you? Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. My dad defends the Empire in Star Wars. Diabolical.
Bro.
Diabolical. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
19.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yes, I do.
What's your birth year?
05. 2005.
And you said you're how old? 18?
19.
19. I don't think that's possible, right? I think you have to be 2006. Maybe I'm
2005.
wrong. Maybe... Actually, no, they could be...
He was
they
born
could
in like
be-
December.
They could be December or January. I fucked up.
Yeah.
That was my bad.
He was probably lying. I mean, come on.
It is most likely the case, but... Yo, what's up? How old are you?
December 31st, 2005.
How old are you?
Hello?
Is this the same person?
Yes.
Okay. So, which month was that?
December 31st.
Okay, all right. This is the last
Year's
day
Eve,
of the
baby.
year. Okay.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
If you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
I vote Trump.
Okay, why so?
So basically, I think he's the better ones of the two.
How so?
Okay, why so?
Just for the country, if you look at what he's done, I think he's done a lot more than what other Democrats could have done.
Okay, like what?
Like, for example, the war in the Middle East. He stopped that.
Which one?
Really?
Israel versus against Gaza.
No, it's still going on.
Yeah.
Israel is literally bombing Gaza still.
Yeah, it seems that when you have a ceasefire, that usually means that you stop bombing.
Yeah, and who started bombing it first?
Israel.
Israel. They're the ones that bombed.
No, Hamas started it first.
No,
They didn't bomb anything.
No, Israel bombed first.
Why do you think Kamala would be better over
Kamala.
Trump?
Yeah, well, I can give you multiple reasons. Donald Trump was held civilly liable of sexual abuse. He bragged about walking in the changing rooms of naked women while they were changing, without their consent. When there was an 18-year-old that came out, said there were 4 girls as young as 15 years old. He said he would date a 10-year-old girl in 10 years. We can point to plenty of things like that. And Kamala Harris actually advocated for tax cuts for low and middle income individuals, while tax increases for the rich, specifically to be able to reduce the deficit. So she was more fiscally responsible. So she had better policy than Donald Trump and had significantly better character.
So talking about the tariffs, you think those are bad, right?
Universalized tariffs are bad, yeah.
Why do you think that?
Why do I think that universal tariffs are bad? Because they cause prices to go up for American consumers and disproportionately raise taxes for low and middle income individuals.
Okay, you don't think that's a benefit for our country?
No.
Okay.
What is a tariff?
It's I don't know how to explain it. It's like, I know what it is. It's like raising imported goods from other countries.
Raising the imported goods from the countries?
I don't know how to explain it. I'm sorry.
It's a tax on goods coming from other countries, imported goods.
Yeah, that's what I meant.
Yep. And who pays that tax?
Us.
Us? Yeah. The American importing business, and it's passed down to the American consumer. So how is that good for our country?
I don't know. I mean, it might raise the economics.
Might raise the economics. What economics would it raise?
I'm not sure. That's a trick question.
How is that a trick question? It's just a basic. You said it would raise economics. So what economics?
He's
would it
responding
raise
to what
is
you said. How's that a trick
is a
question?
totally legitimate question. I mean,
I don't know.
Yeah.
you don't know. So then, like, why do you like them? Why do you like tariffs?
No, I don't like tariffs. I'm
You
just
don't?
saying. No, I'm asking
I
you
thought-
why.
I thought
why
you
would
just said they
like-
would raise the economics.
That's a new phrase I know.
Yeah, I thought you just said they would quote unquote raise the economics.
Oh, well, I don't know.
I don't know. Okay, so like, it sounds like you're ill-informed for supporting Donald Trump, right?
Dumbfounded.
I'm dumbfounded.
Yeah, like, why do you
That's
support Donald Trump? It
dumbfounded.
seems like you have no reason to do so.
because he is what is good for the country.
Okay.
How so?
Your argument
He
is
is a good
your argument
he's
is
a good
Orange
leader.
Man good. Your argument is Orange Man good. Can you give us an argument outside of that, other than just Orange Man good?
He strengthens like bonds between countries. He's a good leader. He
Really?
knows what
How's
to
our
do.
relationship with Canada?
What is he doing in
Yeah,
what?
he talked about annexing Canada. What about Venezuela, right? What about specifically, so many different countries where he's like literally bombing
France.
bombing boats,
Like any other
right? Yeah,
country.
Yeah, literally. What about NATO?
Well, you don't support drugs not coming into the country.
I don't.
Wait, there was no evidence that they were drug boats.
Yeah.
What else would boats be doing coming from countries like that?
Which country?
Maybe fishermen.
Wait, which country were they coming from?
Coming from Central America?
Which country?
I don't know specifically.
Oh, good lord.
If you don't even know what country, how are you going to say there's drugs coming from the country?
Because drugs are everywhere in those countries.
Drugs are
Wait.
everywhere. Okay, so then
You just
so
said
then we can bomb the
drug-
Oval Office because drugs are everywhere, right?
Yeah.
No,
Drugs are
that's-
everywhere in. Parker, he just said drugs are everywhere in those countries, but he doesn't know which countries.
Yeah, he has no.
I
clue.
just said in South and Central America.
Yeah, which country?
countries?
Venezuela,
Okay, now
Brazil,
Brazil
Chile.
now. Chile
They're
now, dang.
everywhere.
He's adding countries.
Yeah, I haven't heard of that. When did you see that information?
Yeah.
Mexico.
Okay. All right. So can you do you think it was justified to murder people without any evidence that they were drug boats?
I mean, you can highly assume that they were drug boats.
Okay, so
How so?
if
Or
you
why?
identify that there are drug dealers in the United States, would you be okay with drone striking those drug dealers in the United States?
So, can you re-say that?
Are you okay with drone striking drug dealers within the United States?
No,
Why not?
Why?
because they're American citizens.
Wait, they might not be an American citizen. What if they're undocumented and they're in the country, right? Would you be okay with drone striking them within the country?
Yes, if they are undocumented, yes.
You'd be okay with them. You'd be okay with drone striking them within the country.
I
What if they
mean,
were-
how
What if they were a tourist?
then
Would you be okay with drone striking them?
what tourist would come and sell drugs?
Let's say there's a tourist doing that. Would you say in that circumstance that they should be drone striked?
Probably not. No.
No, why not?
I mean, because if they're here just to sell drugs
Yeah.
for, it depends how much and like
Now it depends on how much. So if let's say we had no
I
evidence.
mean, if you're bringing a whole entire
let's say we
boat
had
from
no
a different
evidence.
country-
Let's say that we had no evidence that they had any drugs, and the Biden administration drone striked them. Would you be okay with that? If we just claimed that they had F drug?
No.
No. Okay,
would
but
not.
you're okay when Trump does it.
Yeah, it depends. I'm telling you.
What depends on what?
On the circumstances, like
What
where the boat's coming
circumstances
from.
would what
is
circumstances
it
would
doing?
justify murdering people by drone striking them just for having possession of drugs?
Can you say that again?
Yeah. What amount of drugs would make it justified to like drone strike them?
Like a whole boat full of drugs.
Okay. And would you have to have evidence that they had that boat full of drugs or no evidence?
You can have evidence, yeah.
Okay, so you have to have evidence, yes?
You have to have a certain amount of evidence, yes.
Okay, how much evidence do you need?
I don't know how to answer that question. Like,
Well,
what do
you
you
need
mean
some
by how
evidence
much?
at least, right? You need
Yes.
some. Okay. So if there was no evidence, would you think it's justified?
No.
Oh, okay. Okay, so there was no evidence given, so it's not
But
justified.
there was evidence.
No, there's not.
I'm telling you what
What
you
was the
need to
evidence?
base off the circumstances of where the boat
What
is
was the
coming from.
evidence?
What is it? I don't know. I haven't looked it up.
Oh, okay. So there was no evidence given to Congress. Absolutely none. So therefore, you think it was unjustified, right? So do you think that he's pro-peace, man? Do you think it's pro-peace to like literally just bomb people?
Do you think it's pro peace to bring in drugs and harm
Well, I don't
Americans?
think they're running for
citizens?
president. And all the by the way, there was no evidence that they had drugs.
Again, you gotta keep on saying this. You
it
need
also depends on also what DRUG you're talking about, man.
depends on what. What did you say?
Yeah, it depends on what DRUG. If they were
What's that?
if they were bringing M drug, do you think they should be drone striked? A boatload of M drug. Do you think they should be drone striked?
Yes, it's still a drug.
You think if they have a boatload of M drug, they should be
What's M drug?
They should be drone striked? By the
What's
way,
M
okay,
drug?
let me clarify. W drug. You can't say the specific names. Just letting you know. It gets you elevated.
Okay.
It's legal in a lot of states.
Okay, yeah, I get it.
If they have a boat full of W drug, the W drug, it's a very W drug. I tell you that. Do you think that they should be drone striked?
Yeah.
Dude, you think why? Why do you think that they should be drone striked? That would be a sick ass boat to be on. I would love to be on that boat. The full boat is just full of W drug. That'd be great, dude. I'd love that boat. Can I be on that
We
boat,
wouldn't hear from
please?
Parker for days.
That
He'd
boat
be
was
gone.
made for me. That boat is fantastic. I tell you. I could actually be on that boat. I'm not trolling. Why do you think we should be drone striked? Dude, if I was bringing a boat of W drug to the country, do you think I should be Wait, if I was bringing a boat of W drug to the country, do you think I should be drone striked?
You're bringing in drugs from a different country to sell to another country.
Absolutely.
To make a profit.
If I
To
was
make a
bringing it to
profit.
California, it's legal in California.
Well, it wasn't bringing it to California.
Wait, what?
It wasn't bringing it to California.
Okay, if I was bringing it to a legal state on the East Coast, I was going
Then
to New York.
Yeah. I mean, no, don't strike it.
No? Okay, so then wait, so then how do you know whether or not they were going to New York?
You don't know. You don't know what they were doing or
Okay,
what
so
they
then-
had.
So then it wasn't justified to drone strike them? Why couldn't you just detain them once they get to the US waters? Why'd you have to drone strike them?
To show, to like give an example out of them.
Oh, to make an example out of Are you Christian?
Yep.
So you just advocated as a Christian to extrajudicially murder people to make an example, to strike fear into people. Is that the
Not
Christian
to-
way? Is that the Christian way? Would Jesus be like,
It's
"Yo,
not-
dude, that's a great idea, Sean. Sean, yes, we should
It's
totally do that."
It's not the same.
Jesus would totally be in support of
You can't-
drone striking me for literally just being elevated off of W drug right now, literally right now.
No, that is completely different.
Drone strike Parker. He's elevated at the current moment. Drone strike him right now. I'm serious, genuinely. Do you think that Jesus would be happy with you right now, advocating to extrajudicially murder people because they have M drug?
No, but there is a lot of sinners in this world.
There's a lot of sinners. Everyone's a sinner under your view, bro.
Yeah, I know.
So then, what's your point?
What do you mean? What's my point? I'm telling you, it's just not right to bring in drugs from a different country to harm Americans.
Okay, so you think that W drug?
And you got to stop it one way or another. And
wait, so do you think alcohol should be banned?
No,
Okay, but alcohol harms Americans.
not if no,
No, it doesn't.
not if it's
Alcohol's never
What's
harmed Americans under this guy's view. Sean,
I
are you
never said
okay?
I never said it's never
So
harmed anyone
alcohol
before.
does harm Americans, right? So if someone has a boatload
can
of
harm-
alcohol,
yeah.
would it be justified to drone strike the boatload of alcohol?
No,
Why not? They're bringing something that can harm Americans.
that's not. It's like saying if you're bringing a boat full of guns, you can. No, it's a different argument. You can't make that.
Okay,
statement.
so then why would it be justified to drone strike the boat full of M drug? Sorry, not M drug, W drug.
I don't know. I'm lost right now.
Okay. Yeah, dude, I don't think it's very Christian for you to sit up here and advocate for murdering people with no evidence that they've committed any type of crime or done anything bad. In international waters, we do not have jurisdiction over.
I'm not advocating for murders. I don't want anyone to get murdered. It's
So you disagree with Donald Trump doing this, right?
no, I agree with him.
You agree with him murdering people, so you're advocating for it.
Yes and no. Like,
What do you
I
mean
believe
yes and no? What the fuck does that mean?
I believe he could have handled it differently. Yes, I'm not saying that Donald Trump is. You need to support
you just
everything.
said that it was justified for him to murder. Do you think? Okay, does that violate the Ten Commandments?
Dude.
Yeah. Wait, it literally violates the Ten Commandments, bro. Why are you advocating for it?
Dude. All right, I'm saying Donald Trump may not always make the right
Are
decisions.
you really denouncing the Ten Commandments?
Dude,
right
can
now?
you let me finish my sentence, please?
Can you admit that you just denounced the Ten Commandments?
No.
Okay. Well, you
I'm not
just did. You
admitting
just
to that.
advocated for murder.
No, I did not. You're putting words into my mouth. I'm saying you.
What are you advocating for?
You can't support everything a person does. They might handle it differently or in a way that you don't agree, but you can support him and try to defend what he has done based on your views and what you think what you think is better for the country. So like, yes, he might have done terrible things, like not terrible, but like bad things that you might
What
not
has he
agree
done
on.
that's better for the country?
Dude, a lot of things.
Such as?
A ceasefire again. What else? He's deported a lot of illegals. anything else, but
Name
off the top of my
name
head.
one reason that mass deportation would benefit our society.
It's not stealing jobs from your friends, your fellow American friends.
They don't steal jobs.
They take away, dude. If there's more illegals, then there's less space
I have
for.
a question. Do legal immigrants take jobs?
Yes.
Yeah, legal immigrants do take jobs. So do you disagree with legal immigration?
Do I disagree? No, I agree with legal immigration.
Okay, but you just
In
said
fact,
it takes
they need a-
jobs. So why do you support legal immigration if it takes jobs?
It. What?
Yeah, you just said you don't support undocumented immigrants because they
Because
take
there's a
jobs
lot
from
of-
Americans.
there's a
But you just
lot
said
more
that also legal
illegals
immigrants
coming
take
in
job. You just said that
from-
You just said that legal immigrants also take jobs from Americans. So then, would you also disagree with legal immigration?
I disagree with illegal immigration because there's a lot more illegal immigration coming into our country than legal immigration.
That's not true.
That is not true.
Yeah, it's not true.
That is, look it up.
No, it's not. Wait, how many undocumented immigrants do you think are in the country?
I don't know.
Give us an estimate. The Sean
Like
Institute
50.
estimate.
50,000.
50,000?
I'd say, I don't know.
Okay, so say there's 50,000 undocumented immigrants in the country. How many legal immigrants do you
Actually,
think
maybe
are
a
in the
lot more
country?
than that. Hold on. A
How
lot
many
more than
legal
that.
immigrants do you think are in the country? By the way, there's a hell of a lot more than 50,000 people in the country that are
Yeah.
undocumented.
Yeah, which is wrong.
Okay, so can you give me your estimate?
Can you tell me why you think undocumented immigrants is good for the country? An
Again, I think we should
undocumented
give
person
it.
with no
You
documents.
should give undocumented immigrants who have not committed violent crimes or bad crimes a pathway to citizenship if they've not committed a violent crime or bad crime. How are they beneficial to our country? They have a higher labor force participation rate than natural-born U.S. citizens, meaning they're providing more into the system in terms of tax revenue than they're going to be taking out of the system. They're going to be increasing the size of the GDP.
All right, here
which
we go with,
specifically is going to benefit us as overall and our society as a whole.
script that
It's
you
going to
memorized,
increase the level
okay.
of the. What do you mean scripted? I'm telling you off the top of my head.
That you've memorized. So
I'm sorry. Are all facts that you can cite off the top of your head not memorized, you idiot?
They are by definition memories.
Yeah, every single fact you fucking know in your head would be memorized. I'm sorry. What
whoa,
the
whoa,
fuck do you
whoa.
think
Why are we
memorization
so
is?
hostile now? Why are we so
Because
hostile?
what you said
Why
was
are you
just so
calling me rude?
stupid.
No, you just
Wow, you know facts, Parker. Oh my God, Parker, you know facts.
Parker has memories.
Where do you go?
I don't know. Keep talking. You were explaining.
I lost my train of thought.
Oh, surprising.
Your memory is fading you.
Yeah, I don't have the best brain.
Best memory.
Yeah.
The best brain. Oh, okay.
You don't have the best brain. No wonder Trump said smart people don't like him.
Dude.
Dude, I'm sorry. You said this yourself. You don't have
We're
the
just
best
agreeing
brain.
with you. That's all we're saying. We're just saying, yeah, okay.
What? What'd you say?
Yeah, we just
We're
said that we
agreeing
agree
with
with you, dude. You don't
Agree
have the best
with me.
brain.
I don't have the best memory.
You said brain, but okay.
Well, that's what I meant, is memory.
Ah, I see.
Well, neither do I. And my memory's not known for being so great either.
Really?
On some things. W drug. W elevation in the chat. Let's get some W elevations. Speaking of which, thank you, Jamie. I really appreciate the $2. Thank you so much. Amy, thank you for the $3 for helping the economics. Thank you. Noel, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Give me some W's for them in the comment section right now. Thank you. Audie, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Don't worry about it. Madeline, thank you for the $1 for the raising my economics. Ramsey, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much, Ramsey. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I actually haven't seen that. I'll have to look at that. Thank you so much for sending that. Ari, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Cecilia, thank you so much for the $3. That's crazy. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Michelle, thank you for the $2. Really appreciate it. Emily, thank you for the member subscription. Benz, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Glampire, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $10. Thank you. Glampire, I really appreciate it. Maddie with the $20. Again, thank you. I really appreciate it. Let me make sure I'm fully caught up on YouTube real quick. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. By the way, let's try to hit the 3,000 likes. Gibbon, thank you so much for the $5. Fallen with the $2. Ocean with the 3. Max with the $2. Gibbon with the 5. I really appreciate it. Hazelnut, thank you for the $2. Nina with the $5. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Green 4, thank you for the $2. Diego with the $5. And Ribs, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $5. As well as Ryan, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much. Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. Sella, thank you so much for the $4.20. Thank you so much from a fellow elevated Angelino. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Jeanette, thank you so much for the $4.20 for the W elevation. And Ali, thank you for the $5 for the W elevating.
Thank you to Mad also for the $10. Thank you, Mad. I really appreciate you.
All right, Sean.
What are you typing, bro?
Yeah, what are you looking for?
I'm messaging my friend.
Oh.
About how much you're losing?
I think you should debate, but I don't know if he knows who you are.
I would totally debate.
Because he's a way better debater than I am. He's a master debater.
Oh, that's a pretty low bar, huh?
Bro.
Well, hey, I'm just messing with you. You just said you made a joke. I made a joke. You know.
All right, hold on. So, you think Kamala, is that how you say it?
Kamala, yeah.
Would be a way better option than Trump.
Yeah.
Why so? How?
Yeah, because she advocated for tax cuts for working class Americans, right? She advocated for literally like investments in renewable energy. She believes in science. She advocated to expand people's access to health insurance. You know, where Donald Trump is advocating for massive tax breaks for millionaires and billionaires, is cutting people's food access and cutting off of people's access to health insurance, and then literally not ensuring that the government can stay together and actually operating. The government's currently shut down right now, and like he's already said himself, you blame the president whenever the government shut down. It's his job to get the country to come together, right?
The reason we're on a furlough right now is because of Democrats.
How?
You said what?
How do you make that case?
Hold on 1 second.
Okay.
His friend, very important message.
I'm trying to get him to talk to you guys because he's good.
Emily, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you. You need help?
Yeah, I do need help actually.
Okay. Tell him to get on. Where's he at?
He's in the stream right now.
Okay.
He's
what's
in the
his name?
stream?
Let me ask. Hold on.
If he's in the guest box, we can add him up. We can bring in some backup for you.
I need
What's
backup.
their name?
He's typing right now. Hold on.
Alrighty, give him a meantime. In the meantime, if you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. His name, Alex Jones. It's gonna be Alex Jones. 10 out of 10. Totally happening.
God, I hope
That's
not.
the probability. He's actually a host at InfoWars. We didn't know it the whole time. Is he joining the live, or what's going on here?
I think he sent a request. Hold on.
Is he not telling us his name?
Yeah, we need to know his name so we can add him up.
Is it the pillow guy?
Pillow guy?
It's a
No,
secret
it's
name.
not him.
Okay.
It's super secret.
I don't know. I don't think he wants to
Who
join.
else could it be?
But he said, just tell him that the big beautiful bill is bad.
What? Oh,
but
he's
Kamala
not
also-
gonna join?
Oh, wait, hold on.
Dude,
I don't know, he
Your
said-
friend says that the BBB is bad?
Yeah.
Oh,
okay.
W
Face
friend.
friend.
Yeah, wait, yo, whoa. What else did he say?
But Kamala also wouldn't deliver for the American working class either.
How so?
Dude, I'm trying to get him to get in here.
Yeah,
But
it
he's
sounds like he
he-
may be like slightly based. We might have to talk to him.
He said the big beautiful bill is bad. So I mean, do you agree with him?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
Okay. So then,
okay.
what policy of Trump do you like?
His I don't know. Hold on.
You don't know a single policy of Trump's that you like.
Any policy, any.
Sean, why did you think this was a good idea to join the live?
Because I just disagree with
But like,
Democrats.
why do you disagree
And
with
their
Democrats? What do you
views.
even? Can you name one thing that you disagree with Democrats on?
Yeah, like immigration.
What on immigration?
The LGBTQ stuff.
What about the LGBTQ
Well, that one talk
community?
What'd you say,
Yeah.
Matt?
What? Wait, so
What's
you
wrong
don't
with the
even?
LGBT?
Wait, by the way, this is literally the meme they use against Democrats, that they're just anti-Trump and they never have any policies that they actually support. And then he's literally just anti-Democrats and he has no policies for why he supports Donald Trump. What is
Yeah.
up with that? It's always
Yeah.
that. They
Yeah, I
always
know.
talk about it the other way around. Democrats are just against Trump and they never have policies they actually advocate for, but it's literally just that, like in 95% of circumstances for Trump supporters. They're like,
Yeah.
oh, I have a
Okay,
problem with the LGBT plus
Sean.
community. Well, what specifically about the LGBT plus community makes you so sensitive, brother?
Yeah, that's my question.
It's just wrong.
How so?
What? How so?
They try to get kids to do it.
Where?
Get kids to do what? How do you get a kid to be gay? Can you tell
Hormones
me
and
how?
all that stuff.
Hormones. Okay, so who's getting kids to take hormones?
Don't you know, Parker, that in like kindergarten, teachers are passing out hormones?
Oh yeah, that's definitely happening. You know, like they just started.
Joe
they just
Biden
started-
made that a law. Remember?
Joe Biden
That's-
actually dropped this bill that said,
He said,
"Art
ask
thou
for-
give every child in elementary school hormones. Every single child, give them hormones."
Chairability. What's that? He said, ask for chairability.
Chairability. Is that
What?
his username?
Maybe, I don't know. Hold on.
Charitability? You mean like to be charitable?
Yeah, like to be charitable. Maybe he may have
I was
misspelled
trying-
it.
Okay, we're debating him through a text channel.
No,
at this
bro.
point.
I'm trying to.
Hey, bro,
dude,
I'm gonna
I'm
go on to
telling
the
you
next
right now,
person,
I'm-
Sean.
All right. Well, hold on.
What,
Who's typing?
what else did you want to
Maybe-
tell me, other than charitability?
Whatever.
No,
No,
we're not
no,
laughing
no,
at
serious,
you,
like,
Sean.
tell
We're
me,
laughing
come
at the
on.
word. That's a funny word.
Yeah, it's just a funny word,
at.
man.
Because someone in the comment typed in chair and then like ability, and it just made me laugh. Like it was just funny.
I don't know. He might have. He just said, "Hold on, comma. Ask for chairability." I don't
Oh,
know
his
what that
name's
means.
Chairability. Oh, okay. Here, let me look and see if I see somebody named Chairability.
No, he's not
I'm
even. Nope,
looking.
I don't see them.
Yeah, I don't see him either.
I think that they were asking a question. All right. Is there anything else you want to say before we go on to the next person?
No, not really.
All right.
Keep listening, Sean. We think that you're. I have faith that you'll come to the right side.
Me too. Me too.
Which is the.
Oh, okay.
Which is our
Our
side.
side. Our side. Alrighty, everyone. Let's go on to the next person. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, Linktree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat or in the pinned comment on my YouTube. I would really appreciate it, everyone. If you also want to support me for free, make sure to hit that thumbs up, everyone. If on TikTok, let's try to get to tap the screen on TikTok. Let's get to 1 million likes. If you're on YouTube, hit the thumbs up. Let's try to get to 3,000 likes. I'd really appreciate it. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 18.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Absolutely.
Okay. What's your birth year?
2007. May
What month?
3rd. May 3rd.
What month?
May.
May. If you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
Donald Trump.
Why so?
A million times over. He's forgiving student loans.
Okay. He's not forgiving student loans.
Yeah, he is.
Okay.
Thank you to Artie for the $5. Thank you, Artie, for the very kind message. Thank you, Artie. Thank you on Venmo.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
What's up, man? I'm 32.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yeah, I do.
Okay. If you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
I don't know. Probably still Trump, but I've been listening to you for a while, and you might be starting to turn me a little bit.
Nice.
Okay, so why do you support Donald Trump then?
I just think, like, I think politics are pretty crazy, but also, like, half these people that come on here are, like, unhinged. Some of these people that act like they support Donald Trump. Like,
why? What issue is making you still support him? Because you said that you're leaning towards like not supporting him, but there has to be something that is like keeping you from like going that like full path.
I don't know. I'm not like super big into politics, but just the way that some of the Democrats act, and also Republicans, I don't know, just the way politics is crazy right now.
Yeah, so like here's my point: is that there's going to be people on both sides that you disagree with how people personally act, but that's not representative of like an ideology on whether or not that ideology is correct.
So what do you think about the government shutdown?
I think that it's Trump's fault, and that's something that he said himself. He said that it's the president's job to keep the country together and unified and get them to specifically pass a bill so that the government can stay up. Also, they're choosing not to, based on a certain interpretation of the law, not provide emergency funding to SNAP benefits to try to force Democrats to accept a bill that doesn't specifically provide Obamacare subsidies and ACA subsidies. Or ACA and the Obamacare, they're the same thing. I meant to say Medicare.
Yeah, like, let's make it clear, right? This would not have been an issue if Republicans, who control all the branches of the government, would have passed a bill to either fix or to fund the ACA premiums. Because if that had been fixed, there would have been no government shutdown.
Right. Why ain't both of them coming to an agreement now?
Why aren't they? Because Republicans don't want to come to an agreement. Donald Trump is overseas right now. He has no interest in actually coming to the table and sitting down and trying to craft a policy that will get us out of this mess. And even Republicans have said that he's been very hands-off, right? And so you need somebody to come together and for them both to sit down and say, we need to get this actually through. And instead, all Republicans want to do is just pass a very basic bill that does not fix the issue of the ACA premiums, and then millions and millions of Americans will see their healthcare premiums skyrocket in about 3 days from now, and we have no plan for it because the Republicans who are in charge don't have a healthcare plan.
Right. No, I mean, but I do like what you say, Parker. I've listened to you a little bit, but some of these people in here are freaking unhinged. Like last night, the Antichrist shit.
Yeah, it's unhinged.
I hope you clip that.
Yeah, I definitely will be. That was unhinged. But yeah, like the general idea that I'm getting to is that MAGA is extraordinarily extreme. I'm guessing you want the country to be more unified. I'm guessing you want people to be taken care of. Donald Trump doesn't do that. He's specifically advocating for greater levels of taxation for working class people to give massive tax breaks to millionaires and billionaires. Whereas the Democrats are advocating for tax cuts for working class people while increasing taxes on the very richest Americans, those that have income over $400,000 a year, on their income over $400,000 a year, to a slight increase in terms of percentage, to be able to have a more balanced budget, to be able to provide more like systems and social programs for people in need, etc.
Right. Well, I appreciate you letting me come on. I'll let you get somebody else in here.
Appreciate you coming up. Thank you.
Thanks for listening.
Have a good one.
You as well. Let's go on the next individual, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Jessica, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it, Jessica. Thank you. They said ironing sucks, but you're making it better. Thank you. Thank you so much, Jessica. W, Jessica. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Alrighty, let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, Linktree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
Hello, Aiden.
People are spamming in the comment section. There's this one person spamming debate Hayden. There's no Hayden in my guest box, genuinely.
Maybe they meant them, Aiden.
Yeah, that's the only. I literally added them up because it was the only person that had a similar name to them. And It sounded like they were asleep. So, yeah, what's up? How old are you?
All right. Wait, am I on? Sorry.
Yeah.
Oh my
do you support
God.
Donald Trump?
I do.
Okay. If you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Okay. Why do you support Trump?
There's a lot of things that, in general, like, I've heard a lot of the arguments. I watch a lot of your stuff. Dude, I'm like shaking. I watch a lot of your stuff. And like, I completely get his like social, you know, there's certain social stuff I completely understand, but I felt like a lot of the stuff, I felt like he was very about unity and like, you know, us not being so divided. I really do. And I feel like a lot of like what's happening here is it's just like we're polarizing and we're very divided. I can't see the comment section anymore also.
I would say that he definitely is not bringing the country to be more unified. I would say he divides the country more. He says that he hates his enemy. He's called us Marxist, communist, fascists that are trying to destroy the country. Radical left lunatics that are trying to destroy the country. I mean, like...
Yeah, I feel like he's... I absolutely agree that his like things he says are very out there, but I will tell you like straight up why I voted for him, right? And why I trusted is because I feel like he's not all caught up in like, I think we can all agree that there is corruption on both sides, right? And so I think that like he's not like he didn't have to run for president the first time. I just feel like he's trying to break all that corruption and be like, okay, here I am. And I know. I'm sorry. I'm really nervous also. So I'm not getting my points.
Oh, you're fine. I think he's the most corrupt candidate for president in U.S. history.
Yes, but
genuinely, like, I mean, he dropped a meme
both
coin.
sides are corrupt though.
Okay, but can you just explain to me what Kamala Harris did that was corrupt?
I cannot. I don't have a response for that. I don't.
And you do
But
believe
I think
that there
that
are
it's
things
like-
that Donald Trump has done that is corrupt, because you said both sides are corrupt. So you at least believe that there are
Yeah.
some things Donald Trump has done that's corrupt. You can't mention anything that Kamala Harris has done as corrupt, but you could mention things that Donald Trump has done that is corrupt. How could you say that you would support Donald Trump because of less corruption?
Oh, because that's what I'm saying is that I feel like he's very straight, like he says what's on his mind. He's very straightforward. He doesn't care about like the public opinion, you know, clearly. And so I feel like I trust that is, you know, it's asking why I voted for him. That's why. Like I felt like
because he like speaks his mind.
yes, like where I just feel like I never really know what to believe.
But like, don't you want like a president who at times is going to be like more introspective and not say just like the first thing that's on his mind? Because when you speak as the president, your words have such power that they can literally move nations.
Yeah, like for example, we'll give explicit examples. He brought up using nukes to fight hurricanes. He brought up using disinfectant by injection to fight COVID-19. Right? He's talked about saying that Tylenol
Yeah, the
causes
stuff he
autism
says is
when used during pregnancy, when there's actually no evidence of that. When there's actually a Swedish study that indicated that after that specifically Tylenol usage during pregnancy has no association with autism after taking into account siblings and genetics.
Yeah, the statements that he makes, you know, whether or not, like, yes, I think most of the time he's joking, not that that's makes it okay. Like, he's very out there. He's very opinionated. He's very, you know, I'm not like, I can see absolutely where like your side is, but I'm just saying like that, I feel like it was almost a refreshing thing because, you know, so many people in politics, not just like the president, you know, whoever's running. I just think that there is a lot of like weird stuff going on. And so, and just kind of like, if you always are speaking correctly, and it seems like it's very like
Can I point something
staged.
out to you? Just like just a
Sure,
simple
sure.
question.
Yeah.
Joe Biden was known since the 70s, since he became like a U.S. senator, for saying the wrong thing because he would just say what's on his mind, and he got in trouble often because he would just say stuff and then he had to walk it back because he said what was on his mind, right?
Well, I like that he did that. Like, I
okay,
like
so you
that.
like that he did that, right? But why is it simply that someone speaks their mind, but if they're but let's say that person has bad policy and is a bad person, but they speak their mind, that doesn't make them like just like a good leader,
Sure,
right?
sure.
We
Yeah,
wouldn't
yeah.
say that
Yeah.
someone that has a terrible policy just because they say it and they like, hold their chest out doesn't mean that like that's a good thing for them to like be in power.
I completely agree. I have a response to that really quick. Is it normal that like I can't see anything except I can't see any comments happening? I don't know if that's
Sometimes
normal.
that
may have
happens
turned
if
off your-
if you turn them off.
Oh, okay. No, but I completely hear you. Yes, I do agree with like as a whole of a lot of what he's done and wants to do. I like you guys I've heard Parker you say, that the tariffs will, cause more middle class, lower class prices to go up or them having to pay more taxes and this and that. I haven't seen that happen like personally yet. What I have seen personally, and I would say I'm middle class, middle. It's tough. You go to the grocery store, you can't afford anything but that's been
tariffs.
for years.
That's you just showed how prices have gone up because of the tariffs.
I'm saying that's been for years.
No, but that's been made worse because of Donald Trump. It would
Yeah.
it would be significantly better right now if not Donald Trump, right? If he wasn't in office, because of the fact that he's imposed tariffs and put us in a worse position because it's put us back up on a trend up in terms of inflation.
You think that genuinely is why? Like you don't
Yes, we have data that shows it. Like no one disputes now that the price increases since about April, May-ish, right, are because of the tariffs. Because you can plot the graph from when he first imposes the tariffs to when the price is starting going up, and it's a clear cut like straight line, right? And you can go and compare it, and the people who are like actually doing the importing, the people who are selling it to you will straight up tell you, yeah, that's because of the tariffs.
Are we talking, so I guess when you're talking about prices going up, are we talking about groceries? Are we talking about?
Many things. It can be groceries. It can be like non-perishables. It can be basically anything that is like imported or even the base supplies that like make those things.
I believe one of the things that he wanted to do was for us to produce our own, have our own factories, produce our own goods so that we're not relying so much also.
Yeah, no, but like some things we can't produce here. Things like coffee,
for sure.
right?
For sure.
Things like coffee. We can't grow coffee here. It's not possible. But yet we have a huge tariff on coffee, right? That makes no sense. There
Has coffee gone up? I don't know.
Yes,
Okay.
by like 30%.
I'm just saying I haven't been able to like afford a Honeycrisp apple for like 3 years. So I don't know what's going on there, but I feel like things have been inflated for some time.
But Trump's
Yeah, because Donald Trump ran on the idea of lowering prices simply based on that metric, right?
Yeah.
He has failed. Like so far, right?
Well,
he has
doesn't
failed
it
on that
take
metric.
some time for like?
No, because we know what is causing the price increases. We know that tariffs cause price increases of this magnitude, and he's not going to lay off it. And it's impossible for people to start up and start making the things here at home in like 2 or 3 years. It's just not possible. So he's playing the long game, and like theoretically, and so your prices are not going to go down anytime soon. They'll just continue to go up because he keeps putting more and more tariffs on.
Yeah, no, like so I've kind of been giving it time to see, it's like, okay, I trust what he says. I want to see what happens. If in, a year from his.
He's a liar, though. Why do you trust a liar?
I'm not talking. What are you saying he lies about?
Well, he lied about decreasing prices because tariffs increase prices. He said that the foreign countries are the ones that pay the tariff, which is clearly not true. It's paid by the American importer that's importing the business or importing the goods, right? And they pass it down to the American consumer. He lied about the 2020 election results. Right?
Okay.
He lied about his
I
affiliations with
feel
Project
like we could
2025.
say that on both. Like everyone's always
We didn't
accusing
say
the
that we
other
won.
side of like.
We didn't say we
of-
won in 2024.
No, I'm saying there's, and this is kind of my point, is like both sides have always said, you know, when someone wins or voting, that there was something skewed or like that happened.
No, we don't. We
Not
don't
on that
say
scale. Not on that scale.
Yeah,
Not on that scale.
Yeah, we never specifically tried to overthrow the election. Yeah, I mean, he sent false slates of electors to electoral college to cast Trump votes when he didn't win to try to steal the election.
Yeah, no president.
Are
has
you
ever
like,
called-
I don't know. I feel like that's definitely something that's said, but I don't think that you can like 100% say like that happened.
We have court cases.
We have court
They
cases.
admitted
Yeah,
to it
yes,
in
court cases, absolutely. A lot of people were, coming at him from all angles.
No,
Like,
no. They admitted it in court. They literally said that he just had immunity for it.
Yeah, he asked Republicans in states like Arizona
oh,
to
isn't that
send-
isn't that what everything is when you're running? You're trying to gain people.
No. So when people vote, right,
Mm-hmm.
whoever wins the state, their electors go to the person that won. Right. He wanted, because Joe Biden won Arizona, as an example, he wanted his party to give what's known as alternate electors in order to send to Congress to vote for him. And what they did is they forged documents saying that he was the rightful actual winner, and that is fraud, and that is like fraud on the
absolutely.
country. And that was found in Georgia, in Arizona, in like Michigan, all the states that Joe Biden won. He tried to persuade Republicans to lie about what they were doing, not even to mention the fact that he got directly involved by doing something that no other president has done. He called a Georgia official and asked him to find votes that do not exist so that he could win the state. Think about that.
Yeah, no, I guess it's like anything that goes to court or that you're accusing somebody of, like, you can never know 100% that, that is what happened. I don't know. Like, I don't.
No. We do know that it happened 100%. One, because we have him on tape saying it. We have court documents. We have people that have been found guilty. We have all the evidence to show that it happened. We have the documents themselves. These are things are not in like big dispute. Like no one disputes these things.
So would those, let's take those out of the equation. Are you saying like he would have lost?
What?
The
He did
election. Are you saying he would have lost the election? Like if
He did lose the election. He did lose the election.
Sorry. I'm talking about Trump. Sorry.
Yeah, Trump lost in 2020.
Oh, you're saying that last election that he did that. Okay.
Yeah, the one where he tried to, overthrow the government in multiple different ways.
He also called for the termination of all rules, regulations, and articles, even those found in the Constitution. And since he's become president here in 2025, he's not only pardoned violent rioters who beat police officers and called them patriots, but he's also specifically undermined multiple of our constitutionally protected rights.
In what way? I know I'm gonna walk into a trap here, but in what way?
It's not a trap. It's just me explaining. So, like in terms of this, for the First Amendment, he's passed an executive order that we should put people in prison for a year for burning the American flag, which has been determined by the Supreme Court to be protected by the First Amendment because it's symbolic speech.
Sure.
That's one example.
Can I make one comment on
Go
that?
ahead.
So I think like that's part of what I mean by I feel like he's trying to unify it. Like, why are we why are we not all unifying together, and why are we burning the American flag? Like, that's
No one is saying that you
wild.
no one's saying is that you have to like it. We're saying that you have to permit it because the Constitution says so.
Yeah, it's a freedom ingrained.
I guess where does that end then? Like,
well, it's free
what's the
speech.
bar?
Yeah, it's symbolic
Like,
speech.
SCOTUS has given us the line.
Yeah, that's they identified that. They identified that this is an identification of symbolic speech.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I feel like that's his way of being like that. He's wants us to be one united America. That's what he
You don't
has
do
said.
that by taking away a right.
Saying don't burn the flag.
No.
Yeah, you
He
don't
could
do
say
that.
that.
He can say
He could
that.
say
He can
don't burn the
say
bag,
you
but that's
shouldn't
not what he's
do
doing.
this. That's different
Yeah.
from saying that people should be put in prison for doing so.
Has anyone been put in prison for doing that?
There's a case, I think, going forward where someone was like arrested for it, and it's like in court. I don't know where it's at right now, but the reason why they haven't like outright just like arrested anybody is because they know that to simply just arrest somebody would be blatantly unconstitutional. So they're trying to like work around it.
Yeah. I think I completely agree with that, but I think that kind of goes back to the point I was saying earlier. Like, I know that he's very out there with this things that he says, but has any, and absolutely, if those things were happening left and right, for sure. But I think a lot of it is just speculation of what is to come.
But no. He signed an order saying that he was
Yeah,
going
like
to
he
do
already did
this. The order itself is the problem.
No, yeah. But has that been like put forward? So you're saying there is?
It doesn't matter when I've been forward. He's directly challenging a constitutional right. That's an issue because it's there, and if anybody does it, like if I go outside to burn a flag I bought that is my property, and I want to burn it, right? I can be arrested for that. That is wrong, right?
Yeah,
exactly. So
I agree. I just also think like burning the flag, like for me personally, that's so
fine.
off-putting.
That's fine.
Like,
there are many forms of speech that I don't like. Right? I don't like the
do
fact.
you guys like? Does that bother you? Is it just the fact that
I
it's
wouldn't
the right?
burn the flag personally. Personally, I would not burn the flag. Right? But I'm not going to judge somebody who like does want to burn the flag because that's their right to do it. Right? That's their right.
Correct. You can pretty much yes. You can yes, but it should be very frowned upon. And I feel like that's kind of
again, that's different than it being illegal. We were pointing on the fact that it's illegal.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Like, that's what
And an
Donald Trump's
actual
trying to do. That's a
president-
violation of the amendment.
Who was like a
Yeah, I hear
person
you.
who's a unifier. He would go to the bully pulpit, not make an order, but he would say, I do not like flag burning. I think it's wrong. I think no American should do it. However, it is a constitutional right, and we as Americans, we uphold the Constitution above all else, and because that's a right, we will defend your right even when I disagree with it. That's unifying because it's saying I disagree with you, but I will still defend your right to do it because that's what makes us like one people.
Yeah, I think that he's very intense in his decision making and the things that he says. I do, but I do feel like in my core that he is coming from a good place with it. I do. Like,
Really? Why
that's
do you think that?
it kind of goes back to he has not ever done anything that he's not said. Like, he's very straightforward in what he wants to do,
He has
and
done
everything
lots
that
of
he
things
said.
that he hasn't said. Like,
Yeah, I don't know
changes his
everything
position
he
on things all the
said.
time.
Oh,
Changes
really?
Positions on things all the time. He constantly is all over the place. He doesn't say he does things all the time, yet he does them. I mean, I can give you examples. I mean, also, like, just in general, like, I don't think any of these are, like, reasons why you'd support Trump. Do you have, like, a policy of Trump's that you like?
I just feel like that's yes, there's a lot of things that were talked about with previous people that I wanted to say things, but I feel like I'm gonna get in in deep. I don't know, but yes, there are absolutely. So the the drugs coming to the U.S. You were comparing that to alcohol, like. Some of the drugs that are coming in, you're saying they didn't know for sure on the boat that was coming in.
I was comparing like W drug to alcohol. Yeah.
I don't even know what W drug is, but
M drug.
M drug. Like
I don't know what that is either.
The devil's lettuce.
Mary Jane.
Weed?
Oh my God!
That's what was coming in on the boat?
Jesus fucking Christ, dude!
We tried. We tried so
shit,
hard,
dude! Holy fuck, man! Like, was it not blatantly obvious?
Yeah, we tried.
Now I have to kick them because you can't say that on the live. It's TikTok TOS.
Yeah,
like,
I know. Yeah,
we're explicitly trying to go around that. And that the last person was saying that they thought it would be justified to bomb a boat that specifically had that DRUG on it.
Yeah. Okay. Well, Parker, I'm out of here. Thanks for having me up. I appreciate you.
Appreciate you, man.
Chat, thanks for having me up here, and bye, YouTube.
Matt.
Yeah, I'll take care of yourself. Bye, here.
Matt.
Bye-bye.
Thank you, man. I appreciate you. Always good seeing you, man.
See you later. Yep. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Joey, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 18.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Oh, of course. I have a question for you, Parker.
If you
where
could go
does
back
all
in
this?
time.
No, Parker. Let me talk. Where does all this money come from? Like, where does this go to? Do you guys use it for yourself? You and Dean are like known scammers and racists.
How old are you?
I'm 18.
What's your birth year?
Don't worry about that, buddy. All I have to say is...
What's your birth year? I clarify this
Shut
with
up,
every
Parker.
person that comes
You're a
up on my
racist,
stream.
Parker. You're a racist, Parker.
What am I racist
You're a
for?
racist. You're a racist, Parker.
What am I racist for?
You're a known racist, Parker.
What did I do?
You and Dean. You're a known racist.
What did I do that's racist?
What'd you guys say in the Discord? What'd you guys say in the Discord?
What did I say in the Discord and what?
You're a racist, Parker. You're
I don't
a
have a
racist.
Discord anymore. How am I a racist?
Why do you support Kamala? Why do you support Kamala?
Do you want to answer my question?
Why do you support Kamala? Answer mine.
Okay, so I like how he's not even engaging with that. He was just saying that to try to get me to not kick him. That's obviously disingenuous. We're going to the next person. They obviously weren't old enough. You have to clarify your birth year. Every single person I ask to do so. Yo, what's up? How old are you? I don't even have my Discord open, by the way, anymore. Like, I haven't had it open in a while. So I don't even know what they're talking about. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Sorry, I didn't mean to join.
You're good. You're good. Madeline, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Literally, though. Mackenzie, thank you so much for the $1. I really appreciate it. Thank you. That's true. That's true. I should. Kara, thank you so much for the $15. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. And Steven with the $45 on Cash App. Can we put some W's for Steven in the comment section right now? Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Can we put some W's for Steven in the comment section right now? Thank you so much. Alrighty, everybody, let's go on to the next individual real quick. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Yeah, what's up? How old are you?
Hello?
Oh, they sound like they're trolling. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. If you want to support me as always, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Yo, what's up? Okay. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Alrighty. Let's go on to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Again, everyone, we are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I don't keep up with that. No, it's you would know what I'm talking about.
Okay. It seems like they didn't mean to join in. Let's go on to the next individual. If you're on YouTube, again, hit that thumbs up, everyone. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. Let's get to 1 million likes. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Yo, what's up? How old are you? So the next individual, only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Can you hear me?
Appreciate
I'm
Galaxy.
35. I'm
support
35. I live in Los Angeles. I support Donald Trump.
Okay. If you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
Absolutely Donald Trump.
Okay. Why do you
And
support
before
Donald
we
Trump?
start, before I tell you why I support Donald Trump, I fit the criteria, right? I support him, right? You're not going to mute me or ban me or talk over me or something like that.
No, have
Because
you ever been before?
I came from a Democrat. No, this is my first time. I've been watching you for an hour. Okay, my family were Democrats. I voted for Obama. And I thought he wasn't going to assassinate someone in the middle of the streets, but he did. Even though that was a dictator, that's still the same premise of what you're saying about how Democrats are not against that. But Obama is, and he's the number one supporter of this Prop 50, of what's going on right now. And you really feel like California is going to be safe if Gavin Newsom passes yes on no 50?
I think we should do yes on 50. I'm in California going to vote yes on 50. Hell
You
yeah.
are?
Yes on 50. Hell yeah.
But that's illegal. That's against the Constitution.
It is not illegal. It is
Yes,
not
it is.
illegal.
Gerrymandering is illegal, and nobody should do it. Trump shouldn't do it. Nobody should do it.
Wait. If it's currently considered illegal, then why is it not illegal when Trump is asking for red states to do it?
Because they're manipulating the government. The government's corrupt, like the last person.
Wait, but Trump was advocating for red states to do it. So are you okay with Trump?
Yeah,
doing
that's
that?
corrupt too. And Trump isn't a politician. Trump is an actor.
Here's
Trump was
the
sent
point.
by
We're
the
not going to sit
Republican
here.
Party
We're not going to sit
destroy.
here. Listen,
I
we're
am
not-
though.
Listen.
I'm sitting here, and you're you can't hear the
listen,
truth. No,
listen.
dude, Parker, you gotta listen, dude. You're not listening to me. I'm trying to help you. You're not helping me. I made my decision. My Democratic family let me get raped, okay? And they tried to hide it under the rug for their political image, like you do. You accept money. You know what George Washington did? He didn't accept
Wait,
money,
I'm
and that's why
I
they
wouldn't-
voted him to be the president.
I would not. I
You
would
accept
not
money from
advocate-
Venmo. Every time you demonize Trump, you accept money on Venmo. You accept money on Venmo. Why? What do you feed the homeless with that money? Feed the homeless with the money you accept. If you're so much better, if you know what's right. Why? Because you support Kamala Harris or Kamala, however you want to say it. That doesn't matter how you say names. If people have speech impediments, you call them idiots. You call them gross. That's
no, we don't.
dehumanizing.
No, I
You
don't.
dehumanize people. You dehumanize people. I'm more upset than you are because you're wrong. I'm older than you, and you don't listen. You don't listen. You are violence.
I'm listening
You're
to you
going
right
to bring
now.
so much violence.
Hey,
if
I
people
want to have a
listen to
conversation with you.
You're a
Instead of just
danger.
screaming at
You're
me,
a danger
can
to
you have a
society.
conversation with me? How am I a danger to society?
Because your ideals support violence and bringing fentanyl into our country. You don't think to stop.
You can't even say that on the live. Now I have to actually kick them. Okay, I don't know why he just came on the live and just started screaming at me. That was like actually like insane to start screaming at me and not to like let me engage with the conversation. Genuinely, I would have loved to engage with the conversation, but I can't now because you've literally said F drug and you can't say that on the live. That's very unfortunate. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I did not mean to join.
All right, let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I am 29.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yes.
If you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Okay. Why do you support Donald Trump?
I think his trade policies, he's the only person that can do that type of deals with different countries.
Okay. What specific trade policies would you point to?
The deals that he is making with Japan and India, for example, he's very interested in that. Other presidents don't seem interested in trade.
Okay, so I think that when he imposes tariffs, it reduces the level of trade overall. I think that a better way to engage specifically with countries around the world in terms of getting trade deals is not by threatening them with tariffs, but instead trying to negotiate through diplomacy to specifically get them to accept trade deals. Because overall, if you impose a tariff, it creates a disincentive or disincentivizes countries around the world from investing in the United States.
But they're committing more money to the states.
What do you mean? there's no evidence that they're committing more money than they would have specifically otherwise, because it is the case that, like, if you look at the policy, right, the tariffs decrease the level of trade with our country because they increase the cost of trade between countries.
Oh, I see. Okay. Well, I just think that getting into the weeds of the trade is something other presidents may not have done so much.
Say that again?
I think other presidents may not have tried to cut deals with other countries so much.
I mean, I think that other presidents would have tried to cut deals and tried to engage in trade. I think there would have been more trade if we had a Democrat in office. What makes you think that there's more trade with Trump in office? Because I would say that we have pretty good reason to, again, believe that there's less trade because of the fact that there's been tariffs implemented.
It seems like all these countries are, I don't know, maybe he's more publicizing it more, maybe that's it.
Say that again, sorry?
I think maybe he's publicizing it more. He's able to use the presidency more for a show, maybe. That's why.
So why is that a reason to support him?
Well, maybe it is good that other presidents should be more communicating like he is. Maybe it's not a reason to support, but I'm just saying generally the Democrat previously didn't do that. Obama did, but Biden didn't do it.
I'm not really following with you here. Like, what was the, you're saying that, like, we wouldn't have got this trade if Democrats were in office? Is that what you're arguing? Because we had trade deals under the Democrats.
Maybe making a broader point about communication to the public. It seems that Trump every day is in front of a camera talking, whether right or wrong. I just say that the Democrats need to learn a lesson about communicating more daily, frequently. I don't think you can deny that.
Sure, I guess Democrats could communicate more. I don't disagree with that. I think that Trump takes credit for things that he has nothing to do with, though, and I think that that level of communication is bad. So, I mean, Trump might communicate more, but his communication is more harmful to our country, especially because he's spreading misinformation.
Okay. I think that's okay.
All right. Well, I appreciate you coming up.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Let's go on to the next individual, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Rue, thank you so much for the $20 on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so much. Absolutely. Yes, on 50. Super important. Senorita, thank you so much for the $50 on YouTube Super Chat. Give some W's for them in the comment section right now. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Give some W's for Senorita in the comment section right now. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Let's go on the next individual real quick, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 44.
Do you support Donald Trump?
I do.
Okay, if you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
I would vote for Trump. But real quick, I just...
Okay, why do you support Donald Trump?
Before the 2020 election, I had voted for him. And that's when I first gotten kind of involved in politics. Like, I thought like it was time for me to take interest in it just because I have kids and whatnot, and I, care about my future. So I'm not as well educated as much as you are. I've been watching you for, I don't know, probably the last 4 or 5 months. I saw that bit with you on YouTube with Charlie Kirk, and I really admired how well you held yourself, being a conservative and watching you go back and forth with him. I was really intrigued. I mean, it got kind of nasty, but you held your own, I thought. And I respect that. So I've been following you because I kind of like the way you think. I like your views. So I'm coming at good faith and just kind of, finding, where you're at, and to kind of help me kind of feel where I need to be at as, a Republican. I'm with you. I like to see unity. And the reason why I voted for Trump is because when he won the election in 2016, I just felt like the country's at a better place at the time. I saw my 401k increase rapidly. And then when I voted for him again in 2020, or I'm sorry, this last election, it just seems like there's things that have changed, like the tariffs and, the border, the deportation. So how, as a conservative, would you, as I guess you would say you're a liberal or a Democrat, is that fair enough to say?
Mm-hmm.
Where would you stand on someone like me and someone like you without having, a disagreement and it feuding into something combative, but to at least come together? Like, I liked how you were talking the other week about how there was a Republican, I think it was Rand Paul, you don't really like, but he will sit and talk and debate with you. And that's kind of where I want to stand with Democrats.
I think I was talking about like John McCain. I said the idea that at least from my understanding that the way John McCain would engage in politics versus the way that Donald Trump engages in politics, right? I mean, Donald Trump said that John McCain's not a war hero because he was captured. That's what Donald Trump said. So, I mean, John McCain definitely engaged in significantly more respectable politics than I would say Donald Trump does. And I'm just saying that would bring a significantly greater level of unity back to the country if Republicans started to act more like that rather than acting more like Donald Trump.
Right. So do you think...
I mean, Rand Paul does act more reasonably than Donald Trump does too.
So did that probably not...
I think there are certain things you put people in prison for life, right?
Oh, you're saying in the state of New York, the statute of limitations.
Cases, only in civil cases in New York at that time. So that's why she wasn't allowed to apply that to her abuser, right? Because it is the case that there was not the statute of limitations, but there was a law that changed that allowed for thousands of different people, specifically in New York.
And you break into our country, do you feel that it's all right for them to stay? Or do you feel like
if you haven't committed a violent crime or bad crime, I believe you should be given a pathway to citizenship, right? So that they have an incentive to identify themselves to authorities, and because they would have been allowed to stay in our country either way, and that our current legal immigration processes take too long currently right now. It would make sense to enforce immigration laws, right? In situations where those immigration laws make sense. But in situations where the immigration laws do not make sense and do not help the safety and security of our country, then I obviously don't care for them to be enforced. I don't think that they should be, right? For example, if someone jaywalks, right, and it's not a threat to anyone's safety, I do not think that they should be held accountable. But if they jaywalked and it was seriously a threat to people's safety, then they should be held accountable, right? So not in all circumstances do we enforce certain laws like that. It's only when it would be a threat to our safety and security. And simply when people have not committed a violent crime or bad crime, have been in the country for decades, have been living here, working in their communities, it's beneficial for them to be given a pathway to citizenship, and they're not harming our country in any way. It's not a threat or to our safety and security as a country. It benefits our safety and security. It makes our country better off economically speaking. So, I mean, there's so many benefits to immigration. I think it's an important aspect of our culture, right? I think immigration is really, really an incredible thing.
I agree. I mean, that's how our country started, was from immigration. My contention would be that I feel that our country is just out of order right now. We are just all over the world. I mean, for God's sakes, our government is shut down right now. And I just feel like opening our borders at this point is not the best until we can get our own country in order. And that's kind of where I stand. I don't have anything against anybody that's coming into the country, and I'm with you. If they're not breaking the law or anything, then they should have free pass at citizenship. However, the numbers have been increasing. That a lot of the people that are breaking in are criminals.
No, actually 70% of people detained by ICE have no criminal record. An overwhelming majority of people who are detained by ICE have absolutely no criminal record. I don't know what numbers you're looking at. That was from federal government data. And by the way, we didn't have an open border. I was still advocating for restrictions for those that have committed violent crimes and bad crimes. For example, if someone was held civilly liable of sexual abuse, I don't think that they should be allowed in the country, and I would think it's okay to deport them. Right? We can point to specific things we can walk and chew gum at the same time, and immigrants are not specifically a drain on our system. They help us specifically with our problems. They help us solve our problems. More people to help solve our problems, right?
How is that? How are they solving our problems, if you don't mind me asking?
They help us economically speaking. The immigration surge that happened under the Biden-Harris administration will lead to an $8.9 trillion increase in the GDP by 2034, which will specifically be beneficial for our economy in terms of the growth, alongside increasing the level of tax revenue that we get, specifically allowing for us to continue the level of Medicaid and Medicare and Social Security to the same degree in terms of benefits that we currently have right now, without us having to having those programs go insolvent as early. But Donald Trump's policies are leading to insolvency earlier comparative to Kamala Harris and what her policies would have been.
Got it. So if it's not Kamala Harris, that doesn't make this next election. Who would you like to see on that side in the office?
I mean, I would like a progressive like AOC, but I would take any of the leading Democratic nominees over like Vance and Rubio.
Okay, but like who? Who do you have in mind? Like, are you talking like Gavin Newsom? Are you talking?
I already said AOC.
Oh, AOC. I'm sorry, I didn't hear it cut out. Okay. The reason I asked is because I just like to do more research on both sides. You know what I mean? I like to see taking this at a fair approach. Just because I kind of feel like I was kind of primed for the Republican in a way, and being so new into coming into politics, I take it in more of an interest. I think it's a fair approach to kind of see both sides, and I'd be willing to look at AOC and see, you know, what they're looking to provide for the Democratic side.
Yeah. So I mean, but my point is, I would vote for Newsom over Rubio and Vance. I would vote for Bashir over them. I would vote for Tallarico over them. I would vote for any of the.
It's hard to vote for Newsom.
Over them, Pritzker over them, right? Like all of these candidates, I would vote for over the Republicans there.
Yeah, I live in California, and Newsom's not very fond in my area just because of his, his term in office, what he's done, the money that he's spent and wasted here in California. I live actually right next to one of his wineries that he has. And I don't know, maybe I need to do more research and see what he stands by, but it's just, again, I can't really make a fair judgment without seeing more of what he's wanting to do, because what he's done here in California hasn't made me, any better living here. It's actually been more expensive, registration for vehicles. Taxes alone. So it's hard. And plus,
in California, you pay taxes when you make a lot more money. If you make a lot of money, you'll pay a lot of, money in taxes in California. But if you make less money, proportionally comparative to red states around the country, you pay less money in taxes in California.
Interesting.
So it's meant to have like a progressive tax structure in California. California is the fourth largest economy in the entire world. There are lots of problems that our state has, like living in California. But I think a lot of the times they're overly exaggerated by right-wing individuals for a political narrative.
Oh, are you a resident in California?
Yes, I live in California.
Oh, no kidding. Did you go to college here as well?
Mm-hmm.
Where'd you go?
I can't say. I don't want to say because I don't want people to find that information. But
I got you. Fair enough.
I went to somewhere here in LA.
Okay.
Like in LA County.
Well, I just feel that you're a very educated person. Do you mind if I ask, what did you major in?
Economics.
Economics, nice. Yeah, Parker, I really I like hearing you. I like following you. You have a lot of great points. I think sometimes you get pulled into those that try to just bring the zygote slayer out of you, which is comical. But for those that actually really appreciate your views and stuff, I would say it's better. You shine better displaying that than you do the zygote killer.
Hey, well,
but like I said, it's all in good fairness, and it's all in fun. I know, but
it's proportional right? It's proportional.
Yeah.
Like someone comes up, they're genuine, they're going to engage in conversations like you've engaged in. The conversation's going to go this way. Push that mustache.
Right. Yeah.
There
which I knew it would be.
Yeah, that inevitably lead that way.
Yeah. Which I knew it would be, because I knew that my approach was just like, I just want to hear what he's got to say, what's on his mind. He's interesting. He's got some good points. It definitely gets me thinking more. which I'm, you know, like I said, I've got to do some more balance on where I'm going to be voting on the next ballot. So look forward for me chiming in again and talking more with you. I really appreciate you and taking the time and taking my call, and I'll be following you more. And one more thing. And you don't have to answer this, but like I said, I'm a big Charlie Kirk fan. I've always, you know, admired watching his videos as well. After that debate with you guys, was there any handshake afterwards? Was there good, you know, did you guys end on a good note?
I don't remember handshaking him, but I remember he was kind of like not wanting to talk to me as much after, and was like kind of ignoring the conversation. I tried to.
Was it a cocky, arrogant kind of thing, or was it just?
It kind of like I don't want to. I mean, I don't want to go much into that, but I kind of felt like that. I would say, like, if I were just describing it, I definitely felt like he didn't want to have a further conversation with me.
You got him in some spots.
I asked for that, and I tried to get in contact with his manager, and I talked to him after.
Nice. And of course, I'm sure you felt devastated when you saw the news of him, you know, passing right there. Oh, you were there.
I was 30 to 40 feet away.
Wow. Well, God bless, man. You're a good man. I enjoy watching you. And again, like I said, look forward to hearing from more from me. And keep doing what you're doing. I appreciate the movement you're doing and creating. I appreciate your colleagues too, Adam, and was it Matthew that was on here earlier?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
good.
Well, I appreciate you coming up. Thank you, man.
Yeah. Have a good night.
You as well. You as well. Let's go on to the next individual, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. If you want to support me, as always, everyone, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat, everybody. You know, what's up? How old are you?
Oh, what's up? I'm 33.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yeah, mostly.
Okay. If you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
I'd still vote for Trump at this point right now, yeah.
Okay, so why do you support Donald Trump?
I think he's doing good work. He's not perfect. I think his rhetoric is bad. There's lots of things I could critique him on, but I think overall he's doing good things that are going to benefit American citizens.
Like what?
Well, trade negotiations. A lot of people want to rail on the tariffs. I don't think tariffs are bad. I think it's how they're used. The thing with Argentina, I think, is a good trade deal that we're making. I don't think it's going to hurt us. I think it's going to help us. That would be my number one, is things that I think will inevitably improve the economy.
Okay, a few things here. I think that tariffs are harmful to the economy in the manner that they've been applied by the Trump administration. I think that we have worse off trade negotiations, especially with our allies, due to the implementation of tariffs. I think that diplomacy would have led to better trade negotiations. And I think even things like the USMCA was a better trade negotiation than Donald Trump imposing greater levels of tariffs that went against the reduction of tariffs under the USMCA.
Yeah, I mean, I can understand what you're saying. And I think tariffs do. I think we've seen it. Tariffs do have a negative impact initially. But anything that we need to do to strengthen the economy it's going to be a long haul road. It's not going to be short-term gratification on that. So, I mean, we are going to see some hits like we have seen, but I think we're going to be on the upswing by the beginning of next year.
Wait, sorry, repeat that last point, sorry.
Just that I think by quarter one next year, things are going to turn around.
Okay. So again, in terms of quarter one turning around, we don't know if that's the case. And obviously, like, tariffs indicate the other alternative, and it's worse off comparative to what it would have been otherwise. We've actually seen real domestic manufacturing investment decline in the country since Trump has got in office, not only in his first term, but his second term since he got in office. We've also seen unemployment increase. We've seen the jobs report become so bad that Trump thought that it was politically biased information and fired the head of the Bureau of Labor Statistics, and then he put someone else in, and they claimed even less jobs for the next month. So I mean, inflation is ticking up since April, since he implemented tariffs, and farmers are hurting so bad that he wants to use money from the tariffs specifically to help the farmers that have been negatively impacted due to the fact that countries around the world like China are not buying their soybeans anymore.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's like the soybean thing is kind of anecdotal. They wouldn't be buying them right now anyways. They would buy them at the beginning of the year. So if they don't
No,
buy them at the
they're
beginning
not.
of the
They're
year,
not going to be. They're not going to be.
Yeah.
They're planning not to do so, and that's what all soybean farmers are indicating. Like especially like across the entirety of the Midwest.
yeah, I mean that's what the rumor is, I guess. But we won't know until we know what final trade deal Trump makes with them is. He was just there negotiating with them, so we don't know. That could turn around. They could say, "Okay, we'll buy your soybeans." That's an ongoing situation, so we don't know how that's going to turn out. But yeah, I mean, like the soybean thing is interesting because, like farmers in general, it's an interesting talking point because
due to the fact that he's imposed tariffs, have caused other countries around the world to demand American-produced goods to a lesser extent. That's what's going to happen when they impose retaliatory tariffs on us.
Yeah, well, I mean, a fun fact, that's why we grow what we grow is specifically because of demand. Like farmers basically, they can't just grow whatever they want. They have to grow whatever they'll receive subsidies for. And so like, for instance, soybean farmers, there's lots of things you can grow that you can replace soybeans with. So just because China doesn't buy the soybeans doesn't mean those farmers don't have anything to grow anymore. And if Trump offers them blanket subsidies,
I mean, what are they going to do on that specific soil? Like, are they going to import all new soil, all new like different types of conditions? What they've been growing beans, they've been growing soybeans on these plots of land for a very long time. What else are they going to grow? Corn?
You could grow lots of things. I wouldn't say corn, but the same farms that grow soybeans generally also grow rice and peanuts and something else I can't remember right off the top of my head right now. But the
soybean farms that I saw in Iowa definitely did not, like grow those other crops. It was either corn or soybeans.
So I'm thinking Arkansas.
Sure.
And so so in Iowa maybe they would have to switch to corn, or potatoes, or something else. But the changing the soil conditions isn't like this crazy like overhaul of the land.
Yeah, it is.
Lots of different things will grow in similar conditions.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't see any potatoes being grown in Iowa. It was just soybeans and corn. That's it.
Yeah, I'm thinking
if they're
of
just going to make corn, then they rely on federal subsidies, right? And they're not buying our corn either.
Well, we use a load of corn.
Sure.
So I mean, but we used to be, and this is the fun thing about farming. We used to be a net exporter of goods, but we're not. We're not even before Trump. I think
exports.
Sometime, we will. Like I said, before Trump, we're no longer we're a net importer of food, and that has a lot to do with like avocados and all of these quote unquote like exotic things that don't grow here. But yeah, I mean, we're not a net exporter of food. Anyway.
So if they can't sell soybeans, then how are they going to replenish the soil? Because they do. One thing I reminded myself of, because someone said in the comment section, was that they go between beans and soybeans and corn because that replenishes the soil.
Yeah, well, you can replace soybeans with peanuts.
What you're advocating for requires more infrastructure, which would require more funding, which would mean that small town family farms are going to go under business to a great extent. Now, not all businesses will go under business, but a lot of them will.
Again, not if they continue to get subsidized. They're always been subsidized.
Yeah, subsidized by the tariff. So again, so we need to subsidize them now because of the fact that Donald Trump has harmed them.
Well, I don't think it's harmed them. I think it's a temporary.
The tariffs are temporary. So the increase in domestic production will only be temporary. But we haven't seen that increase in domestic production. So when are we going to see this increase in domestic production, and how long will it be in place? Because as soon as you get rid of the tariff, then the domestic production increase is going to go away.
It's not going to go away.
Yes, it will. That's literally because the domestic production increase is the only reason why they would bring back the manufacturing or any type of investment to the country, because it is the case that there would be a tariff implemented. If there's not a tariff implemented, then there's no incentive to bring back to the country.
Right. So you're actually making the talking point for tariffs to be implemented, because I think initially you're correct. Initially, you're correct. There's not an initiative. There's not an incentive for companies to invest in U.S. manufacturing if there's not an incentive in place, which initially is tariffs. I agree that there should be other incentives built on top of that, and I think that's the plan with Trump. And that's why I say we'll kind of have to see how some of these things play out. We're still very early in his administration.
Okay. So, is there any other policy of Trump's you want to bring up that you like or something like that? Because I don't think we're going anywhere with that. Because all you brought up is like all the things you brought up. I think Trump is worse off on.
No, I mean I disagree. Like I think the Argentina deal is a good deal. I don't know why people keep talking bad about it. I mean, like we actually have a beef shortage, so we
reason
need
why we're
beef.
bringing this up is because it is the case that in terms of the Argentinas that we're giving money to them, right, a country instead of specifically investing that money here at home. That's specifically exactly what Republicans were complaining about under the Biden-Harris administration.
Right. No, and I agree. I think the funding that we're sending, I would actually prefer we didn't support Israel. So
I agree with that.
Yeah, and I thought that's the direction he was going, and then he flipped a switch. So now I don't know how I feel about that, which is why I said I don't agree with him on everything. I think that's, I don't know how it's going to play out for Americans, but I think it's definitely a bad deal for Palestinians and citizens of Gaza. So, I was real disappointed about that. Disappointed about the Ukraine situation. I thought he was going to heavy hand Putin and solve that problem, and Putin walked away and said, I'm not making any deals. So now we have to deal with that. So, but he's making good trade deals. I mean, I think that's the main thing that.
What have we got on any of these trade deals that you like?
Again, we'll see how China turns out. I think in Argentina, they have rare earth minerals that we need. And we need them to stop sending them to China and start sending them to us. So sending them some money and trying to make a deal with them, I think, is going to be a good thing. We need their beef. I mean, people want to talk about how it's hurting farmers, but there is a...
We can engage in this trade without imposing tariffs, right? Right.
With
and
who?
specifically, again, if you think that we have all of this to gain specifically with Argentina, well, then couldn't you say the same thing with Ukraine? Couldn't you say the same thing with a bunch of other countries around the world that Republicans were not saying under their administration? Under the Democrats' administration?
I agree with some of that. Like Ukraine, for instance, I mean, that hurt American farmers too, significantly. And yeah, I mean, like we get a lot of animal feed, and something else that I can't remember off the top of my head. But there was stuff that we get from Ukraine that we don't currently get now, and it's caused prices of things to go up. So, yeah, no, I think there's a nuanced conversation to be had here instead of right versus left. I think that's what's important, is that we focus on policy and not like, I don't like the guy who's in office right now. Because I think I said the same thing about Obama, right? The Republicans were railing against Obama, and I was like, wait a second, he's actually doing some good things. Policies that actually
we're
Trump
not just going against Trump for being Trump. We're going against Trump because of certain specific reasons.
Yeah, I mean, we can change subjects if you want. What's one specific reason that you are against Trump?
What are the reasons why I'm against Trump?
Yeah, I mean, just like if you wanted to change the subject and name one.
Just name one. He incited a violent insurrection at the Capitol, and he pardoned violent rioters who beat police officers and called them patriots.
Okay. I mean, I would argue that he didn't necessarily incite that. It was a mostly peaceful protest that then turned violent, just like lots of protests in the past have. So
he said to fight like hell and to take back the country from those that stole it from you, and then he pardoned the violent rioters who beat police officers, which means he condoned the violence on that day, and he called them patriots, meaning he glorified the violence.
Yeah, I mean, well, again, I don't know who specifically he pardoned that was a violent rioter.
DJ Rodriguez, for example, drove a stun gun into the neck of a police officer.
Right? Okay, see, right, that's a crime. Yeah, but a lot of those J6ers should have been pardoned and should not have been held in jail as long as they were.
We're talking about violent rioters, though. We're just talking about how he condoned the violence on that day, right? And he glorified it.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know specifically if you're talking about specific people, and you obviously have some names. I would be interested to look into that and see which, like, if he did pardon actual criminals. But the majority of the J6ers weren't criminals. They didn't violate the law. They were there to protest.
Again, we're talking about violent rioters right now. We're talking about how he incited a violent insurrection at the Capitol. Do you agree that he did that? Given that you agree that he pardoned DJ Rodriguez, who drove a stun gun to the neck of a police officer, which resulted in that police officer having a heart attack?
Yeah, no, that man should not have been pardoned. I don't think he incited it. I mean, when people say that like he built like he advocated for these people to show up the way that they did, he specifically said, be peaceful. He specifically said, go and have your grievances
then why would
heard.
he pardon the violence? It wouldn't make any sense for him to say specifically, or for him to pardon the violence if it is the case that he just wanted them to be peaceful.
I'm not entirely sure that he's fully educated on that. I think he pardoned the J6ers as a group. Did he not? Did he not just like write out a blanket pardon?
No, it's not a specific blanket pardon. He has to. And again, if he just did a blanket pardon, that would include all the violence. He would know that would include the violence. Why wouldn't he pardon? Why wouldn't he just exclude the violent rioters? I'm sorry, it's not difficult to do that. Why would he specifically do that?
No, I don't know. I agree that he should have excluded the violent rioters, and that the people who committed crimes should be in jail for their crimes.
Yeah. So, but like the point is that if it's obvious that he should have excluded the violent rioters, well, why didn't he? Well, that's because he condoned the violence on that day.
No, I mean that's a good question, but there's an alternative question to that too. Is why were these protesters sitting in jail without due process for years and years and years and years?
The violent rioters who beat police officers got due process. They were convicted of it and were sentenced. If you want to talk about other people who didn't get due process in terms of January 6th, I wonder why you only apply whether or not they got due process applicable in this context in terms of January 6th, but not in terms of the undocumented immigrants that Donald Trump has not been providing due process for, or specifically people who have been in the country, who have been detained without due process, who are U.S. citizens as well.
Well, I mean, the U.S. citizens that got detained obviously got released. So I would say that
that doesn't mean that their Fourth Amendment right wasn't violated.
Well, sure, but that happens all the time in any law enforcement. Innocent people get...
No, it shouldn't happen in that situation.
I mean, I agree that it shouldn't happen, but that's not an ICE Donald Trump thing. That's just a law enforcement thing.
No, that's specifically Donald Trump and ICE because of how he's instructed ICE to engage in these particular types of arrests.
He's instructed them to pump their numbers up. As far as
he's instructed them to utilize racial profiling. He specifically said that he's okay with them violating due process rights. Like, he's literally said it.
Yeah, no, but the violating due process thing, I mean, that's an Obama era policy. Expedited deportation.
No, he's not even giving expedited removal level of due process.
But that was my understanding, is that he's expanded.
He's not even doing expedited. No, he's not even doing that.
I would be interested to see what your source for that is, because
there have been federal courts that have determined that they've been absolutely utilizing zero due process. Like, literally, look up federal court determines Trump has not been utilizing due process.
Okay, I'm noting this down because I'm not in front of a computer right now. I'm just on my phone.
Okay.
Yeah, no, I'll look it up, because again, my understanding was his executive order, and it expanded the expedited removal process, which again was like an Obama policy. So I was like, I'm okay with that. So I'll have to look into that.
Okay. All right. Is there anything else you'd like to talk about or add?
No, nothing specific. I guess I appreciate you letting me up.
All right. Appreciate it. Let's go on to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, Linktree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat. We might get one or two more debates or so, maybe even a little bit more left on the live. I'll keep you all updated. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up, everyone. How many likes are we at on YouTube? Yo, what's up? How old are you?
19.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yep.
If you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
Donald Trump.
Okay, what's your birth year?
2006.
What month?
March.
So why do you support Donald Trump?
I think he's better on the border than Kamala Harris. I think he's better for the economy. I think he's just genuinely better.
Okay, how is he better for the economy and the border?
For the border, the Laken Riley Act, the border security expansion,
I can't hear you when you swipe out of the app. Can't hear you currently. Hello? Okay, all right. Give him a second, everyone. In the meantime, I'll thank a few people Robert, thank you for the $1. Kelly, thank you for the $2. Tara, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. Janaea, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Oh, that's actually crazy, Kelly. I'll have to see that. They said there's a true social post of Trump instructing the DOW to test nukes. That's fucking crazy. Melody, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. Madeline, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $5 as well. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Levi, thank you for the $1. I really appreciate it. Thank you. That's unhinged, chat. That's so unhinged. Cheesy, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. Jay, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I think I'm fully caught up. If you want to support me, as always, again, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, Linktree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat, everybody. Let's go on to the next individual real quick. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Yo, what's up? How old are you? Ryan, thank you so much for the $2. Thank you so much. Let's go on to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Yo, what's up? How old are you? Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Yo, what's up? How old are you? Okay, let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates.
Hello.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello. 18.
What's your birth year?
007. 2007. Sorry.
Okay. If you could, what month?
July.
If you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
So I'd say this isn't my favorite question that you asked, just because we don't really know where Kamala would be right now in her presidency.
You have about 5 seconds to answer the question.
Okay, I would vote for Trump.
Okay. Why do you support Trump?
I think my main thing is really his stance with Israel against Palestine, and that's kind of what I want to talk about.
Okay. What specifically?
Well, I would say that I agree how he initially started, just because of how closely related we are with Israel, and then now seeing the genocide that's going on, how he is advocating for a ceasefire. Sorry, I'm just getting in front of my computer here. But I would say that
committing a genocide, right?
I would say it's getting to the point, but I also understand why they're doing it.
How do you feel that Netanyahu himself said that Donald Trump is Israel's greatest ally in the White House, in the Oval Office, that they've ever had?
I'm perfectly fine with that.
So the country committing a genocide, you want Donald Trump to be the greatest
No, I said
ally
no. I didn't say they were.
had.
I didn't say they were committing a genocide. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. I didn't say they are committing a genocide. I think they're getting close, but I also think that the war on terror was a
They're not
genocide.
intentionally murdering innocent Palestinians?
No, they are, but the U.S. also did the same thing with the war on terror.
Okay, which you would also argue would also constitute the idea of genocide.
But I believe the war on terror was justifiable, and I understand what Israel are doing now.
So you
Yes,
think,
I
you think that
completely.
the U.S. going in and killing like hundreds of thousands to millions of innocent people was justified?
Well, because not all of them were innocent, and because of the threat to our home.
Wow, you think
Because of the threat to our homeland.
These people were innocent. There were hundreds of thousands to millions
Oh,
of
no,
people
no,
that
no.
were innocent.
I do understand that innocent people died. Yes, 100%. And that is a very unfortunate aspect of the kind of, I guess, the total war that we had to implement to rid the world of Bin Laden and weaken Al Qaeda.
Okay, so then did you support specifically them staying after Bin Laden was dead?
No, that's when I think it fully reached the side of, or I guess tipped the scales into genocide.
Okay, so you agree that it was a genocide then? So then what was your
After the killing of bin Laden, when we decided to stay, yes, but then also I know you are left, and I grew up in a Republican household. I don't really I agree with Trump, but I don't really know how I stand now. I'm still with him regardless of where my party alignment goes, you know. But we stayed and Obama was in office.
Okay, so what gets you to support Donald Trump in specific?
I said I like how he has dealt with Israel and how everything he's doing to try to and now implement the ceasefire.
That you like?
I said I like his relation. I like how he supports what they've been doing. I like how he's currently supporting, still trying to rid. I don't agree that it's a genocide. I've said that.
Okay, so what is a genocide?
A mass killing of a certain group of people or an ethnicity, I guess.
There's been a mass killing of Palestinians.
There's been there's been, what would you call a mass killing? Because you could call the 9/11 attack a genocide. You could call the attack that Hamas did on Israel.
That's the way that you're defining it. So I would define it based upon the way the Geneva Convention defined it. And I think that Israel is trying to destroy in part or in whole the entirety of the Palestinian population. In part or in whole the Palestinian population, sorry.
I disagree. I think they're just trying to eradicate the Palestinians of Hamas.
Tried to destroy in part the Palestinian population. That is a fact. They have acted.
If you are counting in part as Hamas, then yes, I agree.
No, the innocent civilians. Most people who have died have been innocent civilians. If you want to talk about the scenario in terms of most people dying, right? Specifically, they were intentionally not allowing enough aid to go into Gaza to intentionally not allow for the Palestinian people to have enough food to survive. So intentionally mass starving the Palestinian population, which is a war crime.
Yes, unfortunately as a tactic to try to get rid of Hamas.
Do you think that's justified?
It's not whether I think it's justified or not. I believe that it wasn't really directed.
You have about 5 seconds to answer my
question. And I responded. I said I don't really think so. Excuse me.
So you don't think it was justified? Okay, so then you do not support how Donald Trump is supporting Israel committing war crimes and genocide in Gaza.
Well, because now he's trying to implement a ceasefire, and I said I think it's approaching genocide.
The ceasefire did not work.
Whether it worked or not, it doesn't matter or not. It's what he's saying.
It does, because Kamala Harris advocated for a ceasefire too. Why is that unique to Trump?
Unique to because you asked the question. You just said, "What is he doing now?"
How is that unique to Trump?
I wouldn't say that it is. I agree with how he's going about
Donald Trump. Because when I'm talking about support for Donald Trump, it's saying that you would vote for Donald Trump over Kamala Harris if you could go back in time. Because we're talking about the last.
That's okay. There you go. I would say because of his demeanor and the way he's able to act, I believe he can have a stronger presence and actually see if changes can be made.
What aspect?
Oh, because because he's very present in the media, whether that can be sometimes good or bad. Like I have
media, dude. This is why do I have to act like this is a coherent argument? All you're saying is that he's just in front of a camera more. Him being in front of a camera more could mean that he's a clown. Okay, that doesn't mean that he's better for the country in terms of making or determining what's going to be better for international affairs or how the U.S. engages in international affairs.
Oh, okay. Well, that's not like the only reason. I've just told you my main reason I support. I'm sorry, that's not getting my point across. I'm just saying I think because he's a very confident figure, and no matter what he says, whether I think it's. Sometimes I've heard him say things, I'm like, oh my gosh, like that's out of this world. That's not right. But I believe his confidence can get people to rise to action.
You think he's competent?
I said confident, sorry.
Confident. So,
and I do think he's confident. I think he knows what he's talking about.
I don't think confidence is enough to say that someone's a good president. I think that's ridiculous.
Sorry, you cut out the last bit. Confidence isn't enough to what?
Confidence is enough to say that someone's a good president. That's absurd. Someone could be a confident
And that's not my only reason.
Okay, then what are your reasons for supporting
You could be a confident idiot, but I'd rather I believe with his immigration policy.
So what about his immigration policy?
I don't think that there should just, I've heard you say it, I've watched your live, I don't think that people should just be allowed to come in and with as easy as possible. You know what I mean?
Okay,
I don't think people should just be allowed to cross the border.
Yeah, if someone was held civilly
Yep.
liable of sexual abuse of a woman, would you let them legally enter the country?
Nope, but they're already here.
What was my question?
You said, would you let someone be held civilly liable for sexual assault? And I said, nope, but they're already here. So I just don't think your argument
I'm
works.
asking you, would you let someone legally enter the country if they were held civilly liable of sexual abuse?
And I said no, but they're already here because you're referring to you're referring to
if you
President
wouldn't-
Trump.
No, yeah. So if you wouldn't let them legally enter the country, why would you let them become president of the United States? Wouldn't you apply a harsher or stricter qualifications on who can become president of the United States comparative to who can become a citizen of the United States?
No, not necessarily. Just because technically he can't be put in prison. You said earlier it's the New York law. That's a blue state. That's like your guys'. That's their thing. So I'm not really too sure. I wasn't even
prison, but this is not a response to the point. Like, do you understand my point that he specifically should not be in the position of president because it should be harder to become president than become a citizen of the United States?
Yes, I do agree that it should become harder to become a citizen, but then also just because of who he is and
you think it should be harder to become a citizen than to become president?
That's not what
of
I
the
said.
United
I said
States?
yes, I do think no. Well, unless I misspoke, I said yes, I do think it should be harder to become president than a citizen of the United States.
Okay, so then there should be
But then
harsher
I also believe that
for becoming president.
didn't you say it
therefore-
was 30? No, it's 34 felonies, and I think you said 26 sexual assault allegations. When you become in a position like he is today, people just come forward and they try to take away that power, and it happens to people way less famous than he is, and they're found out that they're guilty, that they're not. Sometimes
so
it can ruin
26 different
lives.
women are lying?
Not necessarily, but it doesn't mean all of it's true. Doesn't mean.
So if one of them is speaking the truth, then why would you support him?
Well, I'm not sure if one of them speaking the one that was found. Because the one that was even found where he was unanimous 9 jurors, they said he was guilty. He's still where he is today. I don't care if the law is maybe not just in New York. Unfortunately, then because of the system in place, our laws, he's still able to be president. So that shouldn't just because
Jeffrey Epstein could have run for president of the United States. Do you think that you should have been president just because you could have run? Obviously, just because someone can run doesn't mean they should be the president. That's a ridiculous standpoint.
That's true, but then I don't believe Jeffrey Epstein would have won the presidency.
Wait, okay. So, do you think Joe Biden was qualified to be president?
I think when he started out, and then as he became
At the end of his
then no.
administration, was he qualified to be president?
Absolutely not. Doesn't mean I disagreed with how he was a president. I don't think he was actually that bad.
There are presidents that you think are not qualified to be president of the United States. There are people who have been elected that are not qualified to be president of the United States. Donald Trump is fucking one of them. If you want to address the qualifications required to be president of the United States, if you think that there should be harsher qualifications specifically on people coming to the country, right, then people becoming president of the United States, that would be absurd and ridiculous. Obviously, you think there should be harsher qualifications on becoming president of the United States comparative to coming to the country through the legal immigration process. Therefore, if something is applied as a qualification to come through the context of the country in terms of legal immigration, well, then it likely should be also applicable to the president of the United States. So if Donald Trump was held civilly liable of sexual abuse, right, he should not be allowed to legally enter the country if he were coming to the country. He shouldn't be allowed to be president either.
However, being still liable does not put you in. It doesn't put you in jail. It still allows you to be president. So
I understand.
You wish for stricter. You wish for stricter presidential qualifications. That's your point.
I think you just shouldn't vote for him. And yes, I think that there should be stricter qualifications. People held civilly liable of sexual abuse should not be able to be president.
Has there been anything? Has there been any bills, anything like that, trying to get passed
That
to
would
make that a
require
thing?
like an amendment, I'm pretty sure.
Well, I mean, if we can't even agree with what's going on with the government shutdown right now, I really don't see an amendment getting passed. But it just
I'm not
just
necessarily
because
saying I was saying it would get passed. I'm just saying what I support.
that's fair, but it's unrealistic expectations then. So I don't think it should be brought up in an
What?
argument.
So I can't bring up anything that I believe in that specifically might not get passed in Congress? You sound stupid.
That's not what I said. I just said I believe it's unrealistic. Don't don't generalize what I say.
Saying it's unrealistic isn't a response to like my position, right? Because I just said what I think
believe it
should
is.
be.
It would be me making it's my subjective opinion on what you have said.
Okay, then what's your point?
I'm telling you that I believe that it's unrealistic, so I don't see a point in bringing it up.
So,
and I think you agree.
Technically, anything that you would bring up on the live that you don't have 100% evidence that it's going to get passed in Congress, right, would technically meet that standard. And you would say it's
would make something unrealistic?
Yeah, what's the point of you saying that as a response to me just saying that? I said this is what I agree with. Do you have a disagreement with that position?
Yes. I'll say that instead. I disagree. Sorry.
Why?
Why do I disagree with your point that it's probably not going to get passed because it's an amendment? That it would have to be an amendment?
I wasn't talking about whether or not it was going to get passed. Holy shit.
Oh, please remind me of what you were saying.
You don't remember? I was talking about the position I held. I'm not talking about whether or not it was going to get passed, bro.
And the position you held was that you think there should be stricter qualifications.
I think that there should be more qualifications on becoming president, yes.
Okay, I disagree with what you're saying because I think it's unrealistic.
Do you think murderers and rapists should be allowed to be president?
Nope.
Okay, so then you agree with putting stricter qualifications.
I agree with the fact that murderers and rapists, I guess, found responsible in not the upgrade from civil court. I don't have the exact thing in front of me here, but yeah, I agree that they should.
If they're convicted in a criminal court, they still constitutionally can like run. Did you know that?
No, that's disgusting.
Okay, well, so then you agree with me that we should put harsher or stricter standards and qualifications on becoming president. Wow, you just tried to laugh at me and try to say that it was unrealistic for me to say it, but then literally you agree with the position. What a waste of my time, dude.
Excuse me. Just because I can agree with you does not mean you actually forced me into saying I disagree. I was just trying to say I think it's unrealistic because you said it wasn't a way to respond to what you had said. Because it's true. If we can't even figure out
showing that you disagree with it, what was the point of saying that?
Well, because when I said that it was unrealistic, you forced me to
agree with the position.
I agree that there should be harsher laws, sure, but it's unrealistic, so why worry about it?
Well, I was just telling you what my position is. That's it. Because you asked me.
Okay.
Okay.
So you disagree with how we handled the war on terror?
Yes, of course. Why did you just pivot like that? And also, why did you say I forced you, bro?
Oh, because when I try to just say when I try to say that it was, it starts with D. I was just saying, when I was trying to say it was unrealistic, you just said, no, you can't say that. So I then had to say disagree for you to continue talking to me.
What? You don't have to say a certain thing to continue talking to me. You have to engage with the conversation.
And I believe that I was, but after I said unrealistic multiple times, you just kept saying, no, can't say that. So I then said, okay, sure, I agree.
Oh my God, dude. I didn't just say you can't say that. Your interpretation of the conversation is unbelievable. I think you need to watch back this conversation on YouTube later and realize that what you've said in this conversation makes no fucking sense, genuinely.
I'm going to be on YouTube?
Yes, this is on YouTube right now. I'm streaming on YouTube in front of 3,000 people.
Oh my God, and there's 5,600 on TikTok. Okay.
Yeah, that's over 8,000 people. Almost 9,000.
Dang. So yeah, but no, I pivoted back to War on Terror because we talked about it earlier a little bit, and then it kind of the conversation got away from it.
Okay, all right. Was there anything else you want to talk about or add?
Oh, so we're not talking about the War on Terror?
No, I don't see the relevance at this point. I've already talked to you about it.
I'd say we barely discussed it. I was trying to kind of give way for the justification.
What else do you want to talk about, dude?
I wanted to explain why I believe that Israel, at least now, I think it's approaching to a nasty point where it is going to reach mass genocide, but why they at least had justification to begin what they're doing now. Especially if you don't, I guess, weren't to condone the U.S. action, but it sounds like you do. So
That I condone U.S. action? I condemn U.S.
No.
action.
yes, correct. I was just because the 9/11 attacks, I believe that gave us proper justification to invade Afghanistan. And then I also believe that because of the Hamas attack on Israel, where it killed 1,200 Israelis, it might have even been more than 1,200 Israelis, I believe they have justification to go into Gaza and eradicate Hamas, especially because Hamas are trying, and they've literally said that they want to harm America. And if there's a threat to our homeland, I believe that it should be.
Well,
given
one, they
rid of.
haven't eradicated Hamas. They've been killing innocent Palestinians.
Well, they've been trying to eradicate Hamas.
They haven't done so in an effective mechanism, right? Because it is the case that they've been literally killing mostly innocent people.
Guerrilla warfare is an extremely successful tactic
They've like completely destroyed Gaza.
in an attempt to eradicate a organization with the sole purpose of harming them. And a U.S. ally, by the way. So do you not stand with U.S. allies?
Not all U.S. allies, no.
Okay, what are some that you stand
you
with?
advocate for Donald Trump, who wanted to annex Canada. Shut the fuck up about standing with U.S. allies.
I'm Canadian. I completely disagree with what he says on
Yeah,
that.
I bet. Standing with allies?
Oh.
Yes, dude. Come on.
Well, you have to stand with some. How else are we supposed to get a
Wait,
foothold?
you said you're Canadian. Are you a dual citizen?
Nope.
So you're not even American.
What?
This is what I mean by a waste of time, bro. Nancy, thank you so much for the $7.77. Thank you so much. Sarah, thank you for the $1. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Create the W's for them in the comment section right now. Does not meet the set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Mojo, thank you so much for the £5. Thank you so much. Stephanie with the $20. Thank you so much, Stephanie. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Create some W's for Stephanie in the comment section right now. If you want to support me as always, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat. We're going to have one more conversation, then we're going to get off for today, everybody. One more conversation, then we're going to get off. I would really recommend to go over to my YouTube channel, like my YouTube stream, check out some of my YouTube videos. I would really, really, really appreciate it, everyone. I would really appreciate it. I think we currently right now have 1,600 likes. Let's try to get to at least 2,000, everyone. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Alrighty. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah, how old are you?
23.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Nah. I mean, I did vote for.
Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 39 years old.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yeah, for the most part.
Okay, if you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
I always voted Democrat. Like 2016, I was Hillary Clinton. When it came into the 2024 election, man, the Biden era kind of disillusioned me with it. And Trump seemed, I looked at his 2016 presidential, his era and deregulation. It seemed like it did the economy well, man. So I went with Trump on this last election. You know, I felt like both leaders, it was kind of sad because the leaders was kind of a reflection of the country, man. You had Biden and
So
he
if you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
Trump, yeah.
Okay. Why do you support Trump?
Well, the immigration policy, you know, we have to stop the illegal immigrants coming in, man. Things are getting out of hand. The fentanyl, they put in stricter laws.
You can't say that on the live. I have to go into the next person now. That's fun. Let's go on the next individual quick. You can't say F drug on the live, everyone. We have to go on the next individual. It's against TOS, so I have to go into the next person. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you? Okay, let's go to the next individual. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat. This is the last conversation here for tonight, everyone. Again, if you want to support me, as always, make sure to subscribe if you haven't already. We're so close to 400,000 on YouTube, by the way, everyone. We're so close to 400,000. I think we're like less than 5,000 subscribers away. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
25.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yeah,
If you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Okay. Why do you support Donald Trump?
Seems patriotic.
Okay. How is Trump patriotic?
I guess the American thing to do would be to stand up for your freedoms.
Yeah, by calling for the termination of all rules, regulations, and articles, even those found in the Constitution, and violating the First Amendment rights of Americans, Second Amendment rights, Fourth Amendment rights, Fifth Amendment rights, and 14th Amendment rights.
Is the First Amendment culturally biased?
What do you mean culturally biased? No, he violated the First Amendment because he called for the for people who have burned the American flag to be put in prison for a year, which is supported by the First Amendment. The Supreme Court has indicated that it's protected by the First Amendment and that it's symbolic speech.
I just got a couple questions. Is the Republican Party anti-slavery?
I don't think that the Republican Party is like anti-slavery today or like historically.
Like in the dictionary.
Like would Republicans be anti like slavery today?
Well, I mean, that's kind of the whole bandwagon.
I mean, I don't think that like Republicans at mass think slavery should be legal outside of the context of prisons. I mean, I think they probably do advocate for it in prisons.
Well, I'm just saying, if their party's anti-slavery, then what's the other one?
Wait, we're anti-slavery as well.
Oh, that's crazy because it doesn't say that. It should say that.
What do you mean? We say that we're against slavery?
No, if I like Google or Wikipedia Republican, it says anti-slavery. But if I Google or Wikipedia Democrat or liberal, it doesn't say anything about anti-slavery.
You think liberals fought for slavery? No, liberals were the ones advocating against slavery. Liberals were the ones advocating for the civil rights movement. Liberals were the ones advocating for women's right to vote, women's suffrage. Liberals were advocating for, so many of these different civil rights movements.
No.
I don't know what you're talking about. Look,
I'm talking about
conservatives were the ones advocating against those things.
No, I'm talking about your search engine.
What search engine?
You go to your search engine, you type in the definitions of Republican and the other parties. The search engine says Republicans are anti-slavery.
And
Democrats?
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't.
No, for real, it does.
No, it doesn't.
But I'm just telling you what the internet is.
Okay, can you tell me what policies you support of like the Republicans?
Anti-slavery.
Okay, well, how about today?
Anti-slavery.
Are you trolling me, man?
No, man. I'm just saying,
do you think that I'm against slavery?
I'm not saying you're, because back in the day, the Democratic Party was pro-slave. That's a fact.
So conservative Democrats, not liberals. So back in the day, conservatives advocated for slavery, right? Liberals advocated against it, right?
Allegedly.
No, that's what happened. Okay.
Yeah, but like over in Russia, we get free healthcare.
Are you living in Russia?
That's what I'm saying. Like, this is kind of like slavery.
Do you live in Russia?
I was thinking about it.
So you don't live in Russia right now?
No.
So why'd you say we in Russia get universal health care? Why'd you say that?
Because it's red, white, and blue. It's socialist.
Okay, can you define socialism?
Like actual socialism?
Yeah.
I think it would be utopianism. We would actually be, there would be no money for currency, it would be purely
true.
based on social interactions.
Nope.
As in, like, socialism.
Okay.
Free healthcare, free, humanity.
Socialism is when the workers democratically control the means of production. Okay. So here, let me ask you this question: can you name a Trump policy that you like?
I don't really understand the tariff thing because if Coca-Cola is an American company,
How about a policy that you like? Can you tell me a policy you like?
I don't know. I don't understand the tariff thing.
So you can't name a single Trump policy that you like?
I didn't know he passed any.
Okay. So how many beers have you had tonight, sir?
No, but for reals though, if Coca-Cola is a company in America, why would we pay tariffs on our own company?
Frank, how many beers have you had tonight, sir?
I don't drink. I'm Muslim.
Oh, okay. Well, good for you. Good for you. Are you trolling me? Wait,
No,
I have a
that's-
question. Can you tell me what the 5 pillars of Islam are?
The 5 pillars? What are you talking about?
Yeah. Can you tell me what the 5 pillars of Islam are?
Like, there's 3 different kinds of Muslims. So,
I think there's a lot more than 3 different kinds of ideological beliefs within Islam.
really?
So you definitely, it doesn't sound like you're Muslim.
You?
It definitely sounds like you're definitely drunk and you were just saying that as a joke.
Well, I would like to know about the tariffs.
No, how many beers have you had tonight, sir?
I don't drink.
That's bullshit. We all know that's bullshit.
Muslims aren't allowed to drink.
Okay. You definitely are drunk, bro.
Just like when you're in prison, you can't have alcohol.
Hey, dude, I'm elevated right now. No one's judging you. I'm just asking. I'm literally elevated as we speak. No one's judging you. I'm just asking to make sure.
Oh, nope. But, yeah, I thought tariffs were only for imports.
Dude, can you answer my question, man? I'm literally just asking because I just want to make sure.
You want to know if I'm under the influence?
Yeah, I want to know how many beers.
There's a lot of bears over here.
Okay. All right. I'm going to go to the next person, Frank.
All right. Peace.
Okay. We're going to have one last conversation. Everyone, do give it a second. I'm literally not judging. I just wanted to know just to because I was curious. Let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yeah, are we?
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
29.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Hell yeah.
Okay, if you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
Trump for sure, bro.
What state do you live in?
New South Wales.
New state must have dropped. I didn't hear about that. New state dropped, everyone. New state dropped. Everyone like the stream. If you're on YouTube, it helps get it out to more people. I would really appreciate it. We're less than 5,000 subs away from... Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, man, I'm 19.
What's your birth year?
2006, April 19.
Okay. If you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
I would vote for Donald Trump. Come on, bro.
Okay. And why do you support Donald Trump?
Because he's white?
He's actually orange. And why are you a racist fuck?
The fuck, I'm nigger.
So the next person, only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Literally just low IQ. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 18.
Do you support Donald Trump?
I do.
What's your birth year?
Birth 2007.
And you said you're how old?
18.
If it's November 2007, you would literally be 17. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
24.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yes, sir.
What's your birth year?
2001.
What month?
September.
Okay, if you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
President Trump.
Okay. Why do you support Trump?
Because he's a G.
What makes you think that?
And I have a question for you, Parker.
What's up?
Okay. If Mustache Man were alive, he would support Palestine, right? So you would be on the same side of history as Mustache Man.
I don't think that Mustache Man would support Palestinians because he quite literally was a racist fuck, right? So why would he support Palestinians? He believed in the Aryan race. Do you think Palestinians are Aryan?
No, but he...
Okay, so why did you make such a horrible argument? You'd be on the same side as Mustache Man in the fact that you guys both supported genocide. Let's go on to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. What's up? How old are you?
Oh my god, I didn't realize I'm live. Sorry, I must have slipped my finger while I was jerking off to you.
Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
18.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yes.
What's your birth year?
2005, April 17th.
Nice math. And so the next individual, only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
You'll click gay Jimmy Neutron.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yeah, you'll click gay Jimmy Neutron.
Okay. How old are you?
You look like Jimmy Neutron if he was gay.
Do you think it's wrong to be gay?
Nope.
Okay, so then why do you keep saying that?
Because you look like a fag.
Okay. Just low IQ Trump supporters. I'm gonna keep trying, but if I can't get someone, I'm just gonna get off for tonight. This is atrocious. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 18.
Do you support Donald Trump?
2007, 23rd of May. Yeah, I do.
Okay. And if you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
Definitely Trump.
Why so?
Well, I personally like him, but you know what? That's the only reason I'm going to give you, because I personally like him. And I think the points he stand by is great.
Okay, like what?
Okay, well, you cannot put me on the spot like that, but he's done a great job at immigration.
On what?
Well, you said what?
I said on what?
Well, bro, if you think about it, he's blocked a border of like...
Alright, I'm gonna try like 2 more people. If I can't get someone, I'm just gonna get off for tonight, everyone. If you're on YouTube, I would appreciate if you hit that thumbs up, everyone. I'd really, really, really appreciate it. Let's try to get the next individual up here. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 27.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yeah,
Okay, what's your birth year?
it's 2998.
Okay, if you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
Donald Trump.
Okay, why do you support Donald Trump?
I think that he was operating on a campaign of populist ideology, which the bulk of people agreed with. And I think, like, you know, you and most of your chat is probably going to, you know, like drop their jaw at this, but I think he's actually less unpredictable than Kamala Harris would have been.
Do you think he's more predictable?
Yeah.
Okay, what makes you think that?
Well, I think that Donald Trump operates off of a need to appease his base. So I think that based on what his base wants, he changes. He might flip his opinions, which, you know, I think is important.
If he flips his opinions based upon his base, wouldn't it be harder to predict what his position would be rather than having a consistent ideology?
Not necessarily, because the Democratic Party oftentimes
a greater extent because we realized how much of a harm it could be to our country. And I'm not saying every single person on the left looked into it so much, you know, but we definitely had more of a push on the left to look into it because we realized how much of a harm it could be to our country.
Yeah, I mean, I guess in terms of Project 2025, there's no like data that I can, you know, like I can go to refute what you're saying. But I think that generally with a populist ideology and Donald Trump winning the popular vote.
Okay, be specific. Like what populist ideology you like. I just want to be specific.
Well, his populist ideology revolved around like huge conservative change, right? It revolved around defying the status quo in a way. Well, I mean, on everything, right? Like Roe v. Wade is a good example. So that's one. And then immigration policy is another good example. But, you know, like in terms of defying the status quo, what that means,
okay,
like
why would
in
you
a
want to
general,
overturn Roe versus Wade?
Why would I want to overturn Roe versus Wade? Because I don't because I don't agree with the notion that life does not start at conception.
No, we agree life begins at conception. We just don't think cellular life is what we consider valuable. Right? Medical life ends at brain death, right?
Well, I mean, it can. It depends on how you designate yourself.
Medical life ends at brain death. That's how we medically determine that to be the case. That's what doctors and nurses indicate to be the case, right? Is medical life ends at brain death, right? So if it ends at brain death at the end of sentient life, well, then it would begin at the beginning of sentient life in terms of the conception of medical life. Yes, biological cellular life begins at conception, but that's not what we consider valuable. Yeah. But like, it's
okay.
But you don't. Do you think it's murder? Do you think it's murder to pull the plug on an individual in your family that's brain dead?
Do I think it's murder? Not necessarily.
Okay, so then that's my point. So why would it be murder to get an abortion prior to the point of sentience? If it's not
because I think
to pull the plug on an individual in your family that's brain dead.
Because I believe that there's a difference between a life that has potential versus a life that suffered some sort of trauma that put them in the position to be in, like, basically brain death.
Well, think about it this way. It's never had a past or a present subjective experience before. So if you get an abortion, it will never, ever, ever in the entirety of its entirety of existence have a subjective experience. So if it's just potential alone, why do we just consider it valuable if it's just potential alone? I would consider like someone's actual rights in terms of bodily autonomy to be significantly more valuable. Like you could say maybe if you wanted to, it has value alone, right? But it's not going to have enough value to say that like someone's bodily autonomy rights should be restricted.
Right. And I mean, so real quick, I'm not advocating for the total abolition of abortion across the entirety of the United States, right? Like the overturning of Roe v. Wade was simply giving the decision back to the states. Right, like that's something
that decision already existed after viability. right? I think it should be federally protected in terms of the right to get access to abortion prior to viability, because if not, it leads to horrible situations in terms of states around the entirety of the United States restricting access to abortion in situations where people have been assaulted, where children have been assaulted, where they have to go to other states in order to be able to get access to it, and they might not even be able to do so, which is obviously ridiculous. Come on, you can't say that that's okay, right? And
Sure,
if you wanted there to be like a federal exception for those things, the federal exception should have been in place before you overturned Roe versus Wade. And overturning Roe versus Wade without ingraining federal exceptions into law is negligent at best.
Well, yeah, I mean, on that, I would say generally I have to agree, because I do believe in the exception of, extreme circumstances, right? Like, I don't have like a Charlie Kirk opinion where a 10-year-old would have to carry it. But
so then like my point would be is that like you're leaving it up to the states to restrict access to abortion in those circumstances if you overturn Roe versus Wade. Whereas if you left it up to the states, left it up to the federal government to protect access to abortion prior to that point, if you don't want an abortion, don't get an abortion. And for people who do specifically need to get abortions, they would be able to get access to it.
I think that the populist ideology behind it and the way that the vote swayed indicates that more of the population wants the law overturned.
No, most of the population is pro-choice. That's just not true. Polling data indicates most of the population is pro-choice.
I mean, if you're a pro-choice person, say that.
Wait. Most of the population being pro-choice doesn't necessarily mean that like all those people voted for Donald Trump.
Well, who won the popular vote?
Donald Trump did win the popular vote, but that doesn't mean that pro-choice people voted for Donald Trump.
What was one of the biggest things he ran on? I mean, like, I think that that's just a good way to figure general consensus.
No, I mean, you can look at the polling data. Again, polling data very clearly indicates that, again, most people are pro-choice.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, that's one of the things in terms of populism that I think is important for Donald Trump's presidency. Predictability is another one. I also believe that Donald Trump had a better grasp on foreign policy than the Democratic administration of 2020.
Okay, be specific.
I think that Donald Trump was accurate in saying that the Ukraine-Russia war wouldn't have broken out during his presidency.
I think that's an absurd statement. Why do you think that would have been the case?
Because I think that as much as people hate it, that he had a good relationship with Putin, and that Putin wasn't willing to defy him.
He doesn't have that relationship now. He was talking about Putin was conspiring with Xi Jinping against and behind his back.
Well, specifically, what I was getting at is that Donald Trump made much more, I think, like viable threats towards Russia in his first administration.
Okay. I mean, none of this really indicates that he's better off compared to the Democrats. I would say that the Democrats would be better off against Russia because they were harder on Russia, whereas Trump has given them more leeway, specifically to take more land in Ukraine by cutting the funding to Ukraine
don't agree with that. I don't agree with being harder on Russia is the solution to Russia-Ukraine.
Can everyone hear me? Hello? Is it frozen for the YouTube? People are saying rip on YouTube.
It's good for me. But...
I know, it's fine for me too. I'm not seeing any comments on TikTok, and I'm seeing rip on YouTube. Can y'all hear me now?
It's probably
no,
you're all
good. Are we back? All right. Here, keep going with what you're saying, and also I probably only have like a few more minutes, by the way.
Yeah, no worries. Yeah, I mean, like I think that the notion that being hard on Russia, quote unquote, and like also just ridiculous funding to Ukraine, I don't think that that's the solution. I don't think that's an answer. To be honest, I think
it's not ridiculous funding to Ukraine. It's specifically funding for Ukraine to ensure the stability of their country so that they're not taken over by Russia. Because if Russia is able to take over Ukraine, they're going to continue their imperialist struggle within the context of Europe to try to take over more countries. That's why NATO exists. That's like the whole reason why we have NATO.
Yeah, I know that we have interests in NATO and also like the UN and their general consensus. But the point is that I just don't think that Putin, especially like in his later years, is responding well to this like posturing of strength. I think that he would respond, well, not of strength, of anti-Russia stances. I think that he responds better to diplomacy.
Okay, I don't think Trump has responded, better with diplomacy. I've seen no reason to believe that. Why do you believe that?
I mean, okay, why do I believe that? Jesus, like, did Trump or Biden meet with Putin more times during their presidencies?
I don't think that indicates that they've had better conditions in terms of agreements.
Okay, who does Putin say that he had a better relationship with?
Well, he said that Kamala Harris is a better candidate. Do you believe him?
Well, I think that he would act in his own self-interest.
Oh, so then
why
in his
is
own
he-
self-interest? So then, what's your point?
Why is Kamala Harris a better candidate to Putin? Is it because he
Because
could?
she would be harder on Putin.
Would she? I mean, how hard was
Yes.
that's the whole point, right? Is that Biden drew a hard line on Putin by pumping money into Ukraine and then denying every single one of Russia's requests for, not requests for peace, but he never communicated with Putin during his presidency in terms of
They
a
did
solution.
communicate with Putin. That's just not true.
Well, okay, yeah, he communicated with Putin, but as far as I'm aware, he did not communicate with him in the ways of directly settling peace agreements.
So they
And
specifically
Trump-
definitely
Trump
tried to,
does
but they know that they specifically wouldn't, because it is the case that that Putin wasn't looking for peace. Like, they definitely communicated, and Biden was definitely trying to reach those sorts of circumstances, but Putin definitely would not allow for that.
Okay, so he would allow for it, or not allow for it for Biden, but allow for it for Trump. Like, I just
he hasn't allowed for it with Trump either.
Yeah, I mean, maybe those meetings that Putin is agreeing to and showing up to that he didn't for Biden are just like flexing.
He's just trying to see what he can get out of Trump. Yeah.
Okay. I mean, sure. Like, if that's what you believe, but there's no way to prove that, right? Like, Trump comes back from those meetings and says he's making progress.
I can point to the fact that he claims progress. He claims everything to the best degree he could possibly do.
Yeah. I mean, I believe that to a certain degree. And since we're talking about wars, same thing with Israel-Palestine. But I think Trump has made more progress there too than a Kamala administration would have.
Back, and I don't think that we've done anything positive there.
Okay, you can believe that, but like in terms of, a 1,000-year war that they're currently dealing with, like, is at least agreeing to a ceasefire not a step in the right direction?
Israel has bombed Gaza again.
I understand that. I understand it's been broken.
What's the point of bragging about the ceasefire when the ceasefire is not in place? That's ridiculous.
The ceasefire was in place, and I think it puts them in a position.
It's not in place right
where,
now. Do you think it's in place right now?
Do I think it's in place right now?
Yeah.
I mean, the facts tell me no.
Okay,
Yeah, I can't say
so.
that
You can't
it
claim
is.
victory when there's not a ceasefire. Like, that makes no sense.
Well, but I don't think that when you're dealing with something like that,
are you going to claim a loss right now? Can you claim a loss because there's no ceasefire?
I mean, Parker, if you're going to say that Kamala Harris
if getting a ceasefire
claimed
is a win,
victory,
wait. If getting a ceasefire is a win, then not getting a ceasefire must be a loss, right?
No, that's not true, because in a war
That's
you can
so
win.
dishonest.
No, it's not dishonest, because
Yes,
in
it
a
is.
war you can win a battle, but that doesn't mean that you win the war.
No,
so
wait,
how is it dishonest?
If it's a success, then it must be
How-
a failure to not get it.
No, that's not true. That's not true, because in the entirety of a war, if you get a ceasefire, even if it's, not long lived, and also to be to be 100% here, I don't believe that Israel as an ethno-state has the right to exist. But the fact is,
so you agree that Israel doesn't have the right to exist as a Jewish ethno-state? So
Correct,
do you
yeah.
agree that they're committing a genocide in Gaza?
Yes, yeah, I do.
Okay, so Israel's committing a genocide. You believe that they don't have the right to exist as a Jewish ethno-state. Then what do you agree with Trump on? You think he's worse? So Netanyahu's saying that he was the biggest ally to Israel that they've ever had in the Oval Office. Do you think that's bad?
Dog, worse than Kamala Harris? I mean, you can't say that. She never denounced Israel for a second on the entire campaign. Neither did Biden.
Wait, she has absolutely talked to a greater extent about the conditions of the Palestinian people and how she specifically advocated for a ceasefire. She's definitely preferable to Donald Trump.
Okay, well,
She has
did
talked about the
Trump not-
starvation
did
of
Trump not-
Palestinians.
Did Trump not say the same thing and then accomplish it? Like, yes, he did.
No, he didn't.
Even if you're, even if
he
you're
allowed
gonna,
for Israel literally to mass starve Palestinians and not allow enough aid into the region, right? Specifically to feed the Palestinian population.
Dude, again, even like as somebody who's also not pro-Israel, you can't say that Donald Trump hasn't been advocating for the ceasefires and putting in work to get them. Because like, I'm not pro-Israel, right? But even though Trump accomplished it, I have 100% certainty that Israel's going to violate it.
Okay, well then,
And
there's no.
that-
Then
that's
why'd
not-
you brag about it if you know that Israel's going to violate it? Okay, I gotta get off, man. At this point, do you have any last words?
Why did I brag about it? I mean, like in terms of the overall conversation, not really, but
you were bragging about it. If you're not, like, if you knew that they were just going to violate it anyway, why would you brag about it? Come on.
Because again, I think it's a step in the right direction, and I think you're being logically dishonest to say it's not.
It could be considered a step in the right direction if it wasn't the case that the Democrats have been advocating for that same very thing and had this exact same deal at the end of their administration.
They had the same amount of time, and in fact, Trump accomplished it quicker.
Wait,
so
what are you talking about? What are you talking about? They already had this deal specifically like over a year ago.
The exact same. So you're saying that Trump just took the exact same deal,
practically
in paper, word for word, and then just took it there and accomplished it?
Practically.
I mean, I didn't
about
know
a year
that
later.
I didn't know that the Democratic Party had that.
But he tried to do the same thing.
But that's the thing is, like, again, he accomplished it in what, like 6-7 months. Fuck. But again, they
6
had
months.
plenty.
It's been 9 months.
9 months. Okay, accomplished it in 9 months. They had plenty of
Didn't
time.
accomplish it. All right.
If they had the deal written up, why couldn't they? I mean, that's like the question I'm asking, right?
Well, I mean, we could point to the fact that specifically was reported on the fact that Donald Trump called Netanyahu and tried to get him to undermine the ceasefire until he got into office. So that would be one. And he was also not advocating for a ceasefire at that time. He was advocating for Israel to finish the job. That's what he was saying. But all right. Last words.
Thanks for talking to me.
All right. Appreciate you coming up. Alrighty, let's go. Let's get off for tonight, everyone. Thank you, everyone, for coming through. Check out my YouTube channel. Everyone, we're less than 5,000 fucking people away from 400K on YouTube. I would really appreciate if you went over to YouTube and subscribed to me if you have not already. Seriously, there's 5,000 people in the TikTok stream. Or if you go over there and you do that, I would really, really, really appreciate it. We get very, very close. We might hear pretty soon get that. Let me see if there's someone to raid. I think some people were saying raid Brett Cross. I don't know what Brett's at is right now, but look up Brett Cross. I bet you'll be able to find him. Spam Parker raid, spam love from Parker, everyone. Look up Brett Cross, spam Parker raid, spam love from Parker, everyone. Have a fantastic night, everyone. I will see everyone later. I love y'all so much. Have a great night, everyone.